Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
Get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride.
The time has finally come. It's the second season of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We're back, baby. Today, we're jumping into Clash of Clans, the Open Finals. We've got 8 teams, and they're competing for 3 spots to the challenge stage.
War and Glory is already off to a strong start to defend their Season 1 championships. They've already won the Split 1 Open ladder, so that means they move on directly to the challenge phase. We're going to sit down with their team manager, HMB, here shortly and get his reaction to the team's early success.
Also, there have been some big roster changes since Season 1, guys. Not the least of which was Chasmac Gaming. We'll break down the changes and see how their new team gels in their first big test of the season.
8 teams, 3 tickets to the challenge stage, and 1 dream to be champions. This is the Snapdragon Pro Series.
sound sweet. If you really want it, gotta own it. Fight through it, we was at the lowest. Blood, sweat, tears, the components. Riding all year, now's the moment. We are not friends, we are opponents. Yeah, I'm coming for mine. Yeah, I'm making a play, the game on the line. Yeah, I've been on the grind. Yeah, I jump in the spot, I made it my time. Yeah, look in the sky. Yeah, the stars align, no shade to shine. Can't stop it already. Emotional work and devotion, we put in this time. Look. You won't stop my stride. I'll just break your line. I don't tolerate wasted time. Take us down, keep fighting.
Hello, what's good, and welcome, baby. It's season 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series. We are dummy excited to be here, and I'm glad you could join us. We're still here, live in beautiful California. My name's F-Dot. I'm joined here by Bash and Eric. Little side note, Glitter will be here throughout the rest of the season. Today, she's taking a bit of a break. So, boys, good to see you, man.
Oh, F-Dot, I'm so excited, man. We got a whole new season. We got a whole new town hall, a whole new meta. Eric, it's going to be an exciting season.
Man, we got 8 teams. They're going to be fighting out for these top spots today, and it's going to be a first fight out with Town 15 on top of that. It's going to be a good time.
Yeah. Let's take a look at all of the teams that are playing out here today. 9 names coming at you, and this is what they're going to be doing. So the first section of the format, is where we're at. It's open time. Anyone and everyone could and did sign up, and we found the top 8 teams. Like I said, technically 9. I'll get there in a sec. Next stage is challenge. We'll see the best of this phase go head-to-head in a round robin, and then after that, we crown one North American champion. These are the squads that are going to be playing. As I said, Bash, there's 9 in total, but the number 1 squad doesn't even have to compete. They'll go directly to the challenge.
And our number 1 squad is our Season 1 champions, War and Glory, so they don't have to worry about fighting through here today. They're already into challenge, but we got 8 other teams fighting here today. We got Empire Gaming, Omnipotence Ice, Chasmac Gaming, The Night Shift, Aphelion, Nebula, Push, The Best COC, and Flaming Turkeys. A lot of familiar faces, Eric.
Absolutely, and it's crazy that you always see the same teams rising up at the top there. Just shows you how they set themselves apart even when anybody can sign up.
So War and Glory, they are numero uno. They don't even have to play today. And I'm sure they're feeling pretty good about it. I'll tell you who is HMB. We talked to him early. Here's what he had to say.
The vibe on the team is mission accomplished. We finished the first week on top of the ladder, and we went into the second week with the same mission. Like, let's just stay on top of the ladder. Let's focus. Let's get the job done. And we did. We finished the end of the second week on top of the ladder. As it came into the third week, and that's when the strategy came into play. We grinded hard on the first day, finished on top, and we just watched Thursday, watched Friday. Luckily didn't have to get out there. The vibe is good. We're excited, and we're focused and moving forward into the challenger stage of Snapdragon. I mean, obviously, we're totally focused on what we're doing. You know, when it comes down to it, it's ours to lose, and we genuinely feel that way. We feel our team is prepared. We feel we have the best players in the North American scene that are on War and Glory. That being said, I mean, Chasmac's always a tough match, and so is Empire. And the Aphelion team, we've played them, I want to say 3 or 4 times in ladder, and every single time it was like a percentage war. We've known those guys for the past 6 or 7 years and played together, you know, through Lost Meta and through Space Station. And we've just, you know, because they know us so well and we know them so well, it's always like almost like a hometown rivalry when we play each other. And that's one team that I really am not looking forward to playing in the Challenger, because it just seems like anytime we play them, you know, the gloves are off and anything can happen. Best of luck to all the teams in the ladder play-in this evening. We're really looking forward to see who comes out on the top 3 to face us in the Challenger Series. And the teams that did not make it, we're really looking forward to see how you do in ladder 2 and if you can qualify. Any NA teams out there, the time to sign up is now. Let's get into the ladder for Snapdragon Pro Series for ladder 2. We would love to see you out there, and everyone get involved. It's important to Clash of Clans. And the last thing I want to thank is actually Supercell. Thank you for these socks. My wife loves them. I'm gonna wear them to work. I cannot wait to see how my colleagues think of my wizard socks and my archer socks. Thank you.
Is that... All right, man. Listen, I had this whole bit, like, because he was like, you know, the gloves are off. All right. I was like, oh, cool. All right. Now we have to focus on these socks. All right, Wizard socks or Archer socks?
I mean, I have both pairs, and honestly, I prefer the Wizard socks. I mean, the Wizard's kind of OP.
I mean, he's got to collect them all. He's got to figure out how to get Super Soul Send him some Barbarian socks there because he's missing some, and those are the best ones.
All I'm saying is I don't have a pair, and I will absolutely take it. You guys know my ad. Let's show you the bracket. These are the squads that are going to be playing here tonight. So, round one already in the books. We're doing double elimination. So, Empire Gaming and Aphelion Nebula go head-to-head. Chasmac and the best COC go head-to-head. Everyone that's already lost, they do have a second chance, because on the bottom side of said bracket, there's that second chance. Unfortunately, the Night Shift lose out or win out above Flaming Turkeys. That's what's unfortunate for. And Omnipotence lose out to Push. So the Night Shift and Push are waiting for whoever winds up with the L's this time around. So the table's set. A lot of fun stuff going on here, but new season, some new things going on in the game as well. Last time we saw y'all, Town Hall 14 was the top that you could be. Now the game is updated, and it's all about Town Hall 15.
Yeah, a whole new Town Hall level. Not only that, we have two new major defenses. We have a new troop that's really making a big splash in the meta. We got new pets. We even have a new spell. Not seeing so much action, but Eric, a lot of teams are having a hard time trying to adapt to this Town Hall 15 meta right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's very, very difficult to get past these new defenses, and the hit rates have taken a major blow there. At Town Hall 14, we were seeing you need like a minimum of like 13 to be able to even have a chance to win against a lot of these teams here. So now 13 is like top tier.
Yeah,
that is pretty
good.
crazy. If you get above that, you have set yourself apart from everybody. It is very, very defensive in this meta right now.
New season, new Town Hall, new rosters. Like any respecting esports, roster apocalypse happens in the offseason. Warren Glory, top team, winds up making some moves themselves. Jethro, down there on the bottom, no longer on the squad. It's Ghost now, and not only is he a strong player, but he's known for his base building as well.
One of the best base builders in the game, but not only that, I mean, Ghost didn't come from nowhere. Ghost came from Chasmac, one of Warren Glory's biggest rivals within this kind of tournament, and Ghost, like you mentioned, a really competent attacker, but the base building element he can bring to this team, Eric, can be game-changing.
Yeah, and he's not only caught the attention in the North American circuits here, where he's playing with Warren Glory now, but he's also caught the attention in the international circuits. Actually, he just signed with MS Esports, so they got third in the World Championship. They're a powerhouse team, and if he can be on the top team in North America and then go to a top team in the international scene as well, then you know that there's something special with this guy.
Well, you mentioned it before, Ghost came from Chasmac Gaming, obviously going to be a big loss for them. And we got a chance to talk, actually, to Chasmac Gaming's head honcho in Drew. So with Van on the team now instead of Ghost, this was Drew's take on the new roster.
Our team consists of Lexnos being the captain, Tevu, Van, Gabriel, Max, Matt, and Rainberry. And with Matt not being in the States at the moment, and then Rainberry was deployed overseas, he wasn't considered eligible for this ladder one, but Rainberry is coming back to the States very soon, within the next couple of weeks or so, probably even sooner than that, and we'll be able to get him on the roster, and everything will be good going forward. Yes, so the players that we ended up removing were, and I say removing in the most lighthearted way possible. You know, they decided the avenues of their path that they wanted to take was a little bit different than ours, and you know, we still respect them and we still care for them as if they were still here. But that would be Nick, who was our #1 hitter in the roster, and Ghost, who was our builder for the majority of the team. Yeah, you know, Ghost, we appreciate you when you were on our side, and it's unfortunate you had to go to the dark side over there and hang out over there, but it's okay, it's all right. You know, Beer over there and Nick and all those guys, they're such good people, and he couldn't have gone to someone any better. But of course, you know, he should have stayed with us. Okay, it's okay though. It's okay though. All right, it's all right. He'll learn one way or another. You know, we knew about it like late August, early September, and that's when we kind of had to hit the ground running and trying to figure out like, hey, what's everyone's ambitions going into 2023, and you know, we wanted to stay with Chasmac Gaming, and then some players wanted to explore their options, and they did, and we had to explore ours, and we ended up picking up 2 really, really good additions in Gabriel and Van after unfortunately losing God and Nick. I apologize, Ghost and Nick, but then God was also unfortunate that we had to lose because, you know, we wanted to go all NA, but he never played Mobile Open. And with Van and Gabriel that we ended up picking up, the roster additions were complete, and now we're still in the process of, you know, feeling everybody out. It's still very new to us, but we like where the direction is going, and we just got to keep pushing forward.
Oh man, you gotta love the sense of community within these esports for Clash of Clans. It's really competitive, you know, going to the dark side, but also at the same time, he's really happy for his ex-teammate there.
Absolutely, and as competitive as they want to be, is they want to win these big tournaments. They're also just a really positive community. It's one of the best in esports.
I got to agree. You know, we got a great community here, guys. Don't you love being up here?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's awesome. I love casting these wars, you know, seeing the teams play.
With us,
Yeah,
right? With
yeah,
me?
for sure. Yeah. Why do you got that look on your face?
Well, guess what time it is?
He's up to something.
Guess the percent.
No! You said I didn't have to do this anymore. No, I am done. You guys said this was in the past. Unbelievable.
Nope. Well, clearly Bash knows what's going
my
on.
goodness.
Basically, what Guess the Percent is, we show these 2 big heads just a little bit of an attack. So right now, they are watching all of the stuff on the bottom, all the stuff on the top, and pause. And that's all they get. So now, I ask Eric and Bash, 2 of the biggest minds in competitive Clash of Clans, to guess the percentage of overall damage. And if they are right, like Eric was once in a million, then we celebrate. And if they are wrong, like they usually are, then I get to make fun of them.
Well, here's the thing. I'm cheating a little bit. Skeens is in my clan. Mad Ram is my clan. That's right. It's the era of everyone. Even my team played. They kind of struggled. So I have faith in my man Skeens. And I might have some insider info of whether or not he remembered the attack right. I'm going to say, I don't know, coincidental 2-star 92%.
Wow.
Yeah, well, I actually used this exact base in Legend League, which is kind of funny. I got it from XPV, who played in the World Championship. And a lot of people are running this in Legend League, and a lot of people struggle a lot on it. So I'm guessing low. I'm guessing real low.
Whoa.
We're going to go 53%.
That's my man.
It's okay. He's a miss.
So I've got a guy that's literally done this strat before, and a guy who knows the player on screen.
Yeah, yeah.
We are surrounded by cheaters. Let's get to the integrity players and focus on match number 1 of our action here tonight. Chasmac Gaming and Best COC will play later on. So we start off with Aphelion versus Empire Gaming. So Empire Gaming, one of, honestly, my favorite teams to watch. Smokey Bear, down there on the bottom, top of my mind. I think his approach to the game, we've got a chance to interview him in Season 1, and he's so meticulous with the way him and his team approach.
Very deliberate and intense with the way he speaks. But this team is really, really strong. Eric and I were talking earlier. They were leading most of the ladder, and Jesus is just really one of their best players on this team. We saw it last season. He really carried this team. But they're just strong all around. It's a well-rounded team.
I just like to see their showmanship there because I mean, you put them on camera and they're a little showboat. They're gonna put on a good show for us. Amy with his glasses, like you got Jesus with the squad around him. Like,
squad,
oh man, it was a good time last season. I hope we had the same experience this one.
Absolutely. I mean, they absolutely always have fun, but it's going to be tough to have fun against a team this strong. Simon and Stamus are not on this squad anymore. Say hello to Damien and Granny Clasher. Of course, Aphelion welcoming a new banner, this team formerly known as Fuzzy Wuzzy. Now that they have an organization behind them, maybe that'll light a fire underneath them.
It's still a very strong squad. I mean, these guys know how to put up good scores. I mean, they wouldn't be here if they didn't know how to compete, and signing with an org kind of shows that they're kind of getting some of that attention and recognition that they deserve.
Yeah, I mean, just being able to have that recognition to give them a little bit more consistency, a little bit more tools to have access to maybe base builders, and just being a part of an organization does help a team out, and it has carried a lot of teams into like the World Championship and stuff. So we'll see how that ultimately impacts them there, but even without that, they've always been an absolute powerhouse of a team.
We mentioned before how the game has slightly changed. We are now in Town Hall 15, and so these stats used to be a lot higher. Town Hall 14 was played for a long time, and the squads kind of knew the meta, and everything was set in stone. Now, a lot to be learned yet, and so the number is a little bit lower.
Yeah, it's these hit rates are a lot lower. 30%, 40% there, way lower than we're used to. And I mean, not even getting the 12-star average there is huge difference from what we saw at Town Hall 14.
Yeah, but I mean, if you remember in the Town Hall 14 when we played through the regular season, as soon as they went to the actual big stage here, they actually started hitting above their averages a lot.
Yep.
And I wonder if we'll see it again.
Well, here's the thing. These teams do have a long, storied history. Unfortunately, it's all on the side of Empire. 4-0 in their direction. And so if you think that 4 can turn into a 5, let me know in the chat. Go ahead and put Empire in there. That said, Aphelion, I know they have fans. So let me hear the Aphelion fans in chat as well. And as far as who actually winds up with the dub, that's why we play the game. Bash and Eric, start us off, please. And
Here we go. Our mobile open finals for Split 1 are kicking off right now. We got Empire Gaming. We got Aphelion Nebula. Let's get some hype in the chat for Damien starting us off here. It looks like we're going to have an Electro Titan smash, a little zap action early here, Eric.
Yeah, and let me remind you guys that if they end up winning this, then they are advancing to the challenge phase here. They survived this far into the tournament, and this is the round that will send them. Otherwise, they have to go and fight their way to the lower bracket, and that would be an uphill battle. But Damien making his way in here with the Electro Titan zap attack here. Open up the lightning to set the funnel here. Warden will connect to where the lightning was used, and then he can split off to either direction. Since he did deploy the Queen with the Warden, and it's a symmetrical base there, he can just wait for the Queen to choose, and then he can react and cut the funnel on the other side there, and then drive these Electro Titans into the base.
We're going to go ahead and see that Clan Castle pull out. We got 3 Ice Golems, which is a very common thing right now, slowing down these smash attacks. We see this long Warden Queen walk here, which is already going to take a lot of time. So having 3 Ice Golems freezing is definitely going to slow this one down. Did he go ahead and zap out the Monolith, or did the Queen grab that right there, Eric?
No, he zapped it out. He zapped it out there. That takes 6 Lightning and Quake there. A big spell investment, which doesn't leave him a ton left for the other half of the attack here. That leaves him 2 Rages and 1 Jump Spell to get access. But 1 Jump Spell is going to give a lot of access on this base. So the King will go to the outside of the base, and we'll see where he decides to use the World Champion. He's got to get all these defensive heroes under control. And I like what he's doing with that Flame Flinger, working in parallel with the other heroes to move into an unthreatened area, take in the support of the Queen and the Warden working there, and then go to the opposite side as them, going after that Inferno.
We're seeing a lot of these like ring-style, centralized Town Hall, anti-2 style bases right now, with those Poison Towers slowing everything down, along with that Town Halls and Giga Inferno just ticking away. This can lead to disaster. Gets the Town Hall down, no problem here, however, but this is something we got to keep an eye on throughout this tournament. These centralized Town Halls can really cause a problem for some of these teams. We may see some 1-stars.
Absolutely, but he does get the Town Hall secured. Here pops the Queen ability, but she's under a lot of fire and standing inside of the Town Hall poison. That poison's fading now. Over on the right side, we see the Electro Titan and a Yeti come out of the Flame Flinger when we'll work over there, but it's Queen and Warden die out here. It's down to the King of the Road Champion now, but the defensive Road Champion is still standing, and she's going to be a nightmare to move through right here.
You see the Royal Champion with that new pet, Diggy. Diggy's going to actually go underground, and when it pops up, it'll actually stun that defense for a few seconds. Comes in really handy with the Royal Champion, but this is what we're talking about, guys. The hit rates are going to be tough. We're going to see a lot of 2-star attacks. It's going to really, like, 12, 13 stars are probably going to be really top tier for these wars. It's not the Town Hall 14 meta where we're just seeing triple after triple after triple sloppy attacks. If you're sloppy, you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, but if you can get these up into the 90s, you're in a pretty good spot here. This one comes just short of 90, and still, just like before, just like a Town Hall 14, when you have your Road Champion engage that defensive Road Champion, it's kind of difficult to get past her because Diggy doesn't stun her. She can get the Diggy to stun any of the defenses when they arrive, but it can't stun other heroes. So you still have to get those heroes out of the way. You got to get them under control. And he maybe just never got the healer transfer. I think that's what happened, because you really have to get the healers to transfer off of those Electro, or off of the Queen and the Warden and onto the Electro Titans, so that they actually survive in the middle base there. And as you see, his entire core group got wrecked because he never did get that transfer. You have to remember that regular troops get more healing than heroes do, so you have to get that transfer, otherwise you might be in a little bit of a bind.
Yeah, and we're going to see that a lot here. I think we're going to see a lot of smash attacks, whether it be Electro Titan smash, the Super Bowler smash. It's going to be a lot of if those healers swap and move forward with those troops, especially going into those core cores with those double poison towers, that Giga Inferno. There's a lot of damage being dealt there, so that's going to be a really key thing to keep our eye on as we move forward throughout these wars.
Yeah, and those double poison towers are very, very difficult to deal with. You see a lot of the top base builders are opting to lean towards those, although they do find a use case scenario for the new Rage Tower and the new Invisibility Tower every once in a while, like
which we see right here. Yeah, there we go. Invisibility Tower, but we do have a poison, and they're going to go ahead and zap out that Invisibility Tower along with that Monolith. Now, once that Invisibility wears off, the Town Hall will be back to visible, and since that Invisibility Tower is gone, he won't have to worry about it any longer. Looks like we're setting up the pathing here for that Electro Titan smash. Warden's under some heavy fire, though.
Yeah, notice how also they are not bringing poisons to this. Electro Titans, since they deal aura damage to everything near them, they don't really need a poison to support there. He's also running the Frosty on the Warden there, which will help out, but he's going to go ahead and blimp out the Town Hall here. Now, we've got to be careful with this, because if the troops come out of the Town Hall, then it might pull the attention of Warden and pull him in. And then, okay, let's see if this works.
It should be safe. Yeah, there's the minions. There should be sneaky goblins after that, so Town Hall should fall down here, no problem.
Okay.
Ooh, that was tight, though. I mean, but that's why you go with that huge, really safe investment. Tons of goblins, and then tons of sneaky goblins. Going to use the Queen to go ahead and pull the Warden out here and just pair them up. It seemed like he wanted to go north here, but they're coming back towards the bottom side.
Yeah, he's going to have to make some adjustments here. Luckily, the Lightning was able to take out everything internal, so the Queen won't have anywhere to go, and he can quickly make the adjustments. Honestly, both sides are about equally valuable to go in towards, and they'll get equal access to the Eagle Artillery as well. So as long as he can continue to push through the middle here, he's got a jump spell, he can get the access right around the King statue, he should be good. And here comes SCC, and we'll see if those Electro Titans can deal with it efficiently.
And that's something to keep an eye on also, is with the Electro Titans, if you see that little aura around them, they're going to deal a constant little tick of damage, and that's what Eric mentioned. We don't see the poison so much because they're constantly dealing damage that can target not only ground, but air troops, air units that are flying around, whether it be skeletons, those super minions, and also just surrounding buildings. So you don't really have to worry about bringing that poison, as the Electro Titans, excuse me, are usually enough to handle it. Here comes that Royal Champion from the bottom side, pairing up with a couple Hog Riders.
Yeah, got the defensive Royal Champion engaged up top there, and once again, if he can clear the defensive heroes out and get the major threats here for his Royal Champion out, then that Diggy, with a thin line of defense, is stunning them as she goes, will work her way through that Eagle Artillery, and a thin line of defenses that will not deal her a lot of damage. Diggy's taking a little bit of damage there, but he'll get that Eagle Artillery down, and then the Royal Champion ends up picking up the tanking, allowing that Diggy to move even further. Actually, Diggy's barely taking any damage there at all. Like, they're barely taking any damage. Look at that. Yeah, and on the other side, look at the other heroes charging into those Expos and into that in front of the backside. This is looking really good here for Empire.
Looking really strong for Swifty. He got that swap off for the healers so that the Titans stayed up until almost this end here. They did finally go down, but with the Royal Champion still having her ability, only the Wizard Tower is not going to be enough to stop this. Plenty of time, plenty of cleanup, and this is our first 3-star of our mobile open finals. Swifty getting it done for Empire Gaming, and that's what we were talking about. This team can get the job done.
Absolutely, and even though you look at their hit rates there for the ladder phase, and it was just above 11 stars, I mean, that's an opening triple. That means they might be able to exceed that, and we'll see if they're able to. But like we said, Empire, even though they had the lower hit rates going into this, they did have the head-to-head win rate there with 4-0 against Aphelion in the past.
And it's going to be a tough mountain to overcome. I mean, it's already tough enough to triple at Town Hall 15 right now, but having that pressure of that first attack triple, you kind of feel that right away, especially in this kind of format. You only get one hit. You got to put your best hitters on the best bases. So it's going to be tough to overcome for Aphelion, but I mean, we're only one attack in for each team. Anything can happen here.
Yeah, and the percentage from Aphelion was really high here, so it still remains a very, very close war here. I'd only start to get worried if we start to get multiple stars in one way or the other, but a strong start here, and we're getting to see those Electro Titans twice in a row now, which is awesome to see. I think a lot of people are excited to see them in action there. If you haven't already seen them, then they're cleaning house. They're a very, very strong troop here, and there's a lot of use case scenarios, and we're seeing it again, but not with the Lightning on this one here. Switching it up a little bit. Swifty now on defense, mixing it with some witches and lots of rages, adding in heals, adding in freezes, and even opted to bring in the poison in this case.
And really quickly, as this attack's getting going, I want to quickly thank our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, guys, think about Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Huge shout out to them for putting on this amazing tournament. Blimp goes in there. The Yetis fall short, though. Not going to get to the Monolith, not going to get to the Eagle. That's a huge blow, as that Monolith can really deal some damage out to the Queen. Remember, it has a base damage, but it also does 15% extra damage based on that troop's hit points if it is at max level like we see here.
Yeah, and it only has 2 levels, so everybody should have it max, which means it's a very, very threatening defense, and we're going to see it at max pretty much around the board here. But he does get his Electro Titans to move in. He's got the King to the outside. Now that Multi-Inferno out near the edge of the base there can reach over the wall and take out a lot of these Witch if he's not careful. But look at that, the King was the one who pulled the CC. That's why I decided to bring in the poison, so we could handle that with the King over there, since the Electro Titans are not handling it directly. But the Electro Titans can actually target air troops, so they're chasing down the super minions, getting into that left area there, and I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing right now, Bash.
Oh, it's tough. The Queen finally does get the Town Hall down with the Warden ability. She got caught up there in the poison. The troops are still up, the Rocket Loons and the Super Minions, so the Queen's going to get held up there in the poison. This is going to be a tough one for Granny Clasher. This is going to struggle to get above that 50% mark. As the Queen goes down in the poison, we still got a Super Minion standing here. Tough defense here for Swifty.
Yeah, got into the crossfire. He lost his left flank there pretty heavily. That defensive CC kind of wrecked him, and that's obviously a bit of a problem. And then that Monolith, it was like that Monolith ended up taking out a lot of his internal group there. I think he lost his Warden to the Monolith.
Yeah.
And then obviously that leaves the Queen a bit more stranded on top of that. So that Monolith getting missed by the Blimp, that Blimp just falling a tile short. So that one comes down to the base building a lot there, just getting the traps in the right spot there, and even the Teslas that were all over in that corner, they predicted how somebody might attack that base there, and the Monolith is a pretty juicy target for a Blimp, so a lot of people are going to set their traps to try to protect it because it is so powerful.
There's so much value there. I mean, not only the Monolith, the Eagle is right down there. There was a lot of value, so kind of took the bait, so to speak. I mean, unfortunate for Granny Clasher, but Empire's showing they not only do they have it on offense, but they can bring it on defense as well. 61% is going to be tough to overcome with that initial 3-star for Empire Gaming, and that Blimp just falling short. Like, that's devastating at the beginning of an attack. You already know you're behind the 8 ball a little bit with that.
And it is difficult to, I wonder, I would have looked at this base here and I would have tried to come in from the right. No, it's like a symmetrical base almost, isn't it? I'm like, you got to watch out for those Infernos on your flanks. See the Witches out there on the flanks? They're supposed to help support the outside troops. And if you're moving on to on the flanks there and you have that multi-Inferno that can reach over the wall, it's hard to get value out of those Witches, and I would personally say replace them. I would run something else out there, and they just didn't get the values looking for. The Monolith caused all kinds of problems. There were a couple things wrong in that attack here, but what's this here,
we got a quote from Granny Clasher. We've beaten every team here, and when we don't make mistakes. So when they don't make the mistakes, they beat every team. As for every other team, sorry for the L and the war log. Wow, that is. Oh, Granny, that's a rough one to show after a 61%. 61%, but
we said when they don't make mistakes.
I mean,
it wasn't a mistake, though.
Yeah,
it was the base building that stopped it. The plan, I think, had a chance to work there. He just needed to get that Blimp delivered a little bit further in the base there. Even one tile further would have impacted that result a lot. It would have changed a lot of it, and I'm still questioning the outside group there. I don't know if the Snatch attack was the right attack for that base. I don't know.
I could probably beat you if I didn't take the bait. I'm just saying, Eric. Anthony's coming in next. Another ET smash. We're seeing these Electro Titans, a brand new troop being used left and right. Gonna go ahead and set up the pathing up top here. We got the Queen. No lightning spells this time. We'll have to see if the Queen's gonna come in for the Town Hall, for we'll have that Blimp fly in. Right here we go. Blimp's gonna fly right in for the Town Hall. Should be a pretty safe Blimp with those Goblins and then sneaky Goblins behind to take that down and then set up the pathing. We got a Tornado Trap spinning the Blimp around, but shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, I mean, if he gets that Town Hall down with a safe takedown, which is, it's generally safe there as long as you don't have any poison towers in there. You really got to be careful of that. In this case, the poison towers are down along the middle of the base there, so that's not going to cause any problems. Secures that Town Hall takedown, and now he can make his way in with these Electro Titans. He's got the defensive CC, a couple of defensive Ice Golems there that he'll burn through pretty quick there. The Electro Titans, even while they're frozen up, I think they continue to deal their aura damage even when they're frozen.
Yeah, it
so,
still ticks away. It's constant.
Yeah, so that'll help deal with those defensive Ice Golems, get them down a little bit easier. But look at this one here. The Witches on the outside out there where there are no multi-Infernos for quite a while, and they should be okay out there. And the King was the one who got the poison tower thrown at him.
Yeah, and we get a little bit of a split, so we lose one of the Electro Titans at the middle, but if everything stays paired together here.
Oh, Queen.
Oh, Queen's jumping, but the Electro Titan's coming back. Queen's under pressure from that Monolith. Monolith's going to force out the Warden ability. Good play there, because you don't want to risk losing the Queen ability through that Monolith shot, which we've seen happen. And they can be absolutely devastating to lose that queen with no ability going off.
Yeah, that single Inferno locks onto the queen as soon as she comes out of the Warden ability there, but he quickly uses her ability and gets her off of her back there, but he's still struggling a bit here. That single Inferno stays standing in the base. He had the jump spell, so he clearly wanted the troops to march all the way through the middle of the base there and make their way through that second jump, but they never made it that far. So the King and the Royal Champion will pick up whatever percentage they can, and this is the opening that Aphelion was waiting for, and now they need to strike, and they got to get a triple here in response because this one's going to a defense match.
Yeah, this one's going to leave the door open. It's going to creep up to that 61% mark that we saw from Granny Clasher. So they should be... Let's see if we can get another building or two. It was 61 from Granny, so they might be able to get just above. Yeah, 62 right there. So Empire's still going to be in a commanding spot, but if Aphelion can put a triple on the board, they claw themselves right back in it. Remember, it's going to be tough to triple. I mean, these bases are really, really strong right now, and this one just did not work out for Anthony at all.
Yeah, I mean, is it maybe that we want to switch it over to these lightning attacks? Because if you look at it head-to-head here, the two lightning attacks got a triple and a attack in the 90s, and then the ones without the lightning ended up going into the 60s. So maybe we need to be taking some notes of that here and see if anybody else is able to try one of these again throughout the night here and see if we see different results. So we'll see. But it is very, very helpful generally to use lightning to take damage off of your flank so you can have a more narrow lane without things attacking you from the side. And the Electro Titans are very strong. And if you can reduce the damage that they receive, then they can just heal right through it without additional spell support.
Remember, these Electro Titans have almost as much hit points as a Golem, Eric. So they're very, very beefy, but they're a little bit slow in the attack. They do have that constant tick damage from that aura, but like they still attack very slow. Their DPS is kind of low. So if you can keep them up, keep them healed up, and just keep that aura going, they're going to deal out a lot of damage. But when you have that monolith that deals extra damage because of the hit points, it's going to be really tough to overcome. So I think you're right with that. The lightnings could be the answer to that.
Yeah, I mean, the aura damage isn't even affected by rage. So, like, if you're sacrificing rages and stuff to get extra lightning, just remove defenses outright, or even skeleton spells and stuff like that can be effective. But, anywho, let's move on over to rocket balloons. All right.
16 rocket. Okay, this is interesting. Stamus here. I guess Stamus did not leave the team. We in our opener, we had Stamus off the roster, but Stamus is right here. This is Stamus attacking for Aphelion. 16 rocket loons, 12 minions, some rages. We're gonna have a queen charge here. This is an interesting one.
Yeah, he's drive that king in. He's got his ability to generate some barbarians, which will hopefully keep that model distracted. No, he does end up getting targeted by it, and you can tell the difference of what it's targeting based on the color that it's shooting. If it's shooting very, very light troops, it'll shoot green. If it's shooting medium troops, it'll shoot blue. But when it shoots a big old target like a hero, like the king, it's gonna go purple, and you gotta keep an eye out for that, and maybe you can do something to mitigate that. He just let his king go down, let the Yetis that came out of that blimp just kind of shield. They took the monolith down, and they're providing some tanking for this queen, or this Royal Champion, I mean, as the queen charges in towards the scatter shot.
We'll see if this queen can get all the way in here. It's going to be a tough path. He does have a jump to get her over. There we go. The jump spell goes down. Royal Champion's getting some nice value down here near that 6 o'clock position, gets through that scatter shot. Rocket Loons are just kind of doing their job to keep the queen and the Royal Champion in here. Here come those Clan Castle troops. Rocket Loons. We also have the enemy queen engaging. There's going to be a lot of pressure on his queen here. Hopefully doesn't force ability as he wants the queen to get all the way to the town hall.
He popped that ward ability actually to protect the queen there since they're working together, but you do got to be careful when you're doing a queen charge with the warden and you're going into this splash damage like the multi-infernos in the town hall, because if the healers end up switching over to the warden like they are right now, then the queen may not get targeted or vice versa, but he does get them to switch back, re-rages them up. The freeze gave him a little bit of time to get them both topped off, and he's going to clear out this core. There goes other poison towers. Rocket Balloons to the backside, but he's still taking Eagle Artillery fire. He's not out of this yet, Bash.
It's tough. There's a Tesla farm down at the bottom as well. Queen, it's basically going to be all on the queen here. Oh, and she's going to go down. We're at 69% here for Stamus. Aphelion, they need a 3-star here in the worst way possible. Maybe trying to do a little bit too much, trying to have the queen get the whole base, which we saw that work at Town Hall 14. The queen could basically get the whole base and you could get away with it. But at 15 with these new spell towers of that monolith, It's a lot more menacing, a lot more punishing if you're off by just a little bit here.
Yeah, those defensive spell towers slow down the attack speed of the heroes that are inside of all the troops, really, while dealing them additional damage. So just the slowing of the attack speed is very, very difficult to work right through. But then in addition to that, if your healers move inside of it, then their healing is reduced as well. So it's like it like negates your rage almost. So you got to be really, really careful around that. And it was overall a pretty solid attack here. It just didn't end up working. He used up all of his spell support to drive the queen through for the most part, and that makes so that rocket balloons are a great option on the backside because they have haste built into them and they can do some good work over there. So fortunately, that right side compartment was pretty stacked with the big Tesla farm. I think if he would have found the Tesla farm by the monolith or something and the king was able to handle it, I think he would have been in a better spot. I think that maybe is what he thought he was going into, and the king could have handled that because he did just end up going in there and dying out. So I don't know. It's hard to say right there, but that backside was a little bit rough with the Tesla farm.
Yeah, it was a very, I mean, look at it right now. All the Teslas up, the bows firing away, the queen, the eagles firing away. Just a really tough finish there on that base. But Empire's still in the commanding spot. Aphelion still looking for that first triple. Their percentage is okay. That one worked up 78%. And we see, I mean, if they could just get one triple, they could get right back in this the way the defense is going. But obviously, Empire still has their third attack. They can really put this one almost away with the triple here.
I mean, with the way that the offense and defense balances at Town Hall 15, it wouldn't surprise me, but you know, I mean, we've seen some teams even put up near perfect wars. So I mean, you don't really know what's going to happen until it happens, and this war remains very close. And we have Shadow coming in. Actually, Shadow's one of my favorite attackers from this clan here, and I feel like whenever I say that, I'm going to jinx him, but he feels unjinxable, and I just jinxed it. So. We'll see.
So the jinx to the unjinx to the jinx. Went ahead, used the lightning like we were talking about, zapped out the monolith right there. A couple other buildings that look like builder huts there. And a queen charge in here, but we got Dragon Riders, something a little bit different. Looks like he's going to try to snag the town hall here with the queen and then accompany the Dragon Riders with a Stone Slammer, which can be very effective. Remember, those Dragon Riders are going to act like balloons, targeting defenses, but they obviously have way more hit points than a balloon.
Yeah, they don't need a lot of spell support, which is why you can opt to use all that lightning. The lightning pairs very, very well with this, unlike the Lalo. But the Lalo obviously has the ability to spread out and deal a lot more damage out than Dragon Rider is capable of. So you're trading more HP for less damage. So it's a trade-off there, but without the spell support, Dragon Riders are going to perform better than balloons, and that's why it's so perfect when paired with this, because taking that queen through that town hall compartment after removing all the damage out on her right side, and now the king will drive into the scattershot compartment, and if he's able to get in there and cut the funnel for the queen and clear everything on the top side of that compartment, then the queen can reach over the wall and get everything else. His key target over there is that scattershot here, Pat.
King is going to pop the ability and start working in there. It's caught up a little bit. Giant bombs going off. Here comes the Dragon Riders from that bottom side. Going to have to keep an eye on everything. Stone Slammer is accompanying them. Can the King get the scatter? Oh, he does not. But the Phoenix on the King, one of the new pets, is going to give that King a few extra seconds. 8 seconds to try to get it down. But not only that, we'll now have a Phoenix up. The Phoenix.
Take it, Phoenix.
Oh,
Come on.
The Phoenix does not get the Stone Slammer. We get the Riders working through here on the bottom side. That Stone Slammer staying up might be, or not Stone Slammer rather, the scatter shot. We have a Stone Slammer flying through with the Riders.
Oh, there goes the queen because he missed the scatter shot. That is just a cascading problem there. That queen, or the king, I mean, fell one strike short there,
It's
even
so
with
close.
the Phoenix. Like that was maybe if the Phoenix was even just one level higher, he could have made it through there. So that's rough, but he still has a chance to pull through. He does have the defensive king being engaged there, and he had a little bit of protection there for a moment. Is the world champion still alive? No, she goes down, and with her, these Dragon Riders are dropping out of the sky.
Oh man, that's devastating. Literally, if we see that the health on that scatter shot, it is literally like one shot. We always hear the one shot, one shot. That scatter shot is literally one shot. Oh man, just devastating. A really nice plan from Shadow, and if he gets, I think you're right, if he gets that scatter shot down, Queen's able to charge up in there. He's got a real good chance at this one. But, I mean, Empire's still fine. They're still in the lead here. With this attack, they'll be up on percent still overall with the 3-star. So they're going to be in a really nice little spot moving forward.
Yeah, Aphelion still in the same spot as they were before. Still needs to put the first triple on the board here. And their average was pushing 12 stars here. So they haven't hit one yet, and if they kind of follow their previous averages, they're bound to hit one before the end of this war here, and it's not an easy task to triple a Town Hall 15. It is very, very challenging, and we're seeing it right here.
I think a lot of the Clashers are kind of spoiled with that Town Hall 14.
I know.
Where, a sloppy attack like this maybe gets through. But you're off just a little bit. I think you're right, though. Like, the health on this scatter shot, if that's a max Phoenix, it might be just enough to get that down. Look how low it is.
It was chasing ground skellies, though. Like, the ground skellies were distracted. It was trying to take it down, but it was actually the Phoenix deals splash damage, so it could actually almost potentially hit the ground skellies and the scatter shot at the same time. So, I mean, that got the Queen killed. I don't know if they still had a chance to pull through after that, but you can see the multi was dealing some damage. The ground expo was dealing some damage over there as well, and the Queen could have been tanking those, and that might have been able to keep these Dragon Riders alive. And moving through that other corner there, I think he might have had it had that Queen survived and that scatter shot went down.
Yeah, tough to say, but our next attack is in right away for Sir Will. We got, looks like Electro Titan Super Bowlers. Okay, our first Super Bowler smash here. Pairing up with the Electro Titans. Also, we got the new Poison Lizard, who's going to deal extra damage to heroes, enemy like CC troops, and he attacks really quickly. But that's the issue with the Poison Lizard. Not very many hit points, so it goes down pretty quick. But did help the Warden out quite a bit there.
Yeah, it'll speed up and dish out some damage there pretty quickly, so the Warden Walk will be sped up as a result. So he's now already about to go in the next part of the attack here. Looks like he sends in a couple of balloons to go pick up these exterior defenses and a Flame Flinger after the Warden is taking the Archer Tower. So that's going into the Multi-Inferno. That's going to grab out the Eagle Artillery, and everybody else can go north. And the troops, when they deploy next to the Warden, he will automatically follow them, but he will not follow a Siege Machine. So the Siege Machine doesn't really have like a troop count according to the Warden, so he's able to just sneak on by and walk away from it and join in with these Electro Titans and the Super Bowlers.
Jump spell goes down to give him access to the Town Hall. We do have that double Poison Tower, which we've seen be very devastating. Not to mention 3 Ice Golems coming out, which is going to slow everything down. Well, if this Town Hall is activated, which it's going to activate right here from this double bowler bounce, it's going to be a lot of devastation. Need those healers to swap off. Healer's taking some damage as well, it looks like. This is going to be tough for Sir Will to get through the middle, but if he can get the healer swap, he'll be all right.
I like this skeleton spell out down onto the monolith, and he's able to get it down there with his King surviving. Now the Royal Champion has free reign over that right-hand corner, and she's going to work out there with the digging, do some good work, but Super Bullets have the healers inside of the rage. No poison onto those healers right now, which is really, really giving him a lot of HP healing. And he does end up losing the Super Bowlers, but his Queen ends up taking the healers right away there. She's under a lot of damage. She's going to go to ability as well. It's down to the King and the Royal Champion, I think, to do the heavy lifting here.
King went down, did pop up the Phoenix from that King, however. The Royal Champion has the Diggy working through there. We still got quite a bit of health left here on the Flinger, so the Flinger could get a few more buildings and maybe just enough for whatever's in there to finish it up. Oh, King's going to come over and smack it. What's in there? Oh, it looks like Yetis.
There's too much anyways. Whatever came out of there, that is way too many Teslas into that bottom area, and it's going to end up shutting him down regardless. But wait, no, we got the King down. It's an Electro Titan.
Oh, there's a Titan in there. They're beefy, Eric. They're beefy.
I mean, the Electro Titans are really, really good at handling Tesla farms because of their aura damage.
Right.
But unfortunately, oh, wait, no, it gets that extra
it gets right through. Look at this.
Oh, wait.
It's damaging everything in the area.
It's taking them all down at the same time.
Go, Titan, go. Come on, Titan.
Oh my God!
Oh, come on!
The Wizards, come on, Wizards! Come on, Headhunter!
You got this! You got this! Oh, come on! One take, one shot, one shot! No! Sir Will, 2%. That Tesla was so close to going down. 98% fail. Oh, devastating, Will. Beautiful play with the ET in the Siege Machine.
Absolute heartbreaker there, Bash. That is rough to watch there, but it's kind of cool to see how those Electro Titans are able to push through a Tesla farm. Like, they're really, really efficient at taking out Teslas because the Teslas have shorter range. But by the time the Teslas are actually striking it, it's in there damaging all of them. It's an excellent room for taking out these Tesla farms. Almost pulls him through, and if he just had a little tiny bit more, he would have pulled off.
Like 2 more Wizards and he gets through there, no problem. Oh man, that was so crazy. Nice try, Will. Yeah, I honestly thought it didn't have a chance, but with the Titan coming out of there, obviously gave him a chance. So, oh man, they really need it. If they got that one, we have a whole new war on our hands. But unfortunately, 2%, 2 buildings, a Tesla and a sweeper. The difference there from 2 stars to 3 stars. So Aphelion still under the gun. Empire still in that commanding position. As we're going to go ahead and go in with our next attack, it's going to be Jesus coming in with our first Lalo. We might even see a Blizzard Lalo as we got 4 invisibilities. We're seeing Blizzard and Super Archer Bomb kind of be prevalent in this meta right now as well.
Yeah, the Super Archer Bomb, great against the anti-2-star bases with the Town Hall in the middle, but when the bases thinned out a little bit more here, less clumping of major defenses, then this Blizzard ends up being the more powerful way to take these bases down. But also notice he makes sure that he gets the CC pull out of that. He'll get the Town Hall takedown. Maybe he can even chain out that storage and pick up the air defense over to the far left side of the base, but at least fighting off the majority of the defensive CC.
Nice, he got it all.
And did he get it all?
Yeah, I think he got it all.
Oh, yeah, he did.
That last chain was enough to get them all down, so now his heroes don't have to worry about getting held up on ice golems, taking a little bit of damage from those super minions. They'll be able to work right in here. King and Queen are going to work in towards that enemy royal champion. Notice there is that poison tower. Remember, guys, the poison tower, it's going to deal a little bit of damage, but it's also going to slow the attack and movement speed of these heroes as they work in.
Yeah, but he does have a wall break here, and he could either wall break the king to go into the multi, or the center multi, or he could try to get it over closer to the queen and go into get that single Inferno. So he's got some options there, and he's only got 1 wall breaker, so choose wisely here. But the World Champion will collapse in over to the right of the heroes with the Lalo immediately charging in after the Eagle Artillery. So here comes that wall break. It is targeting the sweeper compartment, and if he can get that single and multi down, he's in a really good spot here.
Wow, that's so much value.
Oh, this World Champion's getting wrecked by the Monolith, though.
I was just going to say that the Monolith is dealing out so much damage here on the backside. The Diggy comes up and stuns it. The balloons go in there and overwhelm it. So that's one nice thing is the balloons are able to overwhelm that Monolith quite a bit. Queen's going to go down to the Headhunters. He's got to get through the Scattershot. He's looking pretty decent if he can get through there, but nothing pathing that way yet.
Yeah, I love the Diggy moving over to another hero there. If you didn't know, the Diggy automatically transfers the next closest hero and starts to follow their targeting. So he's following the Warden's targeting, which has balloon targeting, which gives him defense priority. Gets the Scattershot stun and makes his way into the backside.
This Diggy is going to be OP. This Diggy is going to be OP down the stretch here. Still has a spell.
He can swag them all!
Jesus just crushes this base. What a beautiful play. Absolutely everything he was looking for. That Blizzard was perfect. Got the CC out, and just a clean attack for Jesus, giving Empire all but the sure victory here.
That is a lot of swag spells there, and that was a very, very advanced level base right there. Those defenses were stacked, and he just walked right through it. There's all the swag as he completely surrounds the core of the base. There are 5 swag spells, and he puts his team 2 stars in the lead. So now it's unlikely that we end up with a 1 star. They can play it safe if they want to at this point here, and they would make it into the challenge. Or, I don't know, maybe they risk it. Sometimes you don't have a choice. Sometimes you have those anti-2-star bases that catch you off guard, and nobody wants to 1 star against them, but sometimes they force it.
Eric, one thing is always true in Clash of Clans. Lalo is always good if you understand it and if you're a skilled enough attacker to pull it off. And that's what we saw here. An absolute show of skill from Jesus. You can tell he's put in the work. I follow him on Twitter. I saw he had a perfect Legends Day out there using his Lalo. So he's putting in the work, getting ready for this big tournament. He knows what's on the line here, and he shows up for his team in that 4th spot, which the 4th spot's almost like the most crucial spot in these kind of wars. Basically put it away there.
Yeah, a lot of teams will put their strongest player in the 4th spot, and maybe that's saying something right there, and he delivered right there. And that's a very key position because that sets the tone for the final attacker. Takes some pressure off of his teammate there, which is obviously helpful, and it puts them in a strong position to take this war. I mean, they control it, so they control their own fate. They can decide whether they want to go on to challenge or not, and they can send Aphelion down to the lower bracket if they are able to get this one to at least be a defense of some sort and then not throw.
Yeah, they should be fine. I mean, let's be honest. We do have the Zap Electro Titans. Remember, the winner moves on to the challenge. Loser goes down to that lower bracket. It is double elimination. So this isn't an elimination matchup, but there is still a lot on the line as you can just go ahead and bypass and move on to challenge.
Yeah, exactly. But I like to set up here against these anti-2s where they just do the Warden Walk, the Lightning with the Electric Titans. We saw that being successful at the start of the war here, so if you're going to have a chance, this one's not a bad way to do it. Using the Frosty with the Warden here is going to throw out those Frost Mites there and slow down the attack speed of defenses, but a lot of these pets there do travel in front of the Warden, and that obviously is going to put them into a little bit of danger, but he doesn't lose the Frosty, so Nice initial support here, and he's going to have these Electro Titans make their way through. He's got the King and the P.E.K.K.A. out of the Siege Rex out on that left flank, and we'll see if he can get his way towards the Town Hall now.
Nice little jump skull, give everything access to move right in there. I won't lie, I wasn't a big fan of the Frosty, but it's been growing on me. The ability to not only deal just a little bit of damage, but slowing those defenses is key. We got everything kind of happening here in the middle of the base as those Titans are moving in. Warden ability goes off, Rage is down, everything is all in here through the middle of the base, and Lord Kirk is trying to power through this Town Hall and get through the back end of this base and try to get that momentum. You know I like momentum, Eric, for his team for their next matchup.
Yeah, and that Town Hall Poison doing a lot of damage in the base there. That is one downside of stacking everything up, because now the healers are getting wrecked by the Town Hall Poison. They go down. There goes his Warden. He's got some P.E.K.K.A.s climbing out of there, some Ice Golems freezing up, and he's left with a lot on the backside here. The World Champion will start to make her way through, but she's got Ground Skellies on her. He's got a defensive King up ahead, and of course, the Monolith is going to tear her to pieces. It's another defense, as it is a complete defensive shutout here from Empire. They definitely prepped well, and they are going to be rewarded for it.
Man, look at that Monolith. It's so crazy to watch that thing do work. I thought, like, at first, like, the invisibility spell tower was going to be the biggest thing added to Town Hall 15, but we're kind of seeing the Poison Tower. I mean, we still see some invisibility tower. That Poison Tower, but the Monolith is such a game changer. You don't really think about it, but it can single-handedly wreck an attack. I mean, we saw that earlier, where that Blimp missed the Monolith, and it just threw the whole attack off.
Yeah, I mean, I talked about it in the beginning here, when that Monolith gets picked up or gets locked onto a hero and they don't properly handle it. It is a game changer, because the heroes at this level are really, really powerful. So even losing one of them, losing a chunk of their HP, devastates these attacks here, because it just eliminates one of your biggest offensive tools, and it is the perfect counter, and it's one of the major reasons that, and I think these Poison Towers specifically are one of the biggest reasons why Town Hall 15 has proved to be so difficult.
Yeah, it's tough, man. It is very, very tough. If you went up from 14 to 15, and you're not like a pro player, or you're like,
we're feeling it.
yeah, you're kind of struggling. You're trying to figure out what works, because those 14 strategies aren't the same. I know I'm trying to force hybrid, and I'm just struggling out here. It's just not the same with those Poison Towers. And at this point, it's been out for a little bit over a month. Everyone kind of has those Poison Towers now. It's level 2, so everyone's kind of made their way to those Poison Towers.
Yeah, and there's been other strategies that have made themselves into the meta right when Town Hall 15 initially came out, and people quickly figured out how to counter those, like the Super Archer Bomb strategies and the Mass Witches.
Poisons do a great job of countering those.
They sure do. It is rough to land Super Archer Blimp, and also every once in a while you see like Electro Titans thrown in defense, and it comes out and wrecks one of those specialty blimps like that, and it can just completely disable it and shut it back down. But all right,
Smokey, my man, coming in with the hybrid. I was just talking about it. I am enjoying the hybrid, but it is a lot tougher here. It looks like he's going to go ahead and charge in here, try to get that Town Hall down, set up some nice pathing. Like we talk about with the hybrid every time. Think about it like a bowling alley. You want to set that pathing for the Hogs and Miners to work through that bowling alley, so they can be all healed together as they work through the base.
Yeah, but he does get his healers targeted by that Archer Tower on the right side, and he is kind of playing it safe with this one here. Like, just start on the area of the base there by the Town Hall. Even uses that invisibility spell to drive the Queen through the wall break, rages her up, will secure the Town Hall takedown very, very early in the attack. Even if he loses every single one of his healers in the process, he just needs to lock in a little bit of I guess, one star, not one way or another. You either get the Town Hall down and you win and you go to challenge, or you go in and get a 2-star from percentage. So one way or another, he's going to get it done here, and this one is going to advance them. So congratulations, Empire Gaming, as that Town Hall drops. They are our second team to follow behind War and Glory and move into the challenge phase.
Very big congrats to them. Nice attack here from Smokey. And this is kind of that situational awareness where you just play it safe. Send that Queen right in for the Town Hall. I mean, honestly, I think he only needed like 35–40% here to win it, even on a 0-star. So he was going to be fine either way. But really good situational awareness just to go in there and secure that victory for his team. He doesn't need to be the hero. Jesus was already the hero. He just comes in here and gets that 2-star and wins the war.
Yeah, exactly. And yeah, you don't take risks. Like, you see some people take risks when they basically have the war locked in, and there's no reason for it. Queen Charge Hybrid, one of the safest strategies out there. If you have the Queen Charge fail, you can always send the Hybrid through the Town Hall, and I mean, if you only got to get a 1-star, you're in a pretty easy spot there. So all the pressure taken off Smokey Bear here as he still is continue to move through. He lost his Queen, but the Ward has picked up the healer. He's got the Diggy on the Ward as well. He's got his way almost through the scatter shot. He's going to end up falling a little bit short here, but I mean, after the initial start and losing the Queen charge and the heal is all dying, I mean, I think he might have been able to pull it off here had he not at that Archer Tower locked onto him early.
Yeah, it's still, I mean, respectable. 81% 2-star here at Town Hall 15. Where we got? Oh, there's the Barbarian. I heard the noise. I was like, "Where's he at?" He's down there on the laboratory, and he's gonna be out of range. So he's gonna do his best to get as much percentage here for Smokey.
Absolutely. But Smokey Bear, I'm sure, is feeling good after that one. They performed well. They were one of the top teams onto the ladder phase coming into this. They powered through their first match, and now they secure the spot for the challenge. And that's a good way to go through in the upper bracket. But, I mean, they can sit back and now start their prep. And, I mean, with the base building, it's so important here to stop these attacks here and effective if they learn how to build these bases right. They have a lot of time to prep, and they can hopefully do well in challenge once they get there.
And we saw like those anti-2-star bases. I mean, we didn't see any 1-stars, but it was still really tough because there's so much stuff stacked in the core of those bases. The double poison towers, we got Infernos, we got the Town Hall with the Giga Inferno, and there are heroes around. Those are just really tough bases, and it seemed like it worked out really nicely for Empire. So that's something we'll have to keep our eyes on tonight. What kind of bases are these teams working on? Because remember, this is just split one. We're going to have another open ladder, which, hey, everyone in chat, you guys know how good you guys are and how easy Town Hall 15 is. You guys can sign up, get your team of 5, and play in Season 2 ladder and show these guys how it's done, because Town Hall 15 is so easy, right, Eric?
Everybody's an expert until they have to fight these bases. I mean, I'm just saying, it's not easy to take them down.
It is tough. It is very tough. Oh, man. Oh, but FDOT, what a war, man. Empire looking very commanding, moving on to our challenge phase.
Listen, I'll be honest. This is where, the fact that we saw these guys, we know these guys just a little bit is fun. Not surprised to see a team, Smokey Bear's team, kind of take this first one. Am surprised to see 3-star. That was kind of wild.
Yeah, it's a lot different. It's not what we were used to last season. It's a whole different ball game, so to speak.
And on top of that, like some of those 3-stars coming with Lalo, and Balloons didn't even get a new level. Like, they're doing it with Town Hall 14 troops. It's impressive. It really is.
Well, it's impressive, and it gets them a ticket to the next stage. Challenge stage, 1 clan already there, and it's Empire. Aphelion will drop down. They do have an extra shot, but Chasmac Gaming and the best COC are the next matchup here on the upper bracket. We'll take a look towards the bottom side, and this is where Aphelion falls down to. So they have this extra life, and should they lose against Push, that's when it's over and done for them. But they do have another chance. We will see them play a little bit later. We'll be right back with the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. there comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road is
Smokey and his Empire reach for the stars. Congratulations, as Empire are the first team in the Challenge Series. Moving forward, looking pretty good, and a nice jump into Town Hall 15. I think we saw a little bit of everything. We saw some new stuff, we saw some old stuff, we saw some stuff work, we saw some stuff not work, and that's more on the Aphelion side, who still have a life to live. They have to go up against Push, and their work will be cut out for them, but they are still alive, even if on a technicality. Welcome back to the studio. It's F-Dot, and I'm here with Eric. And since it's a new town hall, there is so much to dive into. What are you selling?
Well, we saw the Electro Titans used a lot this war, but we saw them be successful and not be successful. So I want to talk about how Swifty was able to get it done here. And he had a very impressive attack here using the lightning. The lightning taking out the invisibility tower and taking out the monolith in this attack here. And that is going to be used to not only just take damage off of this flank later on as he get ready to actually move into the base there, but he even ran into a little bit of a problem here where he was using the Warden to format the funnel, even invest in the Rages into it after you use the Lightning, which doesn't leave you a lot of spell support for later on, but if he can connect to where you use the Lightning and actually clear all the buildings from the spot that he used lightning into the edge of the base, then it sets up a really, really clean funnel. He was able to go in there after the Town Hall with the Blimp and take that Blimp down, or take the Town Hall down, I mean. And I think what Sneaky Goblins in there, you gotta be careful if you do that, because if you do send these Blimps after the Town Hall, if there's like a poison tower next to it, then you may end up missing the Town Hall anyways. It can be a little bit of a struggle, but if you quickly identify how to take that Town Hall down safely and then make the Queen join it with the Warden, and in this case, the Queen kind of went the wrong direction. I'm pretty sure he wanted to go north, but it was a mostly symmetrical base, so he was able to readjust the plan there to go the opposite direction, and he still was able to pull through, which is kind of impressive after you saw how many struggles people had in these Town Hall 15 attacks. But as you can see, he's just created a lane as he makes his way into the base there, using this area that was already cut off by the lightning to make so he has no damage coming in on that side. He's got the wall break that traveled all the way through, giving him a path right through the base there, not really to the Eagle Artillery, but more off towards the jump to go to the backside. If he can get the defensive king out of the way right here, then he doesn't have to worry about his Royal Champion run into any major threats. He can have the the main force here take out the defensive heroes and the world champion as well up ahead, and that gives free reign for his world champion to move along the outside and have a thin line of defenses with a couple of hogs there supporting to give her a little bit of extra HP buffer, and then the Diggy to go in and just stun every single defense that he approaches as he makes his way through. It's a pretty smooth way to make your way through the base there, and as long as the healers actually transfer over to the Electro Titans, then you're going to do all right there, because as you remember, the Electro Titans don't actually deal additional damage with their aura while being under a rage. So if you can just keep the healers raged up in the most important part of the attack, then you can sweep through and you can take the base down. So it is a very powerful attack. It is a powerful part of the meta. And now, as you just saw there, we got F-Dot standing by at the monitor as we get ready to talk to Smokey Bear.
Yes, we do, and yes, we are. Ready, excited to talk to Smokey Bear, man. Glad to see you again. First of all, Season 2, how you feeling the second time around?
Hey, it's so good to be back, man. I've missed you, missed the sound of your voice. Eric, so good to see you guys. We're excited to be back.
Well, you guys certainly are playing very excited. And listen, Smokey, you individually have always been one of the more analytical players here on our stage. And so jumping into a new town hall must have been really exciting for you.
Hey, the new town hall, we love it. It's a new challenge. It's exciting. It's more difficult, as you can tell. You know, we struggled. We did our best. It wasn't a perfect war, but it's just enough to go through, and we're so excited to be back in the challenge.
Well, that's one of the things that I kind of wanted to talk about is the end of a town hall era, right? The meta is understood. You know what to expect. It's Queen Charge Lalo, 95% of the... Now it's a whole new world. There's a lot to be discovered. How much of that is part of the game plan and kind of trying stuff on the fly?
Well, one of the things is as you mentioned, the meta has now shifted. It's shifted a little more towards ground, but you know, those old attacks, they have their place. So what we believe is that every attack has its place. It's more important now than ever that we're putting the right strategies on the right bases, because triples are tough to come by in this meta. It's a base builder's meta. But you know, that's part of the fun, is learning, grinding, and figuring it out as we go.
Real good stuff, man. You know, when it comes down to it, like you said, it wasn't a perfect war. You did get a 3-star, and so you got to celebrate. I'm sure you're going to be cheering on your teammate for that for sure. But, you know, glad to talk to you, man. Any shout-outs you want to give before we say goodbye?
Hey, shout out to everyone that stuck with us through the highs, the lows. We appreciate all of you, the support staff, all the players, Swifty for the triple, Jesus for coming through in the clutch like he always does. Shout out to all the bros, everyone that's there with us. We love you guys. Thank you so much, and we look forward to making you guys proud moving forward in the challenge.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Smokey. You certainly made us proud. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Congratulations to Smokey and the squad. Empire Gaming looking pretty good, and certainly going to look good next time around. I'm sure they're very, very happy, and really got a fun insight into how you kind of break the eggs jumping into a new one.
Yeah, Smokey's, man, I love just listening to the interview with Smokey. It's always so, it's just so on point, but like so like grateful as well.
Yeah, you know, got to keep it humble, but also confident. He finds that balance really, really appropriately, I think, for sure. So 1 down and a bunch to go. Still a heck of a lot of competition to continue into. And so our next one on the docket, we have Chasmac Gaming going head-to-head against the best COC. Chasmac Gaming here, Lexnos and the squad. We mentioned before, Van, newer to this unit. I'm eager to see how it pays off.
This is going to be a different squad for Chasmac, but still one of the best NA squads. They still have their leader in Lexnos who knows how to bring it. I mean, they've competed at the top levels, and they're able to adapt to these metas. I think they're going to be fine here in the Town Hall 15 meta.
Yeah, but they lost their primary base builder there, so we'll see how they end up doing on defense here, because defenses are so important right now because it's so difficult to triple. And if you can just stop them from tripling, then you could perform a little bit lower and you can be all right there. So I'm kind of curious to see how they ultimately make the adjustments for that. And I don't know, maybe it just puts the other teams on a little bit more even playing field there without Ghost on the team.
And we heard Smokey say it in that last interview. It's a base builder's meta, so you bring up a very good point there. How do you replace someone to the caliber of Ghost? I mean, Ghost one of the best base builders. But I mean, you know, these guys aren't just gonna, you know, sit back and not have a base builder.
Oh yeah.
They got some good base builders on their squad, but they're going up against a team in the best COC that's kind of a little bit of an underdog. I mean, we know some of these names. There's some streamers, there's some familiar faces on here, and they've already pulled an upset early on in this bracket.
Oh yeah, I mean, we got Mara Jade, she's a streamer. We have Camwow, he's a streamer. We got some celebrities in the house here. We got we got some prominent members of the community on both sides. Looks like Lexnos on one side, and then Camwow and Mara Jade on this side. There are 3 major content creators inside of this war here, so that's gonna be fun in its own right. And we definitely love all of them, and we wish them all luck. But only one team will come out with the win today.
It'll be a really interesting war to see. That we didn't see the best COC last season, but they were competing. They were putting in the work. They were putting in that effort, and you see them pretty active within the NA community. They hold a lot of community events, so they're no slouches. And I mean, I'm not going to say we're going to see an upset, but if we are to see an upset, we could definitely see an upset in this war.
I mean, it's possible. The best COC have been doing a lot of heavy lifting, and they had to fight to get here. They had a really close tiebreaker between Omnipotent and Ice. Look at this, guys.
Wow. 11-11, 89.4 came down to the time. 2 minutes, 38 seconds. Wow, that's crazy.
Yeah, I like the name of their clan, too. A bunch of boomers out there.
Nice.
Love it. All right.
You gotta love it. But I mean, this is the level of competition that we're talking about. We're talking about some of the best teams around. We're trying to find, you know, who actually is
Look at this
the
difference.
best COC.
Look at the hit rate difference, though. Chasmac hitting at almost a 42% clip, almost at 50%. That's pretty high for right now at Town Hall 15. Best COC, almost half of that. Not quite half, but a big disparity between these two teams as far as hit rates and average stars.
Yeah, but it depends on the base building. Like last season, we saw tons of anti-2-star bases that Chasmac ran, but they were all built by Ghost, and that might make an impact, and maybe some teams can slip some attacks in that they otherwise wouldn't have. I'm really curious about their base building because that's a big adjustment. That's a really, really big adjustment that that whole organization is going to have to figure out how to handle, and I'm sure that they already have, and I'm just curious to see how they end up doing it.
It's going to be pretty tough. These teams have played against each other before, and Chasmac Gaming, 3 times the charm. That's heavily tilted.
And we saw that last war. Empire was, what, 4-0, and they had a commanding lead. So we'll have to see if that holds true here, where the ladder favorites kind of carry their weight into the bracket.
Yeah, but Empire had the lower hit rate in the last one, too, and they ended up pulling through anyways. So, I mean, it's anybody's game here.
That's totally fair, but, well, the game is going to be fair. I'm not sure which way it's going to wind up, but you might. So let us know in chat. If you're rooting for Chasmac or think they're going to win, go ahead and put that in the chat. Or if you think the best COC are the best COC, I want to hear you root for the underdog. So go ahead, just chatting, put it in there, because now it is time to go. The best COC versus Chasmac Gaming. Let's go.
Here we go, guys. Our second matchup of the day. This will give us our 3rd team for the challenge. Remember, the winner of this will move on to the challenge. Loser will move down to that lower bracket. It is not an elimination matchup, but they will have to fight their way through that lower bracket to try to have that spot, that 4th and final spot in the challenge. Chasmac versus the best COC. This should be a pretty interesting war. Obviously, Chasmac, the favorite on paper.
Yeah, I mean, I was definitely looking forward to this one, and it's kind of a shootout of the little mini celebrities, you know? I love it. But, I mean, there are some very, very strong players. We've seen some very good things out of these teams in the past there. And, like, I haven't seen some of these guys from Chasmac play, and I've seen pretty much everybody on old folks home playing the best COC, but it looks like Mara Jade is going to be starting us off here with the drag bat, the Hydra bat. Interesting approach. I haven't seen Hydra being super effective at the meta here at Town Hall 15, but I have seen some triples occasionally, and we'll see if she can get it done.
Yeah, Eric, I heard you weren't really a fan of these Town Hall 15 Dragons, just based on, you know, our little friendly war we did the other day, but that's all right. We'll see what Mara can do here. Throwing in that blimp, going to go right for the Town Hall. Dragon's going to split out just a little bit, and honestly, if they can kind of stay away from that central area, it could work out really nicely here for Mara. Goes ahead, drops in the blimp, gets that down. She's in nice position here moving forward. Just needs those Dragons to kind of complement the heroes. Ooh, the Headhunter doing some work to the Queen.
Well, they did get the Town Hall taken down. They got the Inferno with it, so the Dragons are regrouping a little bit on the right side, but they're dwindling in numbers here pretty quickly. But the Dragon Riders on the left side are doing a lot more work over there. And if they can get into that scatter shot, that'll definitely help out. But he needs to get these defensive heroes under control, and that's one of the biggest difficulties in this attack here. With the King and the Monolith on the backside, she's got her work cut out, but the Bats can make the difference here. And there they move off to this left side. Scatter shots were under control, and nice freeze right there. But out of freezes now and just coasting. We'll see if they can make it through.
Yeah, I don't think this one gets there for Mara, unfortunately.
Oh, there they go.
Those Bats just got decimated. It was a nice little push, but her Dragons just kind of went off, kind of split awkwardly and didn't get to that scatter shot. That scatter shot took some damage, but was just not able to be finished off as the Lava Pups were over there dealing some damage to some balloons. Modest 75%. I mean, it's not the end of the world here, but going up against a Chasmac team, it's kind of a rough start. But I mean, anything could happen at Town Hall 15.
Yeah, still, it's decent percentage here. She almost made it through if she didn't have that scatter shot and had to burn additional freezes onto it. Like, she had the troops in the area there. She was making a good approach to the base there. If that scatter shot went down, I think she might have had it.
Yeah, it's tough to say. There's definitely the troops there, but the Lava Pups that popped from the Hound there were just decimating the balloons. The push up the middle worked out nicely, got the Town Hall down. But unfortunately, the Queen just got kind of caught up here with the Clan Castle troops, the Hound, and then that Headhunter forces out Queen's ability.
Yeah, that hurts.
Yeah, that was really the unfortunate part. The Queen ability getting forced there hurt her quite a bit here, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you engage the Hound before the Headhunter, then it would be a little bit of a problem. But the Headhunter usually is the first to arrive because the Headhunter moves faster. So it's a little bit unfortunate that the Lava Hound was the first to lock her to the Queen and make so that she couldn't switch over and fight off that Headhunter. But if he would have got her to survive just a little bit longer there, the Dragons would have fared a little bit better, and she would have had a chance to get that scatter shot down. And honestly, that definitely could have made the difference of the attack, because she lost a lot of Bats right there, and having to invest extra freezes, obviously a problem.
And you know we love a family show here. We're a big family show, and Mara, a family person as well, says, my special needs son is my hero. I wouldn't know anything about life without the perspective I get from him. So wholesome. I love to see it, Mara. Oh, shout out to you for that attack, and I love the family aspect of our show here. We always have, shout outs to the kids, shout outs to the parents. Oh, it's so wholesome. You gotta love it, guys.
Well, Mara is just kind of the definition of wholesome. She's just awesome. She's like the centerpiece of our community. Love to see her. But here we go. We're moving on over to the Chasmac side. Gabriel is going to be coming in with some zap into Electro Titans, and we know this attack is very strong. And look at the lightning value. It'll take out a scatter shot and the Monolith on the same lightning punch.
Nice little zap there. I mean, and that's where we saw the success in that last war, was when we zapped out the Monolith so we didn't have to deal with it. Got the Flinger coming in here early with the Warden. Pops.
Did that get 2 expos as well? That's a big value here, Bash. That's a really big value in that zap.
Yeah, you're right. Yeah, 2 bows down plus another building there. Oh, wow. Okay, that is massive. Good call there, Eric.
Yeah, and I want to point out here that Mortis supporter, he's a 1 Hive player too, so. I mean, home team representing here.
Shameless. Oh, boy, here we go.
But on the wrong side of the war right now. Let's see if he can hold back Gabriel as he continues in with that Warden Walk and that Flame Flinger that I think is going to split off to the left and go handle the scatter shot there.
Electro Titans are going to work in. They're going to have to cut back in, which they shouldn't have a problem. King's going to go ahead and cut off the flank to push them inside. And then we'll have that jump spell to get them through possibly to the Town Hall, or maybe just cut them off here. Yeah, there goes the jump spell. So all of those Electro Titans should go in. We got the Clan Castle of a bunch of archers coming out of here. More archers, goblins, more goblins, headhunters, 1 witch. Just a whole hodgepodge of troops in there. But with the Electro Titans, that's not a big deal. They'll just eat right through that.
Yeah, they just instantly evaporate as soon as they make their approach there. So they are gone. He makes his way through that Town Hall and across the face here. But keep it on the healers. The healers are getting the push into that Town Hall poison, and that is going to hurt them a lot. Single Inferno gets missed on the right side. King will wrap around that. There's some witches out there to give some distraction potentially, but the healers are dropping fast here. The Electro Titans are going over to the Single Inferno now, and they will get it down there, but not without some casualties in the process. But look at that Flame Flinger on the opposite side.
Yeah, that's what I was just going to point out. The Flinger's still got a little bit of health left. He's going to be able to get a couple more shots out, get a couple more defenses. I like this one for Gabriel. 2 abilities still left. I think this has got enough gas in the tank to get through. Remember, we got Clan Castle troops. It'll still come out of the flinger. I don't think there's any way this isn't a 3-star for Chasmac.
Yeah, that was nice. That was a lot of zap value. You got to be careful with that on these bases, and that's why I say in base building meta, you make some base building mistakes there. They're going to take advantage of it, and that can make a difference, and that's what can ultimately send through these triples. So lots of lightning value, and Electro Titans are all obviously very, very powerful with this attack and this initial setup. So love to see it, and lots of Valkyries come out of that Flameslinger later in the attack as well to help support on the backside.
And that's a nice little play, is to get those Valkyries, especially in an area where there's not going to be too much pressure on after that flinger works. The Valkyries are a good play to kind of come in there and clean up late. But this is just a really well-executed plan for Gabriel. That flinger does work, cleans up the whole left side. Meanwhile, the Titans with the heroes just work through and clear out the rest of the base. Really good patience on the world champion, and just work through and guts this base. Honestly, just overkilled it.
Yeah, and the witches stayed safe on the outside, so he gets all kinds of witch support towards the end of the attack there, and those skeletons just have passed everything up and give him plenty of tanking, plenty of distraction onto that backside. It is a very, very powerful attack. Definitely one of my favorites, and I've noticed that a lot of the top Legend League pushers are using that attack as well. That one and those Super Archer blimps that we've yet to see.
Yeah, I'm honestly shocked we haven't seen a Super Archer blimp. I mean, maybe I'm a little bit biased just because I like seeing, you know, a bunch of invisibilities and clones and archers just flinging arrows everywhere. But the Electro Titans seem to be the favorite so far here in our open finals, excuse me there. But still a lot of war to go. Obviously, best COC falls behind early, and we saw that in that first war. Fell behind, they weren't able to come back. We'll have to see if Mortar Supporter, your guy here, can put a... Oh, we might see a Super Archer blimp here.
Yeah,
I see the clones, I see the invises.
Now the question is, can he survive through a poison tower? Because he's looking like he's going to send in a handful of balloons and just distract this air defense for just a moment and sail over the top of it. He'll even freeze up the poison tower so it can't throw, and that gives a chance so it doesn't throw and land on top of where the Super Archers drop in. Allow them to get invisible, a couple wall breakers inside of his blimp as well. There's the double clone, rage it up, and he'll get that poison tower down, but not where his Super Archers are standing, so they can continue to shoot, secure the town hall, got the scatter shot down, got the CC pull, or did he get the CC pull? Where is the CC? I don't even know.
CC's down.
It's
CC's down. He got it out.
Yeah, I see
No
it's down at the
problem.
bottom of the base there. I see it.
Yeah, the troops are down there. The CC's down.
You know what he did there? He actually put an archer at the bottom, so
To
as soon
pull
as
it
the
away.
Super Archers
Okay.
landed, you don't want like an Electric Titan coming out and being sitting near your archer drop,
Yeah,
otherwise
I
you
see
get
what
wrecked.
you're
So
saying.
just redeploying an archer in the bottom corner to lure the CC away while the archers are invisible. That's actually really, really smart.
And then he'll be able to deal with these Ice Golems, no problem here with the Electro Titans. Just want to try to keep those Electro Titans away from as much damage as possible. King's going to go ahead and try to cut off and push everything inside the base here. We don't have any jump spells because remember the heavy investment of 2 clone spells along with all the invisibilities in the rage. Wallbreaker targets an outside wall there. Needs that Wallbreaker to get in and get the Igor artillery compartment open. Although with
Nice
the
Warden.
Titans, like he'll be fine. Yeah, he's just going to cruise on by there. He'll be fine.
Yeah, you got the King ability covering cover with the Warden and also protect those Electric Titans going to the middle of the base there. Now, if he can get the defensive row champion down, he's in a pretty good spot. He just needs to set up for the row champion to come in and wrap around everybody, and he's got good tanking all throughout. Now, the healers did mostly go to the King to the outside of the base, and they're actually going to save him out there, and we'll see if he has an impact later on. But in the meantime, he needs to get this Inferno down. The Electric Titans are on it. His Queen goes to the backside, pops her ability, takes the Monolith down. If she gets the King down, I don't think much can stop this row champion.
Yeah, Royal Champion's still plenty of health, still has her ability. That King stays up, got 2 bows, a lot of Archer Towers. This is going to be tough. His King is getting healed a little bit there with that Electro Titan. Royal Champion will throw her ability. If she can get through a couple of these Archer Towers, might be enough. That cannon's going to be low. It's going to be close, Eric.
I don't think the King can beat this other King. He's got so much HP that he's got to heal up, and he's
There's
got
a Titan in there.
There is a Titan, and he's got the Diggy, because the Diggy, as soon as another hero goes down that was working with the Diggy, then the Diggy automatically transfers over. So it's like the safest pet ever. It's like, it's awesome. I love Diggy. But he's almost out of time as well, so even if he
time's gonna be the
has
bigger
a way to
issue.
get past here, he's not going to have enough time,
Oh.
and it's, worst case scenario, it's going to be a high percentage.
Yeah, very nice attack. You're right, though. The time's going to run out here for Mortar Supporter. It's going to get 96, maybe 97% with this last Wizard. That King just holds everything up. 96%, I mean, they definitely wanted a triple there, but if you're going to miss a 96% 2-star, it's a good way to miss.
Yeah, and his queen ability almost got that defensive king down. She just had a little bit too much heat on her there, and he got the monolith out of the way. Obviously, you had to get both of them out of the way there to get the Road Champion chance to pull through. And that Road Champion, she just stuns all those defenses with the Diggy as she makes her way through. So when it gets thinned out like that, she can do a lot of work. But as soon as she encounters a defensive hero, she gets shut down. You really, really have to get those defensive heroes under control. But at the same time, he also needed to get the Eagle Artillery under control. So after that initial setup, it was a no-brainer that he had to go through the Eagle Artillery and just kind of risk it on the backside. And that just shows you the strength of the defenses here at Town Hall 15. You're like, there's no easy way to take these bases down. Like, if they're well set up, then both choices are going to leave you in a tight spot. There was no easy answer there.
Right. It's going to be tough situations, I mean, all around, no matter how you set it up. But we're going to have Peivu coming in next with a nice Lalo. Looks like Queen Charge zapped Lalo. So a lot going on here. Zapping out the monolith. Gonna get to the bows also. Get some damage on the Eagle, but not enough to take that Eagle Artillery down. Needed one more lightning spell if he wanted to get that, but I don't think that was the intention. Just going to go ahead and get those couple of Expos out, pull out the Clan Castle. Queen will be able to deal with that Clan Castle here down at the bottom.
Yeah, I was worried that he wasn't going to get the air defense down in that corner, but he does have his Flame Flinger working in from the right side. That mortar could potentially be a problem, so I'm curious to see if he throws down some tanking over there to go handle the distraction for a moment to make sure he doesn't get struck. But actually, he might just outrange it and strike at the air defense, which would take the mortar down as collateral. And that's actually going to work out quite nice because they're touching. So good identification right there. He does have the king go in the opposite direction, and the queen will take the lightning to form half of the funnel. The flame flinger forms the other half of the funnel. He's got to charge his way in, and he's got his work cut out for him because I think the queen is in charge of taking the town hall down because he doesn't have a blimp.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough charge indeed. But we've seen Peivu do these attacks in the past, and he knows how to command his queen. He knows how to get her to go in the right areas. Tony Gunk will return. That's ominous. Okay.
What was that?
I'm so sorry, Tony. I'm so sorry, but Peivu's attacking here, bro. We got to focus on Peivu. Queen's working into the Eagle Artillery. She should have no problem there getting through the Eagle Artillery, but those poison towers did deploy, slowing her down a little bit.
Yeah, it's okay. They both threw, so at least they're going to reset around the same time. I don't know what's up with Tony, but he's going to get the couple of balloons, and what else came out of that flame flinger? Either way, what's able to take out its primary targets over there. Queen getting locked onto by the single Inferno goes invisible for now. Basically, after the lightning, every single spell is invested in the Queen. She locks on the tunnel now, freezes again to get past the single, but she has her ability intact here, and here goes the Lalo in for the left side, working with the Royal Champion, the Diggy, the Warden, and the Owl. So a big force mover there. He can pop his Warden ability right around now, but he needs to protect those headhunters as well.
Yeah, this is a strong push for Peivu. Warden ability will come in here shortly. RC is going to take out the enemy RC here, and we still got the enemy Queen to deal with. He's got his Queen ability. There goes that Warden ability. Finally goes off. Queen ability goes off to get through the single. Gets the enemy Queen down also. This Queen just took out most of the base here. This is something we saw a lot at 14 with this crazy Queen charges. I guess with the lightning taking out the monolith, you can go ahead and do that again.
And he got a couple expos with it as well. So like all that damage removed completely sets up this Queen charge. She's able to minimize the damage all the way through. Peivu, what an absolute monster of a Queen charge there, because these Town Hall 15 cores are not easy to make your way through, but he invested every single spell in this. And I love what happened over on this left side with the Lalo coming in. Watch the Road Champion as he made his way forward, because the Road Champion was the first to arrive at a scattershot range, and he quickly identified that the balloons were not taking scattershot fire, and that allowed him to delay the Warden ability all the way forward through the defensive Road Champion, and he was able to hold on to it and protect the balloons into the top corner. And that might be the difference. I think it might have been. I think he didn't have any spells going to the top corner, and he would have struggled had he not had the Warden on that last push. So the Road Champion comes in clutch and tanks that scatter, and that really helped out.
Yeah, remember the scattershot can't target air and ground. It's going to hit ground or air, so Royal Champion getting just ahead there. And that's a nice little move for Peivu. Works out really well. And CMG going to be up huge now. 6 stars to 4. Obviously, commanding spot on the percentage. Best CLC is going to need a triple here. You don't want to fall behind. You don't want to continue to fall behind against the CMG squad. They're really powerful, really strong attackers. I mean, And I mean, we're just getting to the heart of their lineup.
Yeah, and I want to point out that we're seeing a lot of anti-2-star bases, so this war could swing in an instant.
Yep.
This one has a double poison
Ooh.
tower. I'm afraid to throw witches at a double poison tower
are we gonna zap both
because
of them?
the poison towers just mow through witches.
But
so,
are we going to zap the poison towers and the multis here?
Yeah, buddy.
I mean, this seems like the ultimate Eric play. Zap out the poison towers, zap out the multis, and just yeet it all in there.
Yeah, and he might even have those other battle builders that are outside of the range actually not be able to repair the town hall. I don't even know if they're close enough. So he zaps out the damage onto the wait, there's still extra. Okay, never mind. Disregard that. If he gets extra quake damage onto the town hall, he still have to deal with it. But he's got the blimp to go in and secure the town hall. I have seen a lot of people transition as we started Town Hall 15. Everybody's throwing in like the log launcher to go try to push in and secure the town hall. But as we get more and more developed, Bergie, she's going to be coming in with this blimp to go secure the town hall. And Bergie's a very, very, very good player and definitely another one of the prominent members in the community. So love to see her in action here, and I love to see witches in general.
Just mass witches is just so much fun. You see so many skeletons. We do see some of these witches going off to the left side, though. I don't think that's going to be an issue with the blimp going for the town hall here.
Bomb.
Oh, yeah, it's fine. It's Warden ability will protect us to get all the way through there. No tornado trip. Yeah, blimp will land, and there should be a safe blimp. I hear goblins coming out, so we'll have a bunch of little regular goblins, a couple minions, and then a bunch of sneaky goblins. But those ice balloons could be a little bit of a menace as the witches start working their way around.
You know what would have been a lot bigger of a problem if an Electrotine came out, where they would set him right on top where that blimp drop. I saw Klaus actually get stopped up one of his blimps the other day against that, and that was kind of scary. But what the heck happened to her top flank here? She's getting shut down up there. The Queen's left stranded, and there's only witches on the outside and left side. This base has completely shut these witches down. I thought they were going to move through smooth, but they just evaporated. What the heck happened here, Matt?
That scatter was an issue up there. I mean, we got rid of a lot of the splash early, but not enough of the wizard towers, the scatter shot, the bomb towers. They just did enough damage being tucked away in there. And then the clan castle holding up the queen there. Just a tough go here for Bergie.
Yeah, she's going to have to maybe go back to the drawing board on this one. Maybe go sacrifice a couple of free spells into storages. You know, just to help with the witch gods out there, and you know, you gotta give yourself any chance for future luck as you can. But she'll at least get this Royal Champion through to the single Inferno. Diggy stuns it, so she's able to power through Popper. But wait, does she have a chance here? Nah, the scatter shot's still standing.
Yeah,
she's in a lot of trouble no matter what she does here.
Yeah, the queen wasn't able to get through the scatter because those ice golems went up there. So there's still a lot of splash. Also, even still, like 2 wizard towers and a bomb tower, 3 splash. Not to mention that scatter shot up there. It would have been tough for the witches to get through. That's tough. It's a heartbreaker. You want to see them get this one closer, but Chasmac's bases. I mean, we talked about base building. They're holding up so far.
Yeah, and you would think that if you take out, what is it, 5 lightning and a quake for each of those infernos and 4 and a quake to get out those spell towers. So if you're investing that much into those and you get those quality targets, that you're in a pretty good spot. But scatter shots are the reason why witches are sparingly used above Town Hall 13 because they are very, very difficult to work your way through. And she did have a good plan with the ward ability, but unfortunately they just got smoked out there. And I wonder what happened with the king, because the king probably could have held the attention of the scatter shot for a long time. I wonder if he got targeted by the monolith or something, but there were a lot of witches there, so a lot of distraction opportunities. Maybe he also didn't get under the ward ability. Yeah, the ward is put off to the left side and didn't protect the king, and obviously that presents some problems and reduces his longevity over there.
Yeah, tough one there, but Mac's going to look to push this one further away. And we see right now selected is the new siege machine, the battle drill, which kind of acts like Diggy, does a little stun when it pops up. We'll have to see if that stays true, if he goes with the battle drill there. Queen's under heavy pressure early, though. The balloons are going to go ahead and just get taken out. Ooh, that was tough. That Queen got under pressure early. Super Minions poisoned, so gets the CC under control. And then we'll have that Lalo coming in. We have an Ice Hound a little bit later.
No, Single, don't lock out of the Warden. He has to freeze. He put a skeleton spell down to try to distract him, but a moment late on that. So, wait, it was the Queen. I mean, whatever. The hero was there, was getting targeted by the single Inferno, and he's got this battle drill going in.
The battle drill will get the single, yeah.
And it stuns it, too, as soon as it arrives as well. So it's doing a lot of damage. It's going to take it down and then actually continue
to the
and
eagle.
go to the eagle. Oh, I like the setup.
That's a good play. I like that a lot. understanding the pathing of the troops there, of the siege machine rather, to get in there, get that single out, get to the Eagle artillery without a huge investment. I mean, that's really nice. And then that battle drill is just going to continue on.
Yeah, and every time it comes out of underground, it has to have new tree defenses rock onto it, and then it passes them off to somebody else there, and it stays protected, so it can deal a lot of damage, and it can duck away there and stay safe. But it looks like, what is it, Balloon and a Yeti out of there, which are potentially going to get the Town Hall? What if he rages it right now and secures the Town Hall takedown?
I think he could. I think if he raged him, but Queen's right there.
She's right there.
Queen will get it, no problem. Has to use the invisibility on the Queen to make sure don't lose the healers. And here comes that Lalo from the bottom side. I mean, that's a strong open. They got most of the base down on the top side there. A lot of key defenses. Queen's going to go ahead and get through the scatter, but those balloons took a lot of damage here. And is it the enemy royal champion fighting his royal champion now? It looks like it.
Yeah, but with the distraction of the balloons there, she's able to power through. The
balloons are
Inferno
gone
up ahead here. He does get his royal champion locked onto by that single Inferno, but the Queen steps in to assist, and he's still got a Rage here. Ward is working. Rage gets him through the air defense quickly, preserving the Warden all the way to the end. And look at this. Chasmac putting up 3 triples in the row in this extremely difficult Town Hall 15 defensive meta.
Man, that was just a really fun plan from Max. Using that battle drill. We don't see the battle drill used too much, but understanding the pathing of where it was going to go and how it could get all... like you said, if he used a Rage, he could have got the Town Hall too with that battle drill. Just a really nice plan.
Yeah, I love what he did with that battle drill. Honestly, you don't see a lot of the battle drill being used, but that was very creative on how he used it and very effective. Like, that was very... It just didn't die. It just kept on moving through target to target to target, and it was a relatively thin area. It's like kind of the same like when you use the Royal Champ or the Diggy. If you're moving into an area that doesn't have a lot of defenses striking you, and you can engage the defenses one at a time, then everything gets stunned up as you approach it, and it makes so then you can also use the Royal Champion on the other side, and then have the same effect there with the Diggy going in and assisting with those stuns and powering through all these back-end defenses.
Man, what an attack. That was just cool. Just watching that replay was really, really fun, really enjoyable. Chasmac, commanding. They're looking like they're in their form from last season. Remember, they were just a powerhouse early on, looking to get through to that challenge phase. They definitely don't want to have to play through another ladder because it's just really stressful. You got to play a lot of matches. You got to burn a lot of bases. You got to put in a lot of work. So go ahead and just get your challenge secured here today. If they win, they'll do that, and it looks like, just based on the scoreboard, they should win this one.
Yeah, and Chasmac is a daunting team for any of these guys to fight because they did make it to the North American Finals. They fought War and Glory in the finals, and they came in second place in the entire competition last season. So that is a tough team to go down, and this is the team to beat here today because War and Glory already advanced for topping the ladder. So to see those top 2 teams make it through like usual is kind of expected, but I mean, you never know what's going to happen, and it looks like now we have Leonard coming in for our next attack.
Maybe Super Archer or Minion. I would say Super Archer Bomb into Rocket Loons. Okay, this one's got me puzzled. Got to be careful of the poison towers for sure. We talked about that before. Here comes some balloons. We're going to commit the Warden ability early.
Whoa, big investment out of the gate here. And he's going to launch this blimp up to the top of the base there, freezes the poison towers. Multiple freezes invested into that to make sure those poison towers don't throw before they land. And he doesn't want to throw to the blimp there, otherwise it sits there and sits on top
of... Ice Golem pops on top of the archers, though.
Doesn't want to move out of the way, though, I think. He's okay, I think.
Yeah, but it did stall them up for a quick second, no problem. Archers are working through there, getting the damage. He did get a nice little chunk out, committing all those loons and everything down there. So the bottom of the base is cut out. I'm just a little bit worried. 16 rocket loons isn't a lot.
Yeah, and the poison towers, one of them went down, but the other one stays standing. And now you see those gears pumping on it, and it's going to start to reset and get another poison tower or another poison bomb ready to throw. So by the time he gets there, he's going to have that recharge, and he left up that multi-inferno in the middle base, so he's going to have a tough time. But these heroes are going to have to pick up a lot of value. They're going to have to do most of the heavy lifting here.
Need these skeletons to keep tanking the monolith. Don't want that monolith to lock onto the king of the world champion here. throws down a freeze spell, but the Ice Golems freeze as well. Monolith is going to the Royal Champion, I think.
No, it's on the Lassie. Lassie picked it up. Lucky break.
Nice. Saving some health there for the Royal Champion. Heroes, I mean, Heroes are doing what they're supposed to. They're supposed to get a lot of value here. It's going to use those Rocket Loons to kind of keep them in, keep them padding. Still has the King's ability, pops it off right there, and still has a wall break along with plenty of Rocket Loons. It's a lot of base remaining, though, and look at that Poison Tower is all the way regenerated, so it'll throw another Poison Bomb out here momentarily. There it goes.
Yeah, now here comes the Rocket Balloons on the other side here, going to try to pick off any defenses that he can reach from the outside and try to thin it down a little bit more to give his heroes the additional support that he needs. The Royal Champion throws her shield, is able to at least hit that single Inferno, giving her a chance. The Poison Tower slows down her movement speed, slows down her attack speed, and that makes the difference and makes so that she doesn't get that down. It turns on the Queen, forces her ability as well, and he's running out of troops here, and he still has a defensive Royal Champion, an Expo that's beating down on him, and a Scattershot standing on the backside. He's going to be in trouble here, and I don't think he's going to make it through, Bash.
Yeah, it's tough. Like, you're basically all in on the heroes getting a majority of this base, and the Rocket Loons are just kind of there as a utility to keep those heroes working in. So it's kind of a tough attack to pull off. I mean, we've seen it in the past do really well, but I think at 15, especially when you leave up something like that Poison Tower and the multi there, that's just really tough to get those heroes to get all the way around and finish this base off.
Yeah, when you put all of your X1 basket into the Super Archer bomb, it doesn't always pan out there. Like, you're just relying on those Super Archers to get a huge amount of value in the base, and if they don't get it, then you're kind of out of luck. But I mean, after that big investment, they better get it. You're screwed. You know, it's hard to recover if they don't get everything that you're looking for.
Oh, that double freeze investment, that's crazy. That's so many spell spots there. And miss one of the towers, but I think that Ice Golem popping there may have cost that second Poison Tower from going down.
Yeah, it just removes one whole invisibility spell, and he's already had a reduced number of overall invisibility spells that he needed to bring there, and he might have been able to avoid pulling those Ice Golems out there had he never let the Super Archers out of invisibility. So there must have been a momentary lapse where the Super Archers were not inside of invisibility, and that drew up. Because you saw the Ice Golems come out in a more staggered motion. They didn't all come out at once. They came out one at a time, and so you really, really had to stay invisible so you avoid pulling ground troops.
Something a little different here, Eric. We got Super Witches. We do have the Lightnings coming in early. Did not get the Monolith, however. It looks like just an Inferno. Missed the spell tower. The invisibility spell tower is still standing. I think Van was trying to get that out, so he didn't have to deal with it as the Super Witches kind of approach the Town Hall. That could be an issue. We'll have to keep an eye on that.
Yeah, and I'm surprised it didn't actually trigger. Usually the buildings are triggering invisibility tower based on damage dealt to the buildings that are inside of its radius. So I don't know how that thing didn't trigger.
Yeah.
I'm kind of confused right there, but maybe the lightning doesn't trigger. I'm not sure. Either way, the Super Witches are now going to make their way to the top of the base here. This Warden taking a lot of damage from this Expo. He raided this up the healers to try to keep the Warden from going to ability, and also just get these healers to transfer off of the Warden and over to something more forward.
Here we go. It's going to be a tough push through here with those Ice Golems. Oh man, the Ice Golems are just so annoying on these smash attacks, but it's the right play right now. A lot of people are going ground, so the Ice Golems will freeze up all the smash. We do have that scatter shot being targeted from the Flinger there on the left-hand side. This Flinger is going to get some nice value. I'm just worried about that invisibility tower as those witches are going to approach. That Town Hall is going to be invisible for 4 seconds or so. Could be really interesting.
Yeah, but the Super Witches move slow enough that they give it time to fade. Like that, you can use their slow speed to your advantage in this case. He's got one Rage, and the Rage is going to need to cover the healers here as he gets slowed down as he moves through the poison. Like right around now would be a good time to Rage up, and there's the Rage. Just needs to get the healers to step forward. As soon as they're inside of the Rage there, then they can counter the slowdown of the healing that the healers are being dealt.
Good freeze.
Yeah, nice. Oh, he froze up the invisibility tower so that it can't throw his potion. Another freeze to lock it down, and that might get him through it without that invisibility tower affecting the talent takedown.
It's gonna go off. It's going off right now. Queen snipes it. Queen barely snipes it out just in time there. We do have the Royal Champion invisible to get around that King. Does have to worry about that single target Inferno. It's working. I mean, the Super Witches work. They're just really, really slow. they'll get through here eventually.
Yeah.
A lot of base still remaining here, though. With 35 seconds, we get about 20% of the base. With that single target Inferno, the King, a lot of things that can hold this attack up here at the bottom.
Yeah, I think the Royal Champion should have come into the right side, going right into the single Inferno and the King. Obviously going to shut that Royal Champion down. Nothing you can really do about that, though. You'll get the Queen ability to take that single Inferno down, lock onto the King now. Couple Grass Skellies in the area there distracting, but they have such a big lead at this point here. I mean, it's lucky break here for Bergie to hold on this defense as this one comes down to a timeout. I think he has enough force to finish up. I'm pretty sure that he does.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of which is finishing the base off in time. And even with the extra damage that they're dealing with that new 6th level that they got at Town 15, they're still a slow troop. And you got to keep it moving. And the Royal Champion can often be the difference of whether you have enough time to make it through or not. So you really have to keep her protected. I feel like that was the biggest flaw of his approach to the base.
We also had one less Super Witch than we normally see. We usually see at least 4 of them in there. Only 3 on this attack, so it could have kind of added into that factor of the slowness of this attack, but also having to deal with that invisibility tower was a little bit annoying. Could have maybe used those spells elsewhere where he used 2 freezes, but Queen came over and sniped out the Town Hall. But I think you're right, like the Witches move slow enough that if he let the invisibility tower go off there, I think it would have still been fine. There's nowhere, it's not like the troops are going to go anywhere. They're still going to be right there.
Yeah, exactly. They're just kind of chilling in the area. And even if you have defensive CC troops sometimes there, if you engage tunnel on the CC at the same time, the CC keeps you distracted for a moment, you know? So it ends up working out either way. But yeah, I think, it was a triple if you put the Royal Champion on the other side there. I think a slight mistake there can make the difference. But overall, very, very well-structured attack, and it is going to keep them in the lead here as we come in for the final attack from the best COC. It's their captain. It's Cam Wow, one of my favorite streamers, a late-night streamer, but a awesome streamer nonetheless.
I like him because he is late. I'm always up late. He's just hanging out, you know, running knockouts or running friendly wars. He's always doing some fun stuff. A really good part of the Clash of Clans community. But he's got his Super Bowler smash, and I've watched him practice this quite a bit. This is his go-to. At 14, he was using the Super Bowlers, but now he's added in those few Electro Titans, and he really understands how this attack works. But Eric, this is the first time we're seeing this recall spell. At max level, you can recall up to 90 housing space of troops, including heroes and pets.
Yeah, and maybe that's why he decided to go in with the 4 healers in the Warden Walk. So if he's just using the Warden to go in after this Mortar, and then he can recall the Warden out, redeploy him somewhere else potentially, and just shift that charge onto a different part of the base, then he can potentially save the Warden. I mean, he's doing good work with the Warden. I don't see any reason to recall him out of there. I'm kind of curious to see what he uses this recall spell for, though. He's also got an Earthquake as well. I'm not sure what that's for either.
Yeah, he's got a little bit of this, a little bit of that, a little hodgepodge of attack. And I'm sure he's got plans for everything in there. That Mortar is targeting onto the Flame Flinger, but it's okay. Flame Flinger's going to get through it, taking minimal damage there. King's going to come in from the bottom side. I think he dropped in an Electro Titan on that Wizard Tower at the bottom and didn't quite get it, trying to set a little pathing, set the funnel. Queen's going to go ahead and pull out the Warden, and he's going to try to send everything right up the middle of this base.
King will pop his ability over on that left flank there, and he's going to be the first to engage the defensive CC going into the single Inferno, but he's got this Phoenix that can just bring him back up and keep him moving, so he's got a solid chance of going in there taking down. Electric Titan is burning through the defensive CC in the area. King does drop it, the Phoenix resurrects him, and then also the Phoenix is getting a little bit of invincibility for a moment as well, soaking up the Black Bombs right where the healers are making their way forward into the core of the base. So I like this setup, and I'm still kind of curious what he's going to use for this Earthquake and recall.
Yeah, he recalled the bowlers there in the middle.
Okay.
They're yanked out, so now they'll be back in his troop bar. He can deploy them on the exterior of the base. He's going to put them down at the bottom. Or did he not get the bowlers? Did he get the Queen and
he got the Titans? Okay.
Okay.
I mean, just pull them out of the crossfire here and redeploy them into a lower damage area, give them a chance to recover and head their way back into the base there. And the Queen down there, the Royal Champion down there. But unfortunately, Eagle Artillery is still standing. Queen and King on defense is still standing. He's got his work cut out for him, and it is going to be too much there for these remaining troops to handle.
Yeah, it's all right, though. I mean,
I still like it. It was so fun.
Yeah, it was fun. So first time we get to see the recall. Tough little base. I mean, Chasmac, we were worried about their base building, but Chasmac's bases are really tough out here.
Yeah.
I mean, nothing. I would not want to attack these bases. I'm glad I'm here commentating, not having to try to plan against these Chasmac bases, that's for sure.
Yeah, and a lot of anti-2-star bases. They have, in the past, run a lot of anti-2-star bases. They proved very, very powerful for them, and they continue that trend here. And They were able to just completely shut them down defensively while picking up some big triples of their own. So winning on both sides of the war, they could literally swag their final attack here. They have the lead without going in, and they already advanced to the challenge phase here. And they're going to be set up nicely. And I guess we'll just have to see what old folks home Best COC is able to do in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and remember, it's not elimination. Like you said, they'll go down to the lower bracket. They'll still have a chance. This is a team that, I mean, honestly, they're trying to have some fun. I mean, I'm sure they're just happy to be here, and they're really just having some fun, getting that experience. And I think the Snapdragon is a great tournament. I mean, we talk about the era of everyone. It's a great tournament to kind of get your feet wet into esports because it's a whole different scene. I don't think people realize how much different like a regular war, even a friendly war is compared to one of these esports wars with timed hits. You got to get that first attack in really quickly. There's a lot more pressure on, but we're going to have the captain of CMG, Lexnos, coming in, and it looks like a straight up Queen Charge Lalo here. Nothing too crazy.
Yeah, he's got a log launcher in the mix, so we'll see what he can do with that and if he decides to swap it out. But a lot of times the Queen Charge can go in with one part, and then he can put in like the King, maybe even the Warden invested and throw in a log launcher to go after a chunk of the base with them as well. But his Warden is going to be, or his King, I mean, is going to be going in directly at the single point on the model, but a Skeleton spell will shut those down. More Skeleton spells, locking up these defensive heroes, locking up the single Inferno, distracting this Monolith. I like this approach here while the log launcher throws logs into that very, very compact area of the base while he's also cutting the funnel here for the Queen. So it is a multi-purpose approach into the left side, and it is working like a charm as he pushes in, gets the Monolith down, Queen will fight the CC, and he's also got some damage into the middle base there at the Town Hall. So honestly looking pretty solid, but he's not out of this yet. He still needs to make his way in and secure the Town Hall takedown.
These Ice Golems going to be annoying. Again, we've seen this time and time again. The Ice Golems are just super annoying. Queen will go over here. She'll be able to snag that Town Hall, no problem. Royal Champion's coming in from that top side, trying to get all the way into that other scatter shot. But the Ice Golem holding the RC up. She finally gets through it. Queen's going to get the Town Hall down here, and he's just setting up really nicely. I love this charge. I love this approach with the log launcher. Nice invisibility here on the Royal Champion. She did force her ability already, so it's going to be tough for her to get all the way through this scatter shot. I don't think she gets, oh, maybe. It was already low.
Yeah, that Diggy stuns up the scatter shot, and the Queen picks up the taking of the Expo, and that allows the Royal Champion to move through, and she's going to keep on moving. Even goes invisible. She wasn't taking any damage. You didn't need to use that invisibility there, but, you know, you look over there, you're like, oh, my Royal Champion really wants that Expo off, so we can get this Queen to continue to charge her way through, and this Queen is going to keep on pushing into the multi, and the Diggy comes
OP.
off of the Royal Champion and is now supporting the Queen, continuing to stun up the Lalo. It was like a cleanup Lalo, this one, just forming in. It had 1.5 compartments to deal with. It is crushed. Lexnos puts up 14 stars in this meta. To put up 14 stars is absolutely incredible, man.
Oh, what a fun attack. That Diggy, man. Diggy is such a difference maker. We saw it there. I didn't think he would get through that scatter level in the Expo. And Diggy's just like, I got you. Don't worry. I got you. 2 second stun, no problem. Go ahead and throw those spears, World Champion. We got this base. Beautiful plan. Well executed. I like this plan a lot. A lot going on here initially, but keeps it all under control and just works through here. Look at this is such a cluster here, but it's all controlled chaos from Lex.
Yeah, very, very, very nice attack here. He was good with this attack at Town Hall 14 as well, and it's just a slight tweak here. Just throw in the additional support in with the heroes. You got extra tools to work with, and he didn't use any E-tie-ins, he didn't use any recall spell, but he was able to manage those defenses like a champ, and just using the additional support. Normally we see like the Warden thrown in there. If you're going to throw like a Siege Machine and the King together, you're going to have like the Royal Champion and the Warden all going in at that push, and he was able to power through that whole section with just the King and the log launcher, and that worked out great.
Yeah, it was a really well executed second, like you said, almost like a cleanup Lalo here through the back end. And congrats to CMG as they'll go ahead and move on to our challenge phase. Best COC will have to go ahead and go down to that lower bracket. But after that, I mean, our highest scoring war yet, 14 stars. We didn't know if we would see something like that.
That's my official reaction, man.
Yeah.
Like you guys have held my hand. I've really learned a lot about Clash, and jumping into a brand new meta is very interesting, no matter what game you're doing. And you set your expectations. I did not expect to see this many stars at all, but I don't think a lot of people did, to be honest with you.
I mean, it's Chasmac, though. I mean,
And that's the big asterisk there. Yeah, just CMG, but they also jumped into a new meta, lost one of the most notable base builders. P.S. It's a base builders meta. How do they keep, well, hopefully we get an interview so I can actually ask them, how do they not miss a beat? Because I think that's incredible.
yeah, I mean, it was a very impressive performance from them, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, they performed very, very well on offense and defense. It was a total defensive shutout, and I mean, they have adjusted very, very well to this meta. And to think that War and Glory is even above them and actually made it through, and that's kind of crazy. But also, their averages were under 12, so like that's a really above average War right there.
Extremely impressed with CMG as they drive it all forward. They drive themselves to the challenge stage. No chauffeur needed. And so that cleans up our upper bracket. Still some clash to go as we show you the bottom side of said bracket. The best COC and the night shift will go head-to-head. Winner of that makes it to challenge. Aphelion Nebula plays push. Winner of that goes to challenge. Plenty of clash still to come. Stay tuned to the Snapdragon Pro Series.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them, you're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my worth. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, now I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
CMGGG, baby. Chasmac Gaming makes it to the next stage. Grass is green, water is wet, and we're live in California. Welcome back to the Snapdragon Pro Series. This is what the upper bracket looks like now that it's done and dusted. Empire Gaming and Chasmac don't play against each other. They're just going to move on. We've got 1, 2, 3 matches left because there are 2 spots. There's 1 spot left. So we see the best COC and everybody else go head-to-head in a little bit. Welcome back. That's Bash. This is F-Dot. And now we get to dive deep. And always one of my more preferred portions of the broadcast because we love to sort of brain raid you guys, but especially now that it's a new meta because there's so much to learn.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look at this attack from Max. I honestly did not think we would even see a battle drill used at all today. It's one of the new units in Clash of Clans, but this battle drill was used expertly from Max. So we're gonna see Max come in from this top side with this Queen charge, and the Queen's just gonna go ahead and just start working in here. He does get in a little bit of trouble here with this single target Inferno. He had the skeleton spell to try to distract it, but was just a little bit late. But it's okay. He's gonna go ahead and just use the freeze to go ahead and pull that off. We'll see that here momentarily. But notice the battle drill is gonna come in right here, and when it pops up, it's gonna go ahead and stun that defense for 2 seconds, and then it'll go back underground. And then guess what? It's gonna continue its path over here to that wizard tower, and then that single target Inferno is gonna be next in line. So that single target Inferno that gave him a little bit of problems earlier in the attack, it's gonna get taken care of from that battle drill with the stone, or with the stun there, and then it's going to go ahead and go down to this Eagle Artillery. In the meantime, he's setting the path, setting the funnel with the King to cut that Queen off and push her back in. And Eric talked about it. After this Eagle Artillery, the battle drill is going to go in over here to this builder hut. But after that, he could have probably used a rage and got the Town Hall down. This was just expert pro pathing here from Max to get this battle drill all the way into the center compartment. With the Yetis in there, 1 rage, and he could have gutted that whole compartment out, but really didn't need it because as we see here, the Queen's working in there. But while all that's going in, he's got a nice path. Look at this, guys. He's got a nice alleyway set, so he can bring in that Lalo, bring in the Royal Champion to accompany that Lalo. The Royal Champion will go ahead and engage with the Monolith and then engage with the enemy Royal Champion. Meanwhile, Queen's healthy. She's fine. She's living life. It's a GG attack here from Max. I just really love the planning here for that battle drill. The battle drill wasn't something I was even planning on seeing today, let alone that expert use to see it, you know, ping pong, boom, bing, all. We're going to go ahead and throw over to F-Dot. He's got an interview with Chasmac.
Hey friends, that's right, it's me over here, and we're talking to one of the biggest names in Clash of Clans. We got Lexnos on the line. Man, glad to see you after. What have you been up to since season 1? Good to see you again.
We've been chilling, just practicing, working on the new Town Hall level, and just trying to figure out the meta going into the new season.
That's the big part, trying to figure out the meta. Listen, I'm going to dive deep in here. No easy questions. Ghost, big part of your team once upon a time. New chapter, new roster. How did you guys make the adjustment?
It wasn't easy. You know, Ghost definitely carried us quite a bit last season on defense. Just such a good defensive player. You know, has that mindset. But huge shout out to our new base builder this season, CJ, who's been putting in a ton of work, helping us grind out bases. And even the bases he's not building, he's helping us tweak, make a lot of improvements to. And they've been carrying us so far this season.
That's the big thing, is that new season, so much to learn. Nobody knows the correct answer just yet. So what's the biggest difference that you guys have discovered between Town Hall 15 versus 14?
Everybody talks about, or I guess some people talk about the Monolith, how it's just absolutely wrecking heroes. But I think the spell towers in particular are just what's tricky. It's tricking everybody up. You need a really good plan for these spell towers. And even when you do have a good plan, some weird things are happening. Not everything's predictable, and it's leading to a lot of crazy, fun defenses.
Chaos, man. That's what I root for too. So I feel that all the way. And the last question right here, straight up and down. I personally did not expect to see this level of prowess. You guys just 3-star. How do you not miss a beat?
I mean, we did miss one, but that's okay. I don't know. I think we just came out strong today. We were confident, having everybody on voice chat, having that mentality beforehand, helping each other plan really makes a huge difference. And we just showed up and we got things done today. And I think a lot of it had to do with the lucky Clash of Clans socks.
Everybody has these I'm not even wearing socks. I could definitely use some socks. Just saying. All right, man. Floor is yours. You earned it. Any shout-outs you want to say hi to anybody?
Yeah, shout-outs to Matt and Rainberry, who weren't playing today, and to Drew, our manager, OP manager. Huge shout-out to the rest of the team as well.
Great stuff, Lex. Always a pleasure to talk to you. Thanks for your time. See you next time. We love that, man. Lex, always glad to have him here on the set. CMG, I still am dumbing impressed with how they just came through, and honestly, it looked like they've been playing this meta for months.
Yeah, I mean, I was really concerned about the smell over here. Now I know that it's your socks. Just kidding. No, CMG, I mean, we know that that's what they're capable of. I mean, that's what we expect from a team of that caliber. So seeing them carry that over into this finals was really impressive.
Yeah, and Lex has a really good point there. Those spell towers are very, very difficult to work their way through, and especially the poison towers. I think I said at the beginning there, poison towers are tripping people up like crazy, and that's just more information about those that they are struggling with them, and they seem to have found ways to get past them, and we definitely got to take note of those.
Let's go ahead and turn the page here. We have the lower side of the bracket to jump into and a couple of matches right in front of us. So we get a chance to see Aphelion one more time, but they're going head-to-head against Push. Now, this is a team that we've seen before. Danny Zuko, love this guy and his attitude and how he approaches. And there's Jethro. Jethro was left one of the other teams before.
Glory.
And now joining Push. So this is a player from a top team coming onto this squad.
Yeah, Jethro is a very, very strong attacker, a very good addition to this Push squad. And I've seen them play. I mentioned that my clan was playing in the ladder phase, and they went up against Push quite a few times. And obviously, I had that little bit of familiarity with Push from last season, but Push is still strong and still putting up really impressive numbers.
And what's up with this Tony Gunk? That was kind of ominous earlier. What's all that?
He will return.
Tony Gunk will return, but not with a 2-star on this attack here.
They just exposed.
They did.
They did my man so dirty.
He needs to go.
Someone get that dude a quesadilla.
Yes, you need some more tacos. Get that man some tacos.
They just did him so dirty. But another addition to this team was Fence Post, a very strong attacker as well. Not shown there on that main screen, but I saw Fence Post doing some absolute work during the ladder phase.
Yeah, I mean, well, that I think that was just to show the defensive strength here of Push, being able to stop a player like Tony Gunk and hold him to a 1-star. And I mean, it is difficult to stop. And those witch attacks, like the witch attacks I said earlier, are very, very strong in the meta before we try to figure out how to get these poison towers into the bases, and they shut them down pretty hard, so it's kind of interesting. But on the other side here, Aphelion Nebula. Let's talk about that there, if not.
Yeah, Damien and Granny Clasher joining this squad right here. Sir Will and Lord, we've seen this team as well in Season 1. Sir Will, kind of a big part of what allows this team to be successful. But now Aphelion, they did lose in the upper bracket. So this is their second time playing on the broadcast.
And remember, every match from this point forward will be an elimination matchup. We only have one more spot available, so we need them to win this, or whoever wins this one needs to win one more as well. So a lot of pressure in these next 3 wars for the end of our show here.
Yeah, 4 teams will be fighting for that spot there. So a lot of competition for it, but a lot of good teams. And I mean, they struggled a little bit there on the offense. They didn't put up the craziest amount of stars, and it's very difficult to get the triples, but the teams that are tripling have already set themselves apart and secured for the challenge. And now these guys are gonna have to duke it out here and see who is next in line.
It's a long line as well. Very, very chock full of competition. Ooh, wow.
Wow, what?
Wow.
I had a lot to say, but the numbers seem to be speaking for themselves. 11-11. Push needs to make a wish here.
Yeah, being under
stunned.
10% or 10 stars means that on average they get a 1-star more often than they get a triple. So that just shows you that, once again, the base building meta. That's really interesting.
And I saw Push. They're still using these double clones, triple clones. I've seen this.
They gotta be winning on defense, right?
I would.
They gotta be.
So. I would
That's
assume
insane.
so, man. That's tough. This will be interesting.
It's been very interesting so far. Jumping into a brand new town hall is kind of fun as well, because we see these teams and they have a play style that we sort of get to know, but now it's a brand new meta, and so do they cling to their play style? Do they try something new? And I think that's the biggest question that we ask watching Aphelion and Push. We sort of know how these guys like to approach, but can they continue the same way they did before?
Yeah, and that'll be really interesting. I mean, it's hard to adapt, and I've seen that personally within my own clan, as a lot of people trying to force those Town Hall 14 attacks into Town Hall 15, and it just doesn't work. With the new defense and new spell towers, it just doesn't work the same.
Right.
So it's a little bit of a troubling thing to have to learn a new strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I know I personally was very fond of these new Super Archer Bomb attacks there, but as soon as I started running into bases that were built to stop them, I ended up with a lot of 1-stars myself. So, I mean, it might just be meta shifting slowly as we try to figure it out, and the teams who can adjust the best are going to be the ones that rise to the top, as we already saw out of the teams that made it through.
First time these guys are playing against each other, so no tell the tape, nothing to look at, no homework, no studying. It might sound good, but also kind of scary jumping into the unknown. Let us know who you're rooting for, if you think Aphelion is going to take this one, or if you think their opponents can be the guys. Just jump it, dump it, and let us know in chat. That's what it's about, getting everybody involved in the conversation. We're all just here to talk Clash. And so when it comes down to it, we have this one. Then you still have to win another one.
Yep.
Just one more slot remains. Let's keep on clashing, boys. Let us roll.
Here we go. War number 3. Remember, guys, all of these matches moving forward will be elimination matches, so a lot more pressure. And if you're thinking to yourself, or, you know, some of you guys in chat know best, oh, my team could definitely get more than 10 stars. Well, Ladder 2 will be signing up here soon, guys. You could play. You could go up against teams like Push and show them what you have. So get those signups in as we get our underway here. We got Eric. Eric, you're here. But here, Eric, this is what I was talking about. The huge clone investment, quad clone. We saw this from him last season, and a lot of times it didn't even work out at 14.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting approach here, but sticking with what he's used to back in the day. We'll see if it ends up working out for him. I mean, he's trying to be a spam god just like me as he drives this blimp across the base here, and it is a double poison tower base, so he could have a bunch of balloons come out of there, and they could all get smoked by that. So I'm kind of curious to see, but with his very compact area, lots of clones can get a huge amount of value potentially. Yeah, they do get a little bit of a spread there going north, but not forward, only backwards and around. So the Monolith is staying standing, and at least he secures the first star. There's the second star, and he needs to, at a minimum, get the percentage as high as possible, because Aphelion came into this war with a performance that only put up 10 stars, so it might ultimately come down to a percentage game, and this one just going to take a nice, maybe, you know what, it might have been the number 1 base on the map there, so the highest level defenses, it might have just been like, I don't know what to do with any of these bases, so let's just make sure, as we had the least amount of time to plan, to just throw a decent percentage 2-star at the toughest base, and then we'll try to figure out the other ones with a little bit more time.
And that's something, especially at the new Town Hall 15, if you're not familiar with a lot of different attack strategies, you only get that 8 minutes to attack, or plan an attack, and then do the attack initially. So you might be right here. It might be, oh, Eric, we know you can throw that quad clone in there, get us a nice safe 2-star, go do it. We'll kind of plan from there. So that could be the play. It's going to get up to 70%. I mean, it's respectable. And we saw, I mean, like you mentioned, Aphelion only got 10 that first war. We saw Push's averages just under 10. This could be a low-scoring battle. So securing that 2-star could be the play.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to risk it, and if you're going against a lot of anti-2-star bases, then it might be the just safe approach there, just to start off there. Dragon's very simple, it's very, very safe, it's very fast to plan. You can quickly identify an entry and just send it, and that's exactly what he did. So it worked for him just fine in the last season, and they did pretty well in the last season. They were also into the challenge for that. So they could definitely make it again, and we'll see if they can pull through. But yeah, those clones just giving tons. It's kind of satisfying. It was kind of shocking last season when we saw this attack emerge, and then it did well in certain respects. But against these anti-2-star bases with everything packed in the middle, I think the poison towers just do too much damage to it, because you create a whole bunch of troops, but then they just die instantly to the double poison.
Yeah,
Triple poison if you count the poison for the Town Hall.
Yeah, the quad clone is just such a huge investment. I'm not a fan of it. I mean, I don't mind like a double clone in some spots, but a quad clone and then the rage, that's your whole spell inventory. It doesn't leave much else. And if you miss, I mean, especially with those poison towers, you miss, you're up the creek, so to speak. I mean, it's really tough. But secures the 2-star was at 70%. It could have been worse. It could have been way worse. So I'm sure they'll take that, move forward, get that next plan going, and then hopefully their defenses can hold. I mean, we saw. I mean, we exposed Tony Gunk earlier. They can hold defenses.
Yeah, and I am kind of curious to see what push comes in with overall. Like last season, they leaned heavy on the Dragons. It was a very error-heavy meta, and the Dragons were very, very powerful. But Dragons did not get a new level at Town Hall 14, or 15, I mean. So also the Dragon Riders didn't, and then the Clone didn't, or did the Clone? I don't think it did. But either way, you're not getting any extra value out of this that you did against the Town Hall 14 attack. So it is an old school attack in a new meta, and I feel like that is just another layer of things that they're going to have to overcome if they want to be at the top of the league here.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays out. But they added a player like Jethro, who's a really multifaceted attacker, can do a lot of different attacks. Our next attacker is actually going to be Soham, and apparently Soham has an attack named after him.
The Soham?
Yeah,
that one's actually really good at Talent 15.
I'm very right here's the quote. I've got an attack named after me. I've never heard of the Soham.
I call it Sneaky Bat Rider.
Okay, I know Sneaky Bat Rider.
Yeah, but it was originally created by Soham, but we'll see what he does here. Let's dive into it. Soham is live with rocket balloons, regular balloons, Electro Titans, Recall, and Blizzard?
I think it's Blizzard, yep. Just a straight up Blizzard here. Super Wizards in there. Want to get the Town Hall. They path out, but they're going to go back in. They'll get the Town Hall down. They'll get that Poison Tower down as well. Nice little value here from this Blizzard. Did he have to commit the Warden? He did commit the Warden to that early push to get the Blimp in there, but now he's got the he recalled the Warden. That's a used recall, so the Warden is in that recall spell. You'll be able to deploy the Warden later with the Lalo or with the heroes, wherever he wants to put it.
Yeah, but using the Warden ability just to deliver that Blimp in to secure the Town Hall takedown. A big investment, but it is replenished there by that recall, and he can definitely do some good work with this. So now he's got to charge in his King with the Queen and Electro Titan in for the top corner. Over in the right-hand corner, he's got that Baby Dragon working, trying to get those Ice Golems to stay over there and hang out with the Baby Dragon. But he's kind of struggling with that.
They're so low, man. They are so low right there.
They are. That's a little bit unfortunate. You'd almost get some crash damage to take it out. He even tries it. Not quite, though. Not quite.
The timing was almost there. Titan will pop off 2 of them, though, and then she'll be able to work on that last one.
Oh, yeah. That Titan will handle it all on her own there. She's great at fighting off defensive CC troops there. And yeah, the Monolith is going to potentially ping away at his heroes, and he needs to get his World Champion or something in there to go handle that. He's got Rocket Balloons to go in there, so maybe that'll do it.
Oh, man, it's tough, though. Everything's going around. Royal Champion takes some heavy damage. The Rocket Loon's starting to take damage from that Monolith. Now he's going to start working through here. He's going to use those Rocket Loons on the bottom side of the base to push everything in. But that Monolith staying up is devastating. Royal Champion goes down. Phoenix is going to go ahead and keep her immortal for 8 seconds here. Here come more Rocket Loons trying to get to that Monolith that just won't go down, Eric.
Oh, he got that Monolith down. And the heroes never really took that much damage from it, so they're doing okay there. Phoenix is able to spawn in the base there. It takes the first round of the single Inferno, charge up, and if the Balloons get that single Inferno, he's not in a bad spot here for the heroes to wrap around. The Royal Champ, the Queen is still holding on to that Unicorn, but the single stays standing, and that is going to end this attack.
It was a good run for Soham, and you're right. If that single goes down, he's got a chance here because Queen will still be able to hold on to ability, but unfortunately, that single just burns that Queen right up. 83%, so they're going to be up on percent. Even though it doesn't triple, this one could just be a straight-up percentage battle.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said, it's very difficult to get the triples here at Town 15, so every single attack, every single percentage can have an impact on the outcome. But I think even if he got past that single, I think that Expo would have been a problem. So he was kind of into a tough spot either way, but attacking up the top of the order here, it is higher end bases that are going to be a little bit more difficult. Almost pulls through. 86% there will give them a 16 building advantage.
Not too bad, Soham, not too bad. It was a fun attack at minimum. A lot going on there. Recalled the Warden. And we'll see that Warden come in later from that recall spell. It's a really fun thing, but it's also, like you lose the Warden ability doing that. It's a big
worth it,
gamble
though, for that blimp to be delivered in the middle to go after those big targets like that. And like it removes more targets than the Warden would have. Like you would have had to have the Warden to secure the Talon takedown otherwise, and so you would have had to use it regardless. So it was basically the Warden was used to get the Town Hall down, and that's worth it. That's worth a Warden.
I get it. Yeah, makes a lot of sense there. And then you got the Warden with the HP aura to go ahead and boost up those loons, boost up the Queen. So it worked out pretty nicely with the recall spell. Just you use 2 of your spell spots for it. So Aphelion going to be up on percent. It's going to be up to push next. We got Champ, another clone.
Liked this attack. They've always liked this attack here. It did them well last season, and I don't know what kind of viability it has here. So we'll have these dragons and dragon riders with the balloons all with the same level as Town Hall 14. So if he's able to pull through, it will be a bit miraculous. He freezes up this sweeper and starts to make his way across towards the Town Hall with that blimp protected by the ward ability. He fights off the defensive CC, and it looks like his archers coming out. So I expect there to be maybe ice golems inside, so if you can avoid pulling those all together, that would be really, really helpful here. But I mean, he's not looking too bad. He's got a lot of dragons clubbed up top there, and there's the ice golem. That's going to be a little bit of a problem.
Yeah, the dragons will get held up there. If they can get the eagle down real quick, that'd be really, really nice. But man, this is going to slow down here in the middle. The heroes down at the bottom though, so if the heroes can stay out of the way, it'll be all right. What is that? Oh, the World Champion's up there with the ice golems. I see it. She's kind of tucked away underneath there. Oh, this one's fading out for Champ. Again, a huge, heavy investment with those clones.
Yeah, but if he gets this defensive Queen down, the Royal Champion takes the air defense up top there, so the dragons hold.
There's a lot of dragons.
There's a lot of dragons.
That's a way more than I thought.
He's got the Royal Champion that is ultimately dying up top there, so the Queen's gonna have to make her way through some walls to catch back up, but the dragons set their way to the scatter shot. Queen circles out. Frosty's working with the king,
baby.
and the unicorn gonna top the Queen back off as he makes his final push through this base.
Champ OP with the clone bomb. It works out nicely. I mean,
I haven't seen that attack work once at Town Hall 15, and now we see it right here. So
Me either.
I mean, I guess the old meta coming back and might put him in the lead here if Aphelion isn't able to respond.
I didn't want to be a negative Nancy, but I was really like, oh boy, they're really gonna go with the clones, huh? It works out nicely. Yeah, what do we know?
Yeah, I'm really surprised here, Bash. I didn't expect this attack to have a chance in this meta, but I haven't seen anybody really attempt it. So I mean, maybe they've been playing around with it. Maybe there's something I don't know.
I mean, dragons, he was able to keep the dragons up. They didn't take too much damage. There really wasn't too many point defenses up there for those dragons to take the damage. So they were able to work through. The clone bomb just got enough. It didn't get like a crazy amount, but it got enough to make an impact down there for the heroes to work through. I mean, just really, that's a specialty. These guys know that attack. So, I mean, sometimes you just got to stick with what you know.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it's working, why fix it?
Right. Right. Yeah,
So-
I mean, new Town Hall level, I mean, just run the same stuff. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, look at the Diggy there working with the Warden. Like, they're still setting up those defenses even after the Royal Champion goes down. Like, that Diggy, I love Diggy so much. I keep saying it, it's so good. But lots of the pets, like all the pets ended up surviving until the end of the attack here, just supporting every single hero. Frosty freezing up those defenses, keeping the King's damage down to a minimum, the Queen getting topped off, and even after burning through a lot of her HP pool, he was able to burn her down and then pick her back up, as that unicorn is obviously really, really powerful with the Queen and still a staple with her.
Man, that's what they needed. I mean, we saw their average was under 10 stars. They're already on pace to I don't want to jinx it. But they're on pace to surpass that.
It makes me wonder, how did they get down under 10 stars? It makes me feel like maybe they were playing against maybe a big team like Chasmac or War and Glory, and then they just got so many stars, they're just like, we're not going to win. Let's just let's not attack.
You gotta
and then they end up with lower average. I don't know. What's going to happen
You
there?
got to remember also earlier, it was when Town Hall 15 had just came out, so a lot of people maybe only had those invisibility towers. So that clone bomb
or the rage towers.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, invisibility's 3. You're right.
Yeah,
I'm stupid. I was trying to reason that. That's
but rage
stupid
towers, same. The rage towers were not able to stop a lot. I think rage towers are the weakest of the spell tower settings. So that's what people had to start there at the start of the ladder. Then that might have had an impact. But as the Town Hall level progressed, it keeps on moving.
We're going to go ahead and zap out the monolith, but really quickly as Sir Will's getting started here, I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsors at Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, guys, think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Always a huge shout out to them for putting on this awesome tournament for us. Guys, make sure you sign up for Ladder 2. The signups will be opening soon. Zaps out the monolith, gets a little bit of extra there. Warden's going to go ahead and start working through here, and we got the Electro Titans to come in a little bit.
I think actually Ladder 2 is already open, so that's I think they can already start playing. So yeah, get a team signed up, go over to SnapdragonProSeries.com and sign up a team and get involved here if you think you can top these players and you want a chance to get into the second split and make your way to challenge and win some of that $60,000 prize pool. So kind of a big deal.
It's a lot of money.
Yeah, it is.
This is a considerable amount of money. And also, like I mentioned earlier, it's just really good experience. You know, a lot of people talk about like how easy it is to do this stuff. It's tough, guys. If you've never done esports, it's tough. So it's a good way to get your feet wet. Get in there, give it a try. Get your team of 5 to going. Get your 15s, and let's see you next season. Here we go. Titan's going to go ahead and work through the Town Hall. Queen's in there with them. You got a lot of damage being dealt out, but those ice golems come out at the most impromptu time. This could be deadly for the Electro Titans.
Yeah, they're just going to sit there under heavy damage there. Is the Town Hall activated? I guess it's not, right?
I think it is, but I think it's frozen.
Yeah, I mean, it's frozen now. I think the Electro Titans ended up activating it. So, yeah, it does end up getting the Poison Bomb to strike and the blast from the Town Hall takedown ends up hitting all the Electro Titans, instantly evaporates them. The Queen will try to hang in there. She's going to lose the Unicorn, and she's going to get forced to ability. So he's hanging on the best he can in the middle of the base there, but now relying heavily onto the troops wrapping around the outside, and we'll see that in a punch. But still has a defensive king on the backside, and he's going to be a nightmare to deal with.
There's a lot of base up. 2 bows, Eagle Artillery, Tesla Farms over there.
Yep.
It's going to be a tough push. World Champion does have ability, gets 5 balloons. Going to look to try to run up as much percentage points as possible, but you got to think this is going to be fine for Champ as far as defense goes. Phoenix pops off there, keeping up the King right there just for a few extra seconds. I love the Phoenix there. That extra 8 seconds can make a huge difference.
Yeah, I always wonder what's going to get more value between like Yak or the Phoenix. Like, it's just nice to have the extra tanky, extra, almost 7,000 HP parked right in front of your King there with that extra wall opening as well. It's a tough call there on which pet's the best, and that's one of the challenging things that these guys are going to have to slowly overcome over time, is try to figure out what is the best way to take these bases down, which pet combinations are going to be best for each of the different strategies. This one still climbs all the way up to 84%, so pretty solid for a miss there, but Sir Will falls short, and Push is up by a triple still, and that's going to be a thing that I think they have to figure out to overcome.
And that's something we haven't really talked a whole lot about, is with 4 new pets, we have 8 in total. So finding out those right pet combinations for the right attacks, for the right bases, that's another layer that goes into these attacks. It's something that a lot of teams, a lot of people are still playing with, trying to figure out, because you really can't have like your strict go-to. Like at Town Hall 14, we had the same pets on every hero.
You just never change them.
Now we can change that out. We can get that little bit of variety. Maybe Poison Lizard helps out early, getting down some extra buildings, getting down some CC troops. But Diggy comes in late. It seems like Diggy with Royal Champion is becoming a really strong play, a really meta play. But we're seeing those other heroes using a lot of different pets. But as it stands here, pushing the lead with that triple from Champ, and then the defense from Champ holding up as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see as the meta continues to develop and people see different ways to use the pets, what priority they use. But everybody seems to be pushing Diggy straight to max there, because the original pets for now 14 are still very, very strong.
Right.
Especially that Electric Owl with the Warden on an air attack. Very, very powerful. The Unicorn with the Queen still a staple. And the King has a little bit of variation, and the Warden has a little variation on what we use there. But there's definitely more options and more ways to customize the armies now than there ever has been before. So here we go. We got the balloons coming in, or the blimp, I mean, with a super archer or super wizard?
It's a wombo combo, a little combination of both of them. A couple wizards, a couple archers in there cloned up. Plenty of invincibility, gonna just try to gut out as much of this. The wizard's gonna work through there. Does pull out the clan castle to see if we can get these ice golems popped. Gets at least one of them popped. The other one's really low, so it's going to set up really nicely. Still got Wizards working through here. Nice value from John to start this attack out.
Yeah, now if he has a couple different options on which side he wants to go on. So if he comes in from the bottom, he'll charge right into this air defense, which could be some value for a ward ability to pop early, but he'll get the CC drawn off to the other side there. He's actually going to come in from the top side and try to go in and get the quicker access into the Monolith and the Eagle Artillery. His heroes can potentially pick up an air defense there if they make their way quickly onto that top flank, and then the Dragons will have no air defense fire for a very, very, very long time, which is ideal. If you can make your way in with the Dragons, not have to deal with air defenses, and they are spread to the outside corners, then you're going to be in a strong position with Dragons in general, but I'm kind of curious to see how much this Monolith can do to stop in the middle base, and that Poison Tower on the other side still resetting after the initial setup, so it's not going to affect him on its way in.
And that spell tower is being targeted right now by those Dragon Riders. Got a strong push through here, so has that Queen on the top side. This is looking like a really good push through the base, so to speak, for John. Queen still got ability, still got quite a few Dragons. They just need to get through these air defenses. First air defense goes down there. Queen will be able to get that other air defense down. This is looking good. This last compartment will be a little bit tough. But with Queen still having ability, I like his odds here.
Yeah, you got the Yak still out there providing a little bit of protection for the Queen, staying out in front, damages up the wall. The Queen would ideally get her ability to take out the defensive Queen, otherwise the Dragons would start to get picked off like crazy over there. But still has the Warden, working with Electric Owl. Queen does pop her ability, takes the defensive Queen down, and I'm starting to rethink my whole life here. We're sitting there talking trash about Dragons, but they're cleaning house here.
Don't say we. This is an Eric thing here. I'm a drag. I've always loved Dragons. You guys know me. Dragons OP. And John getting into, I mean, stick to what you know. I mean, this is a Town Hall 14 attack. The mixed Super Wizard, Super Archer blimp with the clone and invisibility. I mean, this is something we saw before. Push is leaning on attacks that they know and using them to their advantage. Another 3-star for Push, pushing them forward ahead of Aphelion. Aphelion's going to be in a tough spot.
Yeah, they must have just heard me talking trash about their trusty Dragons, and they just had to come out and prove me wrong, and prove me wrong they are best. This is actually kind of impressive because I haven't seen Dragons used to this success, and they are doing very well with them. This is really impressive, honestly.
Yeah, I like it quite a bit. It's a little bit shocking. Maybe a lot of these bases, and this is kind of what we see with base building, a lot of these bases kind of go to counter those ground, those smash attacks. And it leaves an attack like Dragons wide open to come in and kind of sweep through the base. We've kind of seen that. I mean, these Dragons attacks have been surprisingly strong.
Yeah, way stronger than I've seen in other attempts. Like I said, up until actually yesterday, that was the first Dragon attack I've seen total triple at Town Hall 15. And now we've seen 2 in a row here, which is crazy, and it shows you how apt these guys are with these Dragon attacks, and they're just, like you said, sticking to what they know, and it is working, and it is cleaning house here.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it, so to speak. Oh,
yeah, buddy.
I love it. I love it. John getting on the board there for Push. Aphelion, they got to respond here. They have to get a 3-star on this attack, and it's going to be Damien, and we got another Electro Titan smash. Looking like just a straight-up Electro Titan attack here. Nothing too fancy going on here. We do have a Quake. We got a couple skeleton spells. Gonna have a tandem in that Flame Flinger here with that Water Walk up top here, and then Wall Breaker in. Is he going to push right through the Town Hall here?
It looks like he's going to use the Earthquake to activate the Town Hall, but he needs to get his Warden by, so I'm surprised he didn't use a Skeleton spell onto the single Inferno, but he will use a freeze onto it. The Warden Walk will take that Inferno down, but if he's able to get the Warden to take out that Inferno, then he doesn't really have a ton of threats here for the Flame Flinger. With the Town Hall activated by the Earthquake, now the Flame Flinger can go in and target it, and I think it goes there before it goes to the Mortars because it'll handle that Tesla that was drawn out on the side, so good job pulling any traps that could potentially threaten this Flame Flinger, and he's going to end up securing this Town Hall while everybody else breaks off to the right, and then maybe that Flame Flinger continues on to pick up extra stuff afterwards.
Nice little drive-by here with the Warden, and then the Queen's going to pair up. We'll use the King down here at the bottom side just to cut everything off and push these Electro Titans into the base and push them along.
Queen, is she going to go right by here? I don't know if she needs to go into multi.
Go.
Oh, Invisibility Tower!
She's going Town Hall.
Wait, was that Invisibility Tower or is that his invisibility? No, he did that, I think. I don't know. I think it was his own invisibility that drove the Queen off, but she doesn't take the turn.
There's a spell tower recharging. Yeah, she goes for the
poison tower, though.
Was it poison? Yeah. Okay. I didn't see what it was there. Electro Titan's working through, but the Queen's held up here, like you mentioned. Town Hall does fall. Yeah, you're right. There's the poison tower going on. Titans are working through that bottom side. We got 2 scatter shots down here. A lot of action. Okay, there was a rage tower down there. I'm so confused with the spell tower. It's so hard to keep up, man.
Your spells, their spells.
Yeah, whose spells are going up? Spell tower on the bows, the Tesla farm, and the scatter shots. There's kind of tough.
Yeah, that's a very, very high damage area, and it is burning this Royal Champion up. Ice Golem a little bit late to be able to stop in there and get the protection that he needs. So the warden goes down, Royal Champion goes down, and Damien struggling a bit on here. We don't see a lot out of these rage towers, and so it's kind of interesting to pile a ton of big defenses, those hard-hitting defenses around it, and just make that area of the base there super threatening. And they were able to hold the line, so that area of the base there defends, and the attack as a whole will defend.
It was kind of an inconspicuous spot, too, kind of away from everything, and it didn't really look too menacing, but once that rage went off, they went to work and just absolutely crushed everything that was down there. Queen finally falls. He's just going to try to run up the percent. It is a 2-star, but Aphelion really needed a 3-star here as they're down 2 triples. All Push has to do at this point is really go for safe 2s.
And I'm just really questioning how Push ended up with less than a 2-star average on their overall. That's definitely out of the ordinary to even see that in the first place. But then they come out here and open up with 2 out of 3 triples. This is not what I was expecting. I'm kind of surprised a lot by this match.
If you guys could see Eric's face during these attacks, it's pretty priceless. He is genuinely shocked. But I agree. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I thought, seeing the tail of the tape, so to speak, I was like, oh, okay, Aphelion should wipe the floor here. But Push, I mean, Push has been here. They're no slouches. I think those stats were, maybe they played a ton of wars, or maybe they didn't play a lot of wars and they just had some, I'm confused by the stats. The stats were a lie.
I'm telling you, they must have just had a couple wars that went really, really south. Maybe they didn't even attack or something like that. It was like, whatever. They put up 14. We open up with a 1-star. We're like, we'll just scratch that. We'll take a break and we'll walk into the next one. And I don't know. It's gonna happen. Like 1 or 2 wars where they just didn't really take it that seriously and end up with like a couple swagged attacks. That could shift their averages down, and that's why we may see a completely different game out of them. This is completely counter to what the stats showed.
It is NA. I heard of 8-8 wars, so okay, that's rude. That's rude. Toxic.
Oh,
settled down.
Oh, jeez.
Jethro's coming in, and Jethro's adds a different element to this Push team. He's able to bring in a Lalo attack. Where we've seen those dragon attacks before, he's able to bring in this Lalo, which is something a little bit different. Going ahead, zapping out the Inferno back there, zapping out that Poison Tower, and running in the heroes.
Yeah, keeping their distance from the Monolith on the other side of the base here. And a lot of times when I see the Poison Tower in a Lalo attack, that he's going to have to fight with the Lalo, obviously, because the Queen is going to get pushed off to the right. She's going to make her way towards the Town Hall. He's trying to get that double cannon out of the way. I don't think it's going to be a problem. He can throw some balloon onto it if he needs to, but he needs to get the Queen to go in and secure the Town Hall. The King and the Royal Champion working off to the left side there. They will make their way in and hold the CC. Maybe they can get that multi-inferno. Maybe they can also get that defensive Royal Champion. And if he gets both of those, he's off to a very, very strong start, and he can just push Lalo in from the left and try to get past that Monolith and that Poison Tower.
I like it a lot. CC's out. We're seeing nothing but like Ice Golem CCs here. I remember last season it was all Lava Hound CCs. Now it's all Ice Golem to stop these smash attacks. But Jethro going to the skies here, so the Ice Golem shouldn't be too much of a problem. King pops off with the Phoenix there, but the Lava Hound, once the King goes down after the Phoenix's ability, those Ice Golems should stay kind of out of the way. Actually, no, the RC is able to get through them.
Yeah, but the unfortunate thing is she left up that multi. Now, multi is very, very low HP right now, but he still needs to get another strike onto it. And until then, it is 6 beams of lethal damage that these balloons are just going to get melted through. He needs to get the defensive Queen down. He did not protect the headers with the ward ability, so they're coming in now. They'll lock onto that Queen, and they don't get her down. So she's in a problem, and that is going to shut this attack down. So Push not able to make it through on this one, and Jethro, a big pickup to the roster on this team, but not able to deliver as the lava falls short. But the dragons move through. I'm telling you, I'm still shocked about that here, man.
Eric is questioning his whole life. I mean, it worked. You got to go with what works, and it worked out for them. Look at that. The Owl going ahead and getting that multi-target in front of them. This is going to run up nice percent. And honestly, it's not a 3-star. This is what Push needed, just a nice quality 2-star. This one running up to the mid-80s is going to be exactly what they need.
We're going to prioritize that Town Hall area. If the Queen ended up missing the Town Hall and something went wrong over there, then he could always have plenty of extra spell support there. Rages and Haste, or freezes in haste to dive bomb that town hall that was exposed by the buildings that he cleared out near it. So he'll climb the percentage up just another building here. And I guess Archer's still working on the right side, so every single percentage point might matter in the end if we see some offensive strength out of Aphelion or we see a 1-star out of Push.
Aphelion struggling, though. They haven't tripled at all yet today. And sometimes it's just not your day, unfortunately. And when that happens, it's just so unfortunate. But we've seen it happen time and time again where we've had a high-caliber team just have that off day and they just can't get it for whatever reason. The base building here for Push holding up really nicely, and their offense stepped up in a big way for them. So a little bit of an upset so far, but the war's not technically over yet. Aphelion can make a final push here through these final 2 attacks.
Yeah, he took a lot of damage from that multi-inferno that stayed standing. If the Roar Champion would have taken that down, I think he would have been able to pull through on that one there, because if he didn't lose that entire pack of balloons, then they probably could have supported the backside, because there weren't a ton of defenses up at the end there. So you just had that scatter shot, like an air defense next to it, and maybe a little bit more behind it. But that extra force from those balloons could have pushed him through. And I mean, you are relying heavily on your heroes to get the value, and staying away from Monolith can definitely help that. But that's why I think the Skelly donut attacks are still really powerful, because just eliminating the CC out completely can really set up those Lalo attacks very nicely and maximize your hero value. But we're not going to see that here. This is a Queen charge into Lalo from Lord Kirk, and we'll see if Aphelion can recover this war at this point.
And it's going to be an Ice Lala. We got an Ice Hound here. Remember, when the Ice Hound pops, it's going to have that freezing ability where it's going to freeze the surrounding buildings. And then the Ice Pups will also slow down the defending defenses as well. Queen's going to push in here. She should have a nice little alleyway to work in here. Not too much pressure. She'll have the couple bows and the King on her, but nothing that she can't handle. And then we got a Blimp selected so far, so we might see this Blimp try to secure the Town Hall.
Yeah, but it's an anti-2-star base. It is a pretty solidly leveled up base as well, as we're seeing through a lot of these. So we'll see how much damage sustains on this Queen, if he can handle it. But he's going to go ahead and send that Blimp. Maybe after the single Inferno. I don't know if he goes all the way to the Town Hall here. I think he goes after the single Inferno, and then if he at least gets that, it falls short, but he can still take it over the walls here. If he raises up, he's got a wall break inside, so he does get the wall open, even though he fell short. Freezes that area because the Queen got targeted by the single Inferno, and he doesn't want her to go down just yet, but the Yetis will now start to die out there. They take the single down. They got the CC pull. They're given some extra tanking support there for the Queen, and he's surviving. But since he used the Blimp to support the Queen's pathing and take the damage off of her flanks, he's now going to rely on this Queen to make her way in there and secure the Town Hall. And with those healers getting targeted, that's going to be a bit of an issue.
Oh, and the Queen is starting to walk away here. Wants the King to push her back in, but if the King doesn't hurry up, she's going to start wandering out. King's ability goes off, and if he can clear out these defenses, should push the Queen back. Jump spell's down. Okay, jump spell, push her in. She'll pretty much have nowhere to go but in. King's going to go ahead and jump over the wall. We got the Baby Dragon just kind of working over there on the right-hand side, and here comes the Ice Lalo from the left-hand side of the base. Queen's in there fighting the enemy. Queen pops her ability, so she makes sure to get that Town Hall. He's fighting. There we go. Finally locked up to the Town Hall.
Yeah, that Ice Hound got a lot of value. A lot of defenses tied around that air defense were able to get frozen up. So Road Champion will sneak in underneath the balloons, and he'll continue to pop his freezes over there. He's got one haste to work with, but he loses the Queen to the Monolith. The Phoenix picks her back up there, and the healers will transfer over to the Road Champion because they won't target the Queen while she's under the Phoenix. They just kind of ignore her, and he'll try to get that defensive Road Champion down. The Phoenix is still working on the defensive Road Champion. That's going to be his last chance to get this down. He almost gets it, but this Road Champion is right there. He's got the Lich Owl right there as well. Needs to get strikes on the Monolith and that defensive Road Champion. There goes his Warden. And wait, his Road Champion still underneath there. She slips in and she takes it! Lord Kirk! Wait, look at that clock! Come on, clean it up fast.
13 seconds. This is going to be tough. The Electro Owl finished off the Royal Champion there. His Royal Champion's working. Time is an issue. Time. Oh, no.
They needed that so badly as well.
Oh, that's devastation. 96%. Oh, what a plan. Just fell a little bit short there. Man.
Yeah, that Lalo went a lot further than I thought it was going to. And just with freezes to support only one haste, and he was able to stay alive for a really long time. That Queen, I wonder if she would have been able to survive if she was able to maybe have a little extra support there at the Monolith. I don't know what he could have done to support the Monolith. Maybe a skeleton spell? I'm honestly not sure. But the Phoenix was an interesting idea for the Queen, and we see the variation of the pets doing some good work here, Bash.
Yeah, it was a fun attack. I mean, it was a really nice plan. Just a little bit too, like a split second too long on the Queen charge. That Queen not really cooperating maybe cost him a little bit, but the RC like came out of nowhere. She was just tucked away came out of nowhere, saved the day. Oh, just the clock got him. Man, that's devastating when that happens. But here we go. Push can put this one away. Fence Post, one of the newer members, E-Drags, our first look at the brand new level E-Drags at Town Hall 15.
Yeah, Town Hall 15 did get the new level of E-Drags, where all the other dragons stayed the same level, but if they prove they can work it with the regular dragons, then the E-Drags are honestly a little bit stronger than meta right now. They're very, very powerful, but he's going to have the one E-Drag off to the far left side get picked up by the air defense. It'll get the Arch Tower down before it drops, so not going to go to complete waste, but it is 30 troop space there gone to waste, but it's okay. He got the ward ability protecting the rest of them. E-Drags don't have a ton of HP, so it's a matter of protecting them as much as possible, as early as possible, and making sure that they get some big chains and clear out a big chunk of the base.
Honestly, this just feels like a super safe play.
It does.
At this point in the war, you just need a 2-star to win it. You don't need to do anything fancy. You don't need to do anything cute. This base might have been something they didn't love. You know you can get the Town Hall down with that blimp, and then E-Drags are pretty...
Look at that freeze. What was that freeze, Fence Post?
E-Drags are pretty easy to run up the percentage, so the 2-star shouldn't be an issue here. You're right. What was that freeze? Very uncharacteristic freeze of Fence Post there.
You know what he should do? He should start freezing some storages and start to just play his luck into the next match here, because they are moving on to the last round of the night, and their opponent is yet to be determined, but that is going to put up 12 stars on the board, putting it out of reach here for Aphelion, and they are one step away from qualifying a challenge.
Yeah, that's all you got to do, man. Just secure the victory. We talk about this time and time again. You don't have to go out and go with some crazy charge. Just go get a safe 2-star. Win the war. This will put it well out of reach. We'll put it 4 stars out of reach for Aphelion. Unfortunately, that last attack was a time fail, so you just got to do what you got to do. Go with that safe plan and just win the war. I like that play from Push. It's safe, it's conservative, but it gets you there.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if the blimp didn't get the Town Hall, though. Like, it wasn't like 100% safe. There was definitely some other ways that he maybe could have made it more safe, but it was enough to get it done there. And that investment into the Town Hall takedown with extra spells right there, I think even burn a freeze onto that, making sure that he didn't get knocked back in that area, but enough balloons and enough contents inside of the blimp there to secure it, and that's all he needed there. Like you said, don't take the risk, don't tempt fate if you're gonna go after this safe Town Hall takedown and just secure the war.
Yeah, it would have been interesting though if that Town Hall didn't go down.
Or if a tornado trap intercepted
yeah,
the
yeah.
Oh man.
Could have added some fun drama, but luckily for Fence, it went down, no drama. You know us, we like our drama. We want to see him scramble and try to panic. Because at that point, I think the heroes were in also, so it would have been tough.
That would have been tough to secure the Town Hall, so maybe there was some risk to that. I don't know.
It looked innocent enough, but I mean, if you look at it, a tornado trap could shift that one a little bit, but works out for Push. Gets them the 2-star, gets them the victory. I mean, you know, we can talk what ifs all day. The true story is they're moving on to the next round.
They are, and one more to go. But we have one more attack for Aphelion, as they will get eliminated here regardless of the outcome of this attack. But we'll see if they can close out the first ladder split here with some style and hopefully get a triple on the board here and at least get one down tonight. They've definitely struggled on some offense, and I'm kind of cheering for them on this one here. But yeah, they're going to be out of the competition. But that's okay, because there's still the other ladder phase, and there's still another 4 teams that go through in ladder 2, and it's actually still open, so you guys can go play in it right now. Just go over to SnapdragonProSeries.com and sign up a team. Grab 5 friends and go play and push the ladder as quickly as you can. And if you can just get a nice little string right out of the gate here, you might be playing in January.
I mean, I'm just getting a team of people from chat because Chat's always right. Chat's always the
good.
best players.
Chat's got.
I'm going Team Chat for next season.
I
I'm just
like
saying.
this. What is
Super
this?
Witches, regular Witches, Super Archers. What is this, Eric?
he's messing with us. Halo Blade gonna end with some style as we requested. Coming in with the Warden Walk and the Flame Flinger to work next to each other. No real threats to this Flame Flinger as he makes the Warden just push into the Expo. I think a Rage invested in this Warden to make sure that Expo goes down would be really valuable. Make sure it doesn't take any additional damage to see moves along that top flank and gets ready to go in through that Eagle Artillery. And he's even got a jump spell to cross safely towards the Town Hall, and it's just going to matter of can he take the turn and can he keep these Super Archers alive to give him the firepower behind only 2 Super Witches.
Here we go. I'm interested about this one. This one's really curious. Now Flanker's going to get some nice value. Goes ahead and invests the Rage spell here to get that Warden through. Make sure you don't waste too much time. We see this time and time again with these Witch attacks, these heavy Warden walks. Time can be an issue. Minute down already. We got Witches up from the top side there, kind of off screen at the 12 o'clock position. Just a few regular Witches up there. We have the King working in, Queen's in. Here come those Super Archers and the Super Witches. This one's interesting, Eric. Let's see what Halo can do here.
Yeah, you got to be careful with any hard-hitting defenses that could end up taking out those Super Archers very, very early, because you want them to survive as long as possible. Luckily, the Eagle Artillery is not going to shoot the Super Archers because there's heavier troops, and he'll quickly prioritize the Eagle Artillery to get it down nice and early. Now, there are a lot of threats to those Super Archers up ahead here with the Poison Towers and the Scatter Towers. There's a lot of threats that can take down squishy troops like that. That's a big investment to bring that many of them into the stack here. So very interesting, but they do have a lot of firepower, and if you can keep them protected, they can mow down this core compartment.
And here we go. It's all into the core. Rage spell goes down, and let's see how this works out. Poison Towers throw. Need those archers to kind of stay back momentarily. On that right-hand side, we get the Royal Champion trying to work through. It looks like she's fine. The Witches are going to help her out, but in that core, man, the
so
archers step up. Oh, need the healing. Oh, there's so much in there.
Oh, they're dying. But the Witches actually went down before the Archers, which is kind of surprising. The Queedle Popper ability, if she can have that ability carry forward to the Monolith, then maybe the Witches and the Royal Champion can clear out. On the other side, the Flame Flinger finally opens up, dropping out a Yeti and an Electro Titan. So the Royal Champion does get the Monolith down. Holy cow, he's got it here, Bash. Aphelion picks one up at the closing of the war, and with style, Halo Blade closes that one out there with the coolest attack of the war by far. But unfortunately, too little too late here for Aphelion, but at least they end it with they go out with some stop. I already said that.
Like you called it, a really super meta, super witch, super archer attack. I mean, we've seen that one. Wait, I've never seen anything like that. That's beautiful creative attack there, Halo. Really fun one to watch. And you got to go out with your head held high. I mean, even though you didn't get through this time, you know that you're one of the top teams in this competition. You know that you're going to have another shot at it with the ladder too. So it's good to build that momentum. You know, my favorite word in esports, momentum building into that next phase. So just a really fun attack, honestly. And I think at that situation where there's not so much pressure on the line, you could throw something like that out there.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if he was going to throw that even if they had the war relied on it, because it worked.
I mean, it was clean.
It worked.
The plan was good.
I mean, yeah. I mean, sometimes we see the Electro Titans and Super Bowlers, and it worked a lot the same as that one does. So, like, just a mix of super troops going into the core of the base there, just ripping up the core. Very cool attack there. But I mean, push surprises today. They got their 2 triples, and that was enough to take them down today. So, I mean, that was an interesting war. Definitely some big surprises. What do you think?
That was more of what I expected to see today. Now, I guess we saw some of the top teams already now hanging out in the lower bracket. This is really where we're going to get to see the rough and tumble, the real kind of grindy matches, and that's kind of what we got here. So this is what I expected big picture, but if we drill in and talk about attacks and stuff, not what I expected.
Yeah, a really, really interesting war as far as attacks go. Kind of, we saw a little bit of the meta with the Electro Titans, but we saw what Push knows. Dragons. And some creative stuff there at the end. Just like a real hodgepodge of attack. I mean, those wars are really fun when you never know what the next attack's going to be.
Yeah, I had a good time with it, and it was nice to be proven wrong. I guess dragons are still part of... Dragons are back, baby! Let's go!
One step closer to a ticket to the challenge, but not just yet. Still some competition. In fact, we have 2 left. Aphelion falls down to Push, but Push still has to beat the winner of the best COC and the night shift, and that's the match we are going to see in a matter of moments. And we'll see you in a matter of moments as well.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting, it's hot. Look what I got, whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way.
Keep pushing. Push pushes ahead. There it is. Good stuff coming out from Push. Good enough to get them to the next step as they are one step closer to the challenge. They still need to beat a team, but we don't know who yet. And that'll be our next matchup for sure. They just come off of the win against Aphelion. Welcome back. And before we head into our next one, we'll look in the rearview mirror. F. Eric. So, jumping into this one, we've talked a lot about how this last match was just really fun. A lot of different attacks, a lot of different things, and I want to hear what's going on with you as far as what stuck out in your mind.
Yeah, there were definitely some big surprises in this one. How about that last attack? I mean, obviously, we got to go take another look at that because who throws down super witches with super archers? This is nuts. But he started in with this flame flinger. Now, you'll notice right away, you got this Expo right here, and this Expo is a major threat here. It's one of the defenses that can outrange the flame flinger, so he has to handle that as his priority. He needs to make sure he deals with that, and he can run the flame flinger in parallel with the warden, because the warden normally follows troops, but it will not follow a siege machine. So as long as you don't stack up 20 troop space or higher next to that warden walk, he will just keep targeting the next closest target, and he'll make his way in, but he has to make sure that he clears that Expo, because if you have the Expo locked onto the warden and then you pull him off with other troops there up on the top of the base, then you're gonna run into a problem where you're gonna have the warden not be able to switch his healers off because he's sustaining damage. So you have to get that as a minimum. As soon as he's able to get that, the flame flinger has no threat. It can make its way in there, secure the scatter shot. He continues that warden walk just a little bit longer because he's got the rage active. Obviously that costs a little bit of time. Time is a potentially precious thing here, but maybe it's the super archers to make the difference in this attack, to make so that the witches and the super witches have the extra damage output to finish out the base there a bit faster. But the super witches are going to spawn the big boys to pass up the super archers, so there's layer 1 of defense. Then the super archers outrange the super witches, so they would always be the first to get targeted. The super archers is going to stay put behind it. Very, very interesting attack, but you got to make sure that all damage stays off of these super archers. And also another extra perk here is because the all long-range troops here, using the Queen, the Warden, the Super Witches, and the Super Archers, they're all long-range troops, so they're going to stand relatively on top of each other. So as long as you keep these rages rolling, you keep the healers raged up, and you're going to keep the entire pack alive, and the healers can easily transition back and forth across them, and it's a very effective way to do it. Now, there are no multis over on the far right side of the base there, so the King was able to work with those regular witches out there, not run into any threats there, looking good out there. He's had the Phoenix resurrect the King, keeping him moving a little bit longer, not super long. I still question whether the Phoenix is the best method to go on that, but he's able to make his way through with the Royal Champion, and the Royal Champion able to work with the Diggy there, and Diggy is so powerful. Diggy is able to stun up the defense, and as soon as you thin it out enough a bit there, like you had that Monolith sitting there, and it's pinging away at a lot of the troops as he makes his way forward, but the Monolith isn't going to be able to support or do anything against the witches once they arrive, but the Diggy able to support the Royal Champion. The Super Archers even survived in the middle. That's kind of the biggest surprising thing here, that he had anything survive out of the middle. And the witches just wrap around the outside with the Royal Champion, even had that Electro Titan and the Yeti come out and help assist with the other side and just working wherever the Flame Flinger left off. So just a really, really cool attack in general. Love to see something new in the meta breaking out, and I'm kind of curious if we ever see that attack again or if it was just a one-off.
I'm so happy that we full screen when you're doing that, because my eyes, while you're breaking down each and every element of the micro of that attack, I was just listening, absorbing, and just so much stuff going on, so many things to learn in a brand new meta.
Yeah, that was a wild attack. I mean, I don't think that's going to be super meta. I mean, it was a great base read. I mean, it was GG to Halo. It was a beautiful attack, but there was so much going on. Really creative attack. I love those creative attacks. Something that you're not going to see every day. Those are really fun to watch.
Absolutely.
But the fundamentals of it, the fundamentals of the attack were the same as any smash attack there. Like you're following the same funneling, you're protecting the flame flingers, you're using the ward and walk and sync. Like you probably could have thrown in any kind of smash attack and it would have had a similar result, because it was just an expertise of knowing how to structure those smash attacks and how to approach the base.
I'm always here for the Johnny plays. Give me the creativity. And the beginning of a meta like this is always kind of my favorite spot, because is that going to be a dominant strategy? Probably. We'll see long term, because we have to see how it all comes together. Couple more matches still on the docket. We have to see who Push goes head-to-head up against, and that means we have one more match in front of it. The night shift is A. Campbell, Chase, M-Dub, Juneseek, and Loch Ness Monster. Excited to see the night shift.
We saw them last time, but they had an early exit, a little bit of a surprise exit from them. It's a really strong team that can really put up some good numbers. We see some familiar faces there. Chase the Ace, one of the best community members as far as stats goes, always tracking, really familiar with how metas work and function in Clash of Clans. And this team, they can put up some nice scores.
Yeah, it was surprising that they didn't make it into a challenge last season, and they had a couple of close runs here, so now they got to make up for it. This is their chance. They keep giving themselves that opportunity. They're going to eventually make it in, and we have seen them do really well in the past. Like I remember, what was it? I guess season. Did I play against them in season 3? I forget. I forget which teams. The teams are always shifting around. There's always these roster changes all over the place there, and it's hard to keep track of exactly who's on which team. But this team consistently does well, and they are an impressive one to see.
When it comes down to it, the night shift, they have a cool little roster over here. And you said an early exit last time around. Might be tough to answer this one. What do you think was their biggest problem last time?
We didn't really get to see a whole lot of them, so honestly, off the top of my head, I don't really recall. I mean, it could have been, it was a really offensive meta. It could have just been a bad beat during that war. Or, 2 wars, double elimination, but honestly, I don't recall. It was a really early exit, kind of surprising.
Yeah, but in that offensive meta, like, you just had 1 or 2 bad wars and you were done. Like, it's all it takes. You just need to have one good run and you can come out on top. But there's some teams that are just more consistent than others, and they were the ones who ultimately pulled through. So maybe it's a consistency issue. I guess we'll find out.
Well, we have seen a little bit of the best COC. Unfortunately, they did wind up losing their last match. That's why they're here on the lower side. And you guys were really singing the praises of some of these players in particular. Anybody, who's your go-to attacker, Bash?
I like Cam. I like what Cam can do with the Super Bowlers. I think he tried to do too much with the recall spell on that last time, but I've seen him just crush bases with these Super Bowlers, and he understands how to destroy these anti-2s with the Super Bowlers. So I like what Cam brings to the table for this team.
I like that Mara Jade was breaking out that cool drag bat. It almost worked. It was very close to working, but CamWow is a smash specialist, and the smash attacks are very strong in the meta right now, so that is a very useful tool to have on your team, and we'll see if he can take advantage of it and put it to use here today. But I mean, it's also nice to see that creativity out of Mara Jade, and you also saw that big witch attack out of Bergie that I thought was going to go through, but then ultimately got shut down. So I mean, it's just a matter of what the defenders can do and what kind of defenses they have set up if they can stop these attackers from going through. So it plays on both sides.
Again, the best COC, more of the known element than the folks on the night shift across the way, and so definitely have their work cut out for them. The night shift come in here with a little bit of an advantage, I think, because they've seen what best COC did just an hour ago.
Yeah, but I would like to say, like, some of the stuff best COC did was kind of a little off meta, a little bit, a little cute, I think. I mean, with CamWow, you know you're going to see a Super Bowler smash 9 times out of 10. But I think the other players can kind of bring a little bit of different elements to the table.
Yeah, I mean, the creativity keeps the defender not knowing what's coming at him, and they definitely had some creative elements there, and I thought overall they had good base identification, but top 15 is really tough there. Yeah. So unless you are able to identify exactly right, then you're not going to pull off a Chasmac and qualify to challenge.
Yeah, that might be a little bit tough for sure. Let's consult the numbers, though. We'll take a look at these two teams' different stats here, and wow, 25,
close. Wow.
24, just like that.
Yeah, this is a very close. I mean, as far as stats go, this doesn't really sway one way. These teams are pretty balanced as far as the stats go, and I think we'll kind of see that reflected in this matchup. I think this one could go either way.
Well, if you run those numbers, you notice that 25 and 24% would put you at about 11.25 or somewhere around there, but they're under the 11, which means they're being offset with 1-stars, driving those averages down. So that, I'm telling you, 1-stars happen. We haven't really seen any yet here today, but they do happen, and they have a big impact.
These two teams have clashed before and spit down the middle. 1 and 1. And so that also doesn't help. Our stats very close. Our head-to-head split down the middle. If you guys wanted any help with this prediction, I'm not giving it to you. You just have to go with what you think. Let us know in chat. Get involved in our conversation. We'll take a look, and maybe you might help me out here for sure. I think it's time to clash. So let's bring it to the war and see who Push has to face off against.
I mean, statistically, I think this one you just flip a coin and that's what you go with your prediction. But this should be a pretty good matchup. Both these teams can bring a lot of fun elements to the table, a lot of meta attacks, but also a lot of off-meta, a lot of creative stuff as well. So it'll be interesting to see what the bases are. You're right, we haven't seen the 1-stars. And maybe it's because, during ladder, you're a little bit more reckless because, you can just queue up again. Whereas here, you're going to be a little bit more cautious and go for those 2-stars.
Yeah, especially when there's so much more on the line here. Like, you can definitely recover from a loss on the ladder a lot easier than you can here. So, I mean, you're facing elimination here. You have your opportunity ahead of you. Mara Jade will kick us off here. One of my favorite members of the community. One of my favorite Twitch streamers, coming in with the early Warden ability, I assume, to protect these dragons, and the blimp as it dives into the town hall, and making sure those side-by-side rages get these dragons as far into the base there as early as possible. But yeah, you're right, tornado trap, gonna spin it around. No black bombs right there, though. Freeze has come down to protect, and she still lands that blimp onto the town hall and will secure it.
The black bomb did go off early, but it was still under Warden ability, so it's all fine there. E-Drag's kind of spread out nicely here. Got King and Queen up there on the top side. It's going to get a great spread. Mara's going to work right on through here. She's saying she's not sus. She's part of the town, and she's going to work right on through here. Eric, you know.
Yeah,
you know.
I know what you're talking about.
But here we go. I mean, the heroes are looking really strong through here. If we could get Royal Champion working in here. Phoenix on the Warden is a really interesting play there. Queen's going to go ahead and get healed up there. Nice freeze on that bow. I like that play a lot.
Yeah, and the Phoenix is going to work with the remaining E-Drags after the Warden went down. That's an interesting idea to throw the Phoenix on there. I guess Electric would be the other option. And I don't know which one's better, but he does end up missing that multi down there. But she's got all the defensive heroes down. So if she can get a couple of good strikes into the defensive Warden area, she's got a solid chance of making it through here.
Need some chains here from the E-Drags. RC's doing her best to carry this attack. Stun on the Eagle. Eagle's not going to get a shot off.
Okay.
The bow's on ground. Rocket Loon's here on the air defense. Queen's still got ability. This has got a chance.
Yeah, this Queen might be able to carry it. I don't know. I mean, she has the Unicorn still alive on the Queen with ability intact. Lots and lots of time to work
Plenty
with
of time.
here. So if she can get the Expo down and get some good value out of the ability here, then she can heal back up and heal through the damage of the multi as long as this this Unicorn stays protected here. But the Unicorn's getting targeted now.
Yeah. Oh, and Giant Bomb goes off with the Archers.
She's so close. She's so close here, Bash.
Yeah, so close. I love the attack. It was a really nice attack. 92. Gonna fall just short that last compartment. Oh man, maybe Mara was actually not part of the town. Confirmed Mafia.
Oh no. That's all right. She's put up a solid amount of percentage here. The Battle Builder is going to repair the damage as quickly as those minions are dealing it. So I don't know if they get that CC destroyed there. They got 30 seconds. They got a tough fight there to get that down in time. But she's just going to go ahead and exit out. Not going to let that clock wind down while she realizes she's not going to get the building and keep that average attack time lower in the odd event there that they end up with an exact tie.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really good attack. Good use of the freeze spell to make sure the blimp gets there and doesn't get taken out by the town hall and everything else going around there. I like the split from the E-Dregs here. So it worked out pretty nicely. The E-Dregs split off, just didn't quite have enough gas. Just needed a few chains down in that bottom compartment would have went a long way, but unfortunately it didn't get there. But a really great start to the war. A better start to this war anyways. 92% 2-stars, really, really strong. Especially when we're talking, 11, 12, it's going to be, a really good war.
Yeah, unfortunately, those rocket balloons came out after the Royal Champion and did a bit of damage to her, and she left that Eagle Artillery to the very end of the attack there. And obviously, Eagle Artillery is a very, very high damage defense, and to give it more time to work there is usually why we see E-Drag attacks charge the Eagle Artillery as the priority. But this one, we got Puma coming in for the night shift, starting in with a looks like Electro Titans and Super Bowlers. A smash-style attack here with even some skeleton spells that might be able to be the support that he needs to get past a single Inferno and that Monolith and King here. There's a lot of skeleton spell value over in the area, and he can definitely work with that on his right flank.
I like it quite a bit. Flame Flinger is going to go ahead and work along tandem. We've seen that every time with the Warden. Use that Flinger just to get enough value. And the Flinger should have no problem getting over to this Eagle Artillery. The funnel's kind of set up there already at the top side. Going to use this Wizard here just to take out that gold mine right there. I think he's trying to get all the way to the scatter shot here just to alleviate some of that pressure early. And yeah, Warden's going to go for the scatter.
Yeah, but I think he also needs to get that Expo down. Otherwise, that Expo is going to deal a lot of damage. Or he needs to get it down soon after so he can get the damage off of the Warden and get the healer transfer. The Electro Titans are going to be a melee troop, so they need to... They're going to end up traveling very far ahead of the Warden. So if the Warden holds onto the healers and doesn't transfer them forward, then he's going to have a hard time. But look at that. They do end up transferring a chunk of them forward. Now the rest of them goes forward, but now the Warden is left vulnerable, so he needs to hurry up and get that Expo off of him. He finally takes it down. Warden ends up going to ability there, and I think he went to auto ability, so not maybe where he wanted to put the Warden ability, but we'll see how he handles it from here.
Ice Golem's freezing there. Here come all the Super Bowlers through, but we, like you mentioned, we did get that the healer switch onto the Super Bowlers, so they'll go ahead and they'll blow up the Town Hall, no problem. Just gotta work through this poison, but want to try to keep those healers out of that Town Hall poison if possible. And so far, it's working out. Ooh, they step in a little bit, but I think they're going to be fine here.
Yeah, I think it does fade enough there that he's going to have time for it to get completely out of the way. So the World Champion doing some good work picking up where the King left off over on the right flank there after he dealt with the single Inferno and the defensive King and clear out the Tesla farm there as well. So not looking too bad here. The healers will transfer over, pop that RC ability, and get this Inferno down. And now the RC can work with the healers, getting the stuns from the Diggy. Lots of protection on this World Champion, steps away from the defenses and gets an opportunity to get top back off here. And now look at this over on the far left side, tanking, stepping into position as the Royal Champion makes her final approach.
Here she goes, invisibility spell is down. We got the couple Yetis out of the clan castle right there. The Royal Champion's going to try to finish off the scatter shot with Diggy. She should be able to. Skeleton's going to engage. We got the Yetis working down here. Yeti might get through. Oh, has this got enough gas in the tank? 15 seconds. Time's going to be an issue for Puma.
Oh, he's got the defense.
Man.
So he's got the defenses. The Yeti dies out there. There goes some of his cleanup. The Royal Champion will end up on the left-hand quarter, but he's out of time. It was a very nice attack here. Good transition of the healers. Luckily, those healers survived, and like you said, they stood in that Town Hall poison for just a moment, but they still pull through at the end. But unfortunately, the timer runs out. All defenses down 95%.
A really nice effort. Just a time fail there for Puma. And that's the issue with some of these smash attacks, is the time can be a real factor, especially when we see these triple ice golems coming out of the clan castle. They're just going to hold everything up. Everything in the middle of the base is just going to get stuck there. And that's what we see here. If he didn't have triple ice golem to deal with there, maybe he had enough gas to get through the back end of that base. But
yeah,
really close war. Just a 3% difference here, 95 to 92. So this one's still anyone's ball game. I mean, we're just one attack in, so it's anyone's ball game anyways. But Best COC going to look to respond strong. If they can put a triple on the board, put a lot of pressure here.
Yeah, that's, I mean, they were both good attacks there. They were definitely good attacks there. They're both very, very, very close. So these teams, like we saw from their heads up, they had 1-1 against each other in the past there. So they have similar hit rates overall, and it's just a battle of attrition here to see who ends up surviving. But where we go, we got Bergie. She's going to be coming in with the Electro Titans. She's got healers. She's got 14 balloons and the double clone. And I assume a super archer bomb here, Bash.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. With the two clones, that's usually going to mean super archer is going to get cloned up there. The poison towers are far enough away from that town hall that if Bergie can land this blimp like in this compartment or even the one right next to it, should get massive value. Yeah, I love this compartment. I love that drop right there. When the two clones pop in here, those super archers are just going to get so much value. Should be able to get both of the scatter shots, get the town hall and the monolith here if all goes well. And so far, it's looking really strong here, Eric. They're going to go ahead and shift over to the town hall, and then they'll be able to get that scatter shot out. Great value.
Absolutely. And also got the CC pull here, so she can now pull the CC off and fight it somewhere safely. The Phoenix picks up where the Grand Warden left off and will actually fight off that defensive King. A big pickup right there. Getting the King out of the way so you don't have to deal with him later on obviously is very beneficial, and the King is a major, major threat on this backside of the base. But now, here we go. Electro Titans will make their way through, and honestly, with this attack here, I know it's really powerful, but once again, you spend a lot of time at the start attack there setting up the Super Archers. So you're down to 2 minutes. The Electric Titans will make their way through. They have 0 spell support. Ice Golem's freezing them up. Eagle Artillery strikes pounded down. And she's got to make her way down across the bottom and all the way around to the opposite side. So usually the Road Champion will need to run opposite, but you can't get the Road Champion started too soon. Otherwise, you have her be the first to engage the defensive Road Champion. That could obviously be a problem, but you also have another option. You can put her from the bottom and help everybody take the turn, and that's the option she's going for.
Here comes that Royal Champion working through towards that Eagle Artillery. There is that scatter shot still remaining. I thought it would go down, but it's got just a little bit of hit points there. Still got Queen with the ability, still got Royal Champion obviously with the ability. Single target Inferno locks onto the Queen, forcing out that ability early. Royal Champion's ability goes off as well. And this one's starting to fade quickly here, Eric.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's got enough gas to get back through here. It's looking really strong, but now just fading quickly.
Yeah, that was, I mean, it looked good. She started off so strong. So much value, clean funnels, but the Electric Titans all died out here. It was just too much damage. What even took the Electric Titans out? I don't even know specifically what got them, but usually when you have all those healers stacked on top of them, it's not really a problem. But you do invest a Warden early in attack here, so you're not getting the extra Warden support, which means everybody has less HP, but usually that's not a problem for Electric Titans because they're just giant tanky monsters anyways, and they are able to survive with or without the Warden aura. And unfortunately, this one is crawling to a halt here as Bergie falls short. So this one will climb right up to about 80%, and she'll pass it over to the Night Shift, and we'll see if they can take advantage of it.
Yeah, just a little bit of a bad beat. I was trying to think back there. I mean, there might have been a couple Teslas, but I didn't think there was anything that significant to take out all the Titans. But
no, I thought she was gonna move through smooth. I'm kind of surprised too.
Yeah, they went down pretty quickly there. 81% is going to be the mark. I mean, still very respectable, and in a tight war, that could be fine. We'll have to see how it plays out. But Night Shift can really capitalize here. 3 stars going to put them up huge, or even, you know, something in the high 90s again could be really strong for them. But I mean, I love this opener. Even though Bergie didn't get that other scatter shot, I love the opener here. It was a great choice. Pulled out the Clan Castle. Was able to get massive value, even from the loons with the Warden ability. Just, man, that bottom compartment, I mean, I guess the bows, the single, just too much pressure down there.
Yeah, there's 2 different ways that you can approach after that opener. You can typically go in with Electric Titans, or you do like an Electric Titan kill squad, and then you go in with a Lalo afterwards. And they are both very effective ways to do it, but usually against those multi-infernos, E-Titans do really, really well against them, but not in that case. All right, a Campbell will strike next here for the Night Shift, coming in with a Blizzard Lalo. This attack is very strong in the meta. I think a lot of people know that, and it is going to go in against these bases that are not giving up so much Super Archer value like we saw in the last one.
All right, we got the invisibility tower there. Got to be careful if the invisibility tower does get popped first. Could be an issue. Oh, there it goes.
Now, what do you do? What do you do, man?
You just wait it out. You just wait it out. They're on the king. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
Is it fine?
Yeah, it's fine. Look, they're right there.
It's fine, man.
Don't panic.
Yeah.
Don't panic.
It's fine.
Yeah, the king.
I'm not panicking. You're panicking.
I'm not panicking. The king was actually an anchor spot for those wizards just to say that if that king's not there, wizards might run out. Honestly, the king, OP there.
Yeah, king.
OP on offense.
King's best anchor in the game for, yeah, whatever you want to use it for. He's great. He's got a lot of HP. And it worked out absolutely amazing. So now he has everything except for that single Inferno cleared out over there. And that single Inferno is not going to be able to even be in range to target any of these heroes since they move across the top of the base. And then he can send in the Lalo through that Eagle Artillery and go over the top of the heroes and actually get some cross tanking. It'd be really, really beneficial. Rage towers on defense, raging up the defensive CC and doubling the damage of all of the defenses in the area. So we'll see how they survive there, if anybody survives, and we'll see if they have some extra support on the backside to help out this Lalo.
Here we go, the Warden ability, or not the Warden ability, excuse me, Royal Champion's ability thrown through there. That multi is still standing, dealing lots of damage. Royal Champion, our Warden's ability, get my abilities all mixed up. Warden's ability finally goes up, helps out. Oh, wait, no, the Queen's still up. I thought we would see the Headhunters get through there. Did the Headhunters get
No, they're there right now.
there they are. They just missed the Headhunters.
Yeah, they're there.
They finally get in there. They get it taken out.
And that freeze was able to disable that multi, which helped the Headhunters get that down and supported the balloons as they made their way through. So there's not a lot of threats left on the base here. There's still a Lava Hound alive. He's got some Arch Towers in the backside. He's got some some Teslas, and a Wizard Tower. Like, honestly, there's not a lot of threats left on the base here for these balloons, and so the Hound can just stay away from the single for a while, and oh no, he's gonna circle. He's gonna take the path of the Expos across the middle, and that's gonna hurt him on time as well. And he's gonna lose that Hound. I'm not sure, I don't think he has enough here, but I could be wrong. Warden's still assisting. It's hard to say.
Yeah, I tend to agree. I don't think there's enough here. Tornado Trap's gonna go off. Red Air Bomb's gonna go ahead and deal some extra damage to those loons. With the Wizard Tower and Teslas, I don't think it's got enough. Also, time's starting to tick away. Yeah. 30, less than 30 seconds now with 80% of the base. It'll be tough. Warden can outrange, though. Oh, there goes a balloon down. If Warden could stay up, yeah, time's going to be the big
He doesn't have enough time no matter what he does.
I was trying to be optimistic, Eric. I was trying to give a chance
Yeah, he needs a time machine to be able to pull this through, turn back time a little bit, and see if he can get an extra time on that clock there. If he had some extra freeze spells, you know, throw that on the timer. I don't know if that actually works. Probably doesn't. But I'd try it. I'd try anything at this point. Not able to make it through. 88% does shift their percentage down a little bit there, but still ahead of the best COC. So nice setup there. I really like what he did with that Blizzard, though. That was interesting, to say the least. I don't know that I would have ever attempted that.
Kind of lucky with the king. That was sketchy.
It was all planned. It was all planned, Bash, obviously.
I mean, it looked planned. Yeah. It looked 100% planned.
He could even switch over to the Inferno, because the Inferno was also invisible. So no matter where he stood there, he was kind of in a weird spot. So
yeah, it was really awkward.
Risky. That was really
Were the
risky.
Headhunters like here? It felt like the Headhunters should have been in with Warden ability.
Normally they are, yeah.
Yeah, Warden ability goes off, and then the Headhunters come in.
Unless I just
Or
forgot
were
to
they
put it
somewhere
down.
else?
He put them in right at the top there, right there.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
forgot the Headhunters. Could have made a little different. Not really.
A couple balloons, maybe save a Lava Hound a little bit of HP. It's hard to say right there, but I don't know if it would have saved the attack there in time. But now here we go with the next one.
Another Blizz Lalo?
Border. One Hive native here. Make his way in with a Blizzard Lalo. Also, as he gets ready to dive across to the town hall, the blimp is protected by a Hound that takes the lead, but the Tornado Trap was still active. He gets spun around and finds a black bomb. He's going to have to just go with whatever he lands on and try to get some kind of value, but he can use that as a funneling point there. Since he didn't get the town hall, he needs to use it as a funneling point, and now needs to focus on driving his heroes to go in there and secure the town hall takedown.
Still will hit. One invisibility spell left over. The Wizards will get a decent amount of value. Those Ice Golems are going all the way across the base, which could be an issue if they meet up with the heroes later. We saw that earlier where we had the Anchor Archer down there at the bottom. Now Archer's going to get taken out now, and now we're going to have those Ice Golems come all the way back across the base. And if they engage these heroes at the right spot, this could be deadly.
Yeah, that is potentially a one-star risk here if he doesn't manage this right, but his Ice Golem freezes up the defensive world champion, gets that Expo shut down, and if he can get the scatter shot down, he'll be under less damage, but there's a single Inferno right there, and luckily the King is going to sit outside of the range of the single Inferno while he fights off the Ice Golem, and I think he's got a chance to at least secure the Town Hall with this Queen. He needs to hold under ability. He needs to survive through. World Champion comes into support, throwing everything he can now to support in the area. He's got a lot of freezes, and he's got invisibility, so it's going to come down to whether this Queen ability is preserved until he locks onto the Town Hall.
I think it should be, but man, this one's got me on edge here. Yeah, Queen, if she doesn't go...
Monolith!
Monolith forces ability. Bomb's gonna go.
Oh, come on, Queen goes invisible.
She's invisible. She's invisible.
Take
Come on,
it,
Queen.
take it, take it,
Come
take
on.
it, take
He's out
it.
of invisibilities.
Got it.
Oh, barely. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, Diggy came over. Diggy came over and assisted the Queen because the World Champion went down and transferred. And now, is the Diggy working with anything else over the top of the base? Maybe the Ward is targeting? I wonder if Diggy's still alive in the mix there. But he was able to get the defensive Queen down.
He is. Diggy's under there.
Diggy's so OP.
Diggy's so fun, man. Switching off to the next hero. But there's still a lot of base up. This is going to be tough for Mortar Supporter to get through here. Oh, man. Just really unlucky that the blimp didn't make it through there. But, I mean, that was a tough path for that blimp to get through.
Yeah, it definitely was. And he found the big Tesla farm there on top of the tornado black bombs. It was trapped up like crazy. They definitely were prepared for that entry, shut it down there, stopped up that option, and unfortunately for Mortar Supporter, well, fortunately, he was able to go in there and secure the Town Hall takedown because it would have been much more difficult to secure it had that Queen not taken it. So using exactly the resources that he needed, Diggy comes in clutch, was able to stun and give her just a little bit of extra time to work there, but that Monolith is a very scary defense, and when he locked on the Queen, I thought he was in one star. I really did.
I thought so too. Man, that was clutch. I thought it was done for, but 78% keeping them alive. I mean, they're way behind on percent now. I mean, they're down 10. They're down potentially big percent. It kind of depends on what Night Shift does here. But they were already down 10% going into that attack, and with that being a 78, they could really be in a really precarious spot moving in here for the fourth attacks. But I mean, we saw that one was almost a 1-star. Anything could happen. We haven't seen one. I'm genuinely shocked we haven't seen a 1-star yet.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested. It's really interesting to see how these attacks, like, if you did the same attacks at Town 14, you probably would strip one.
Yeah.
Like, a lot of these attacks didn't really have anything wrong with them. They just, Town 15 is hard. It's really, really difficult, and you have to have perfect base identification to be able to have a chance to take these down, because you could do everything right with the wrong strategy, and it still doesn't work. So here we go. M-Dub gonna be trying out this Super Archer Bomb himself. So an anti-2-star base, Mara Jade on defense, and also the Electro Titans. So was it Mara Jade who did Electro Titans? I think it was.
She did E-Drag.
Oh, she did. You're right. It was Bergie? I don't know.
Yeah, Bergie did.
Bergie did the Super Archer Bomb Electrocute attack earlier, and it was set up very nicely and still didn't go through. So I love this attack. I think it's amazing. But he didn't invest the Warden into the initial drop there, just threw down a Lava Hound to give it protection on its way through. So we'll see how much of a difference the Warden has. He has a lot of damage output, so being able to conserve him is definitely some beneficial difference of this attack compared to the last one.
Nice value.
And yeah, big value there. Can you get that poison tower?
Oh, yeah, got it. Nice,
Right.
nice. And we got the Clan Castle pulled out, so be able to deal with these ice golems kind of off to the side here. Just going right in at the Igor Artillery. I like this entry a lot if you can cut everything off and push them in. Titans are kind of all over the place, chasing some of these skeletons, chasing some of these troops, but the ice golems are ultimately going to push them inside. Baby Dragon's just going to go ahead and try to cut that funnel. I like the way this one's starting.
I see a potential problem here. If the Queen takes out that Eagle Artillery before those left side Electro Titans are able to get a path over there, they're going to end up walking. But the Queen gets distracted. She went over to the Ice Golems, and they do... Okay, one slip
one of one.
I mean, we'll take that. We'll take that. The healers are going the right direction. All the heroes are going the right direction. And maybe he can take advantage of that and throw in the Royal Champion over there to work with that Electro Titan. I'm not sure exactly what he does with that, if there's anything he can do with it. But the Royal Champion is going to be a critical part here. The Monolith up in the top corner. Big Testify with their single Infernos, Heroes, lots of big threats at the backside. No spell support here, Bash.
Nice wall breaker. It snuck it right in there, opened up that middle of the base. We got the King still working through here. We still got Warden ability as well for M-Dub to go through. Queen pops her ability off, fighting the King there in the middle. Headhunter comes off, and there goes that Royal Champion going for the middle of the base. But we got the Monolith with the Tesla farm up top. This is going to be a tough little compartment. But I like the way this is looking. Still plenty of Titans up. Royal Champion's very healthy. I like this one a lot so far, Eric.
Yeah, the Electro Titans instantly evaporating those ground skellies with their aura damage. The Royal Champion now moving in to stun some of the defenses after taking out those internal things. And that Queen, even though she went off path a little bit and took a scenic way across the base there, she did intercept that defensive King, and that clears the way here for this Royal Champion to go the distance. And if he's got the time, he's got the triple, and it looks like the clock is in his favor, so M-Dub gonna pick this one up, and our first triple of the war, as we now have a lead for the Night Shift on percentage and stars. Definitely big moment of the war right there.
Big commanding lead now. Best COC is gonna need 2 triples almost here, being down with percent. They definitely need to at least get a triple here on this next attack and then hope for a nice defense. But there's gonna be a lot of pressure on these last 2 attacks. Really nice execution here from M-Dub. The value on that Super Archer Bomb was just incredible. Those clones, the Super Archers got a lot of value. Great identification there. You talked about the base identification. I think that was really proper base identification to get that Super Archer Bomb in there safely without having to invest the Warden.
Yeah, it's nice to have the Warden available to support, not only to give just the aura to boost everybody's HP, but just to have that available, because you don't have any spells. You use up all your spells on the initial setup, so it's your only tool. You gotta be able to have him and the Royal Champion be used at those perfect times to get you through and relieve some of that damage and start to thin out the rest of the defenses. So he did it very, very nicely, and he was rewarded with the triples. So that is a big impact triple right there, and it puts them apart from the best COC.
And it's going to be Leonard coming up for best COC. We got a Queen charge into Lalo. Looks pretty straightforward here. We got a Blimp selected. I would go Blimp at the Eagle monolith there at the top, but that might be too obvious. All right, Queen's going to start up there. I'll have to see if the Blimp follows the Queen in here.
Yeah, but also you have some of their heavy hitters coming up later in the war here. I mean, we got Camwell. Does Camwell miss? I don't think he misses. He tripled my base last time I played against him. He's pretty OP, but we'll see what he can do. My base is probably pretty easy to beat, but who knows? All right, well, Leonard will make his way in with this Queen charge, using the Blimp to go over the top of the Queen. Black Mine goes off, but he doesn't care about that. He's just trying to get the monolith down and set up the Queen to make so that she doesn't have any damage. She can round around that compartment and continue on from there. So single portal on the other side of the Town Hall. As the Queen approaches from the right, as he sees that the Queen is breaking off to the right, he quickly gets the King down over on the right side to help control the pathing on that right side and drive the Queen towards the Town Hall. I'm a little bit worried about the single though, Matt. What do you think?
Yeah, the single can be tough,
Look at
especially
wall break. Where's that going?
especially if that Poison Tower reloads, which it's almost there. It needs the Queen to get that Poison Tower down like ASAP. It's almost reloaded. Remember, it takes about a minute for that to reload. Queen's gonna get it down just in time. But there we go. That single's locked onto the Queen now, gonna force out a freeze. And then if she doesn't get out of the way, it's gonna force another freeze and then maybe ability. Royal Champion's working in here, and there's the Clan Castle full of 3 Ice Golems.
I don't really have any way to get that single Inferno dealt with right now. I'm not sure how I feel about that Inferno right now, because he just is just gonna, you can't just freeze it forever. You're out of spells. He's literally out of spells right now. So the Queen will try to get away, but she goes to ability, and that is her last layer of protection. Now she goes down while she was inside of the ability for the scatter shot, shooting at her archer. That's a bit unfortunate, but he does get the healers to transfer over to the World Champion. And I feel like at that point, after you used up that many freezes, you should just let her die in the first place and just transfer them over a little bit earlier. So we'll see if that World Champion can pick up the slack though.
I like that Warden ability there. It was a really nice Warden ability, capturing all those loons. And if he can get through here, we got Royal Champion just being a nuisance, and that single could be a problem here as well. Loons need to get over there and cover.
Royal Champion.
Nice, nice. Royal Champion's working. It's got a chance here.
Yeah.
Don't count it out yet.
Where's that Diggy? Where's that Diggy? Where's Diggy when you need him?
Oh man, no Diggy.
Yeah, Diggy already went to, no, it was
it's all traditional heroes here.
Yeah, used all the original pets here.
Maybe Leonard's new pets just aren't high enough level to use yet.
The Queen, or the World Champion's got the Queen still helpers though, and he's able to get it done.
Nice.
Match is triple for triple, and the best COC is still in this match. This is really close now, and now it puts some pressure over the Night Shift to perform again, which is not going to be an easy task.
Look, I mean, I'm not biased either way, but I wanted that triple really bad just so we have a nice close war. I wanted I mean, it's an elimination war. Winner moves on to play for that final spot into our challenge. This is what we need. We need a really close war that's going to potentially come down to the final attacks here. Great attack, great base identification, great use of that Queen in there.
Yeah, absolutely. And the healer transfer helped out a lot. That the healers transferring over safely to the World Champion, always super beneficial. If you're going to lose your Queen, sometimes you can plan that healer transfer. Sometimes it just happens, and I don't know what the original plan was. I don't think he could have kept that Queen alive, because I mean, I guess if she went the other direction, because it was a multi on one side, a single on the other, and it was kind of a toss-up which way the Queen was going to choose to go there. So if she went to the single, like, do you just let her? I mean, he tried to save her. He really tried to save her. He invested a lot into saving her, and it was kind of a futile effort there. But if he would have gone to the other side, I mean, what is the higher value target? I think the multi is really valuable there, because especially in a Lalo, it can come in and stop up a lot of damage for the Lalo later on.
I tend to agree there. Chase the Ace coming in here. It looks like we got a Zap Lalo here. Again, Zap out an Inferno over there. Looks like got a Sweeper as well. And look at this heavy investment here. We got a Golem. Just should go in with the heroes. Also got a heal spell, which we're starting to see a little bit more and more heal spells being used. This will be a really interesting attack. Gonna go ahead and start running these heroes into the left flank of the base, or at least the King and Royal Champion, and then Queen for the Town Hall. Nice.
Yeah, this is like a traditional Sui Lalo. Golem supporting the Queen, the king, given the tanking for the world champion, able to clear out the compartments on the edge of the base there. Nothing really in the middle, kind of a dead zone by that air defense. There's some damage from the Expo and stuff like that, but overall, no major defenses there that would cause too many problems. The Queen needs to take the turn, though. She needs to go in and secure the Town Hall, and the world champion working with the Phoenix, and he should be able to clear out all the way and get the Queen able to pop her ability. Keep the defensive CC distraction. No! Did he freeze it? He was late on the freeze. He tried to stop the invisibility tower from going off. He freezes again. Take it! Oh, Chase!
The skellies were coming over. That was almost dangerous as the skeletons could have distracted the Queen, but she gets that final shot off. World champion goes down. Here comes a Lalo from the top side with that stone slammer. Whew. Nail biter from Chase the Ace, but he had it under control the whole time there.
Didn't he? I mean, I guess he did. He got the down hall.
I mean, the top hall's down, so I think so.
He invested the spells. It was worth it. 100% there, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, I was just clenched a little bit there for Chase. It was really intense, but that's okay. Queen's in the middle doing a lot of work here, though. Finally, he throws down the poison, freezes the Queen along with that multi-target Inferno. The Stone Slammer finally dropping out some more balloons and a Dragon Rider. Still a decent amount of base up, but if he can swarm these last few defenses, could be in a nice spot, but I don't think so, Eric.
Yeah, it's going to be the Teslas over the right side that is going to give a little bit of layer of protection to the scatter shot. Goes over, finally is going to get that invisibility tower. It does drop its invisibility out, and it's going to end up protecting that balloon there for just a moment, but it's going to ultimately die out here. It is a defense, and Bash, that ties up our war. Ties up our war, but I think it is percentage advantage into the Night Shift's favor.
Yeah, I think it'll still be enough to give them a percentage advantage, but it's going to be a little bit lower to bring it down slightly. So these final two attacks could be really huge here. I mean, Cam comes in and throws up a triple with the Super Bowlers. Who knows what could happen here?
He likes that Super Bowler attack. I wonder if he uses it. But, I mean, there's enough variety across this team that they can't just bank on everybody just throwing down smash attacks and try to defend just against that. So they've shown variety, and that keeps the attacker or the defenders guessing on what kind of base they should be running against these guys, and that might do the trick here to get them through. He's going to barely get that storage down. He was waiting. He was waiting out there to see if they get that storage down to try to get one more building on the board. Not able to get those minions through the battle builders, but overall a pretty solid attack here. And a little bit close on that Queen taking that Town Hall down.
Yeah, that was almost a very sketchy attack.
Look at the freeze. Look at the freeze here.
Yeah, just a split second late.
You know what it was? You know what it was?
RC.
It was the RC.
Yeah.
The RC ability hit the invisibility tower and triggered it before he expected. He thought he'd be able to take a shot at the Town Hall, activate it, and then freeze it before the invisibility tower could throw. But the RC ability hit the invisibility tower, and that damage triggers it to go off. It's not dealt by troops moving inside of the range. It's triggered by damage being dealt to the buildings that are bordering it. So if you hit it with the RC ability, you're gonna have it go off. And in that case, it was off about a split second early, and the freeze wasn't able to stop it, and it ended up costing him an extra freeze, which ultimately might have cost him the attack.
I think he was ready to yeet the Lalo into the Town Hall. He waited completely until that Town Hall was down. So
for sure.
I don't think there was a one-star chance there. But Chase, I mean, obviously was hoping for a little bit more. But here we go. Cam Wow with the Super Bowlers. If you asked me what Cam was using, I would have said Super Bowlers all day. Super Bowlers with the Electro Titans. This is his go-to attack. Does he have a Titan out? Okay, a Titan out in front of the Flinger there. I was like, he didn't put that Flinger in naked, did he?
Yeah, no, get that Arch Tower under control so that the Flame Flinger is going to get the support, clear any traps, clear any ground skellies in the area. It is 32 troop space to bring in an Electro Titan to support there, but it is worth every little bit there because look at the Electro Titan. It's actually damaging up that mortar, taking for quite a long time there. He just needs to go get one strike onto that mortar, and it does get one strike onto his Flame Flinger. But at the same time, he's got the Warden working in on the other side of the funnel, and you can see the lane that he is creating down the middle base there, and hopefully once he gets there, the Town Hall doesn't do too much damage. But look on that back side of the base here. We're looking at 2 single Infernos, 3 ground explodes if you count the one on the far left, and then he's got the Monolith down there as well. So
with the
he'll be
tower.
moving. Yeah, he'll be moving through multiple poisons on his way through. Basically poisoned his entire way through the core. Once on the entry, once through the Town Hall, and another one as soon as he comes off of the Town Hall. That is a very, very difficult area to pass through, and I'm a bit nervous for him here.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. As you mentioned, this Poison Tower is going to launch here shortly. slowing those troops down, dealing that damage out. They should get out of it pretty quickly, but once that town hall gets destroyed, it's going to drop another poison, and then we'll have that final poison tower working through here. But here we go. Everything's all in here. We got the super archers raged up, or super bowlers, excuse me, raged up with the Electro Titan, but we have an ice golem pulled out right there to hold everything up through the poison. Luckily, the healers stay out of it, but the healer's going to take a little bit of damage from the poison. I think they'll survive it, but they do take... Ooh, they're taking considerable damage here, Eric.
Yeah, I mean, what was the point of that earthquake down south there? I'm not exactly sure what that was.
Oh, the healers went down to the poison.
Oh, no.
Oh,
no. Come on, man. Pull it through. You got the whole area of the bottom of the base there is getting repaired after he used the earthquake just randomly down there as nobody else goes down there. You didn't really have pathing down there. Like the shape of the walls here just kind of left it up to chance which way they ended up going out of the core, and unfortunately they all split off to the left. That got the scatter shot down, got a little bit of a regrouping, and he's got some troops moving through, but at this point he's starting to run out of time. It's a matter of getting the percentage up as high as possible. He doesn't really have any control anymore. He's just coasting, and if he can get the percentage up a bit more, then that'll set the bar here for the night shift on their final attack.
Yeah, they're already down on percent, and they're not down crazy amount of percent. I mean, like 15, 16% here, 15, 16 buildings. But you want to run this up to 90 if you can. Give yourself a real chance here, because if you get to 90, then like a 75, we're talking a really close game. So 7 seconds, time's ticking out. Yeti mites are popping. Let's see what Cam can do here. And there we go. The time's going to run out. 86%. I mean, it's respectable.
Yeah.
This one's still within reach for them.
It is. It is. They just got to sit back and hope that their preparation pays off here as we get ready for the final attack of the war. And the result of this one determines who is eliminated here in this first open split.
Man, this is an intense war. This is our closest war of the night, I think, as far as coming down to the final attacks. And you're right. Loser eliminated, have to go play in ladder 2. Winner goes on, still not qualified for the challenge, but we'll have a chance to play for that final spot in the challenge going up against Push in our next matchup. Oh man, I am very confused about that Quake as well. Was he trying to trigger the poison maybe?
I don't know. Maybe he's just hoping that the Quake damage plus some bowler bounces, able to take out some of the stuff on the backside and just make you have a chance to go down back there. I don't know. I'm not sure exactly what's going on there, but we got Where's Perry coming in for the final attack here. Where's Perry will drive in from the top corner here with this Queen charge, and then he's going to be following up with a Lalo. It's an anti-2-star base. He has a blimp here. I assume the blimp is going to charge in and snipe off the Inferno and the Eagle Artillery, so we can go around it, and then we'll need to get the rest of the funnel formed here to drive the Queen in. 4 ground expos on this base here. Lots and lots. Oh, that's a problem. That's a problem here, Bash.
Took the bait and fell right into their trap here, Knights. Bergie's base doing what it needs to, but Perry, if I'm doing math right, Perry needs to get something like mid-80s here to be safe.
Honestly, I'm not even worried about the percentage right now. I don't know how he's going to get the Town Hall down. Healers are taking a beating, and with no blimp available to go after the Town Hall later on, the Queen still is in charge to secure the Town Hall. Otherwise, getting the balloons to be able to pass in there is going to be a nightmare. But the Queen does get her healers to survive. A wall break comes down, but he was supposed to have that compartment cleared out, so now the wall breaker doesn't go forward. Now the Queen has to find a different path in, and she's going to end up circling over to the right. This is a nightmare scenario for the night shift, and the best COC is got to be cheering out of the seats right now, Bash.
Oh, this is crazy. If Perry can get the Town Hall, the magic number is only 71%, but it has to be a 2-star.
Yeah.
It's got to be 71% 2-star. I mean, he can almost at this point just straight up yeet the Lalo at the Town Hall.
Yeah, but that's
you gotta get the
percentage. You got to get a
go
both.
down. Yeah.
I don't know.
Come on, Perry. RC's over there. I think he's trying to do his due diligence here, get as much percentage as possible right now. Oh, man, I am worried for this attack. Can maybe use the Warden with just like half the loons, maybe?
That's a Rage and a Freeze, and he can use those to secure the Town Hall, but there's a Sweeper facing that direction as well, so no matter what he does, he's going to have a difficult time getting in there.
In. At least part of the Lalo's coming in. We got 6 loons remaining.
I can't
Warden's
watch. I can't watch.
You gotta watch, Eric.
I can't watch.
We gotta watch. This is our job to watch this. All right, Freeze us in.
Okay.
He's got the Rage down. They should go right for the town hall.
Yeah,
There
yeah.
it is. All right, there we go. Parry. Oh,
Ooh, look at all the traps going off. Good to get the ward in
baby.
there, but he's still going to get the percentage a little bit higher. And I don't know exactly what he needs to
got
get
it.
here.
It's 71.
Okay, okay. Crisis averted, and the night shift survive, and we'll move on to the last round to determine who moves on to challenge. A close right there, a nightmare scenario, but he overcomes it. He preserves the right amount of spells there, secured the pathing, and he is going to lock in the win. So it's a scary moment, but handled well.
Wow, 78%, just not by much, just enough there for Parry. That was a nightmare scenario. That I would not envy being in that scenario. Like, I would have been panicking. I would have probably disconnected through my iPad. I don't even know. That's
sorry, guys, lost connection.
Yeah, lost connection.
Who knows? We don't know what would ever happen. Yeah,
stays calm under the pressure and secures the victory. Oh man.
Yeah.
Night Shift gonna move on to play push.
Yeah, that was a wild ending to that, but I mean, you gotta give it to where's Parry. He kept his cool all the way through. He waited. He was patient. He secured the pathing. He was able to gather as much percentage as he could over there. Able to still drive his road champion to go finish securing a cleaner path there rather than just diving directly in from the top left and going to the town hall and pick up some percentage buildings on his way through. So I mean, it was shaky. It was pretty crazy, but I mean, that was a bit of a nail biter. I was scared to watch, but I'm glad I did because he pulled through.
So we went from like pretty good war to a dominant one, and then they have just been getting closer and closer. This one was another crazy but a grinder. This one was really, really grindy.
Yeah, what, 8% there, the difference? Oh yeah. That's crazy, crazy. GG to both clans, but best COC will be eliminated. Night Shift will move on to play push for that final spot in the challenge.
Yep. Kind of unfortunate to see big friends like the best COC take the downside, but that does mean the friends on the Night Shift get a big shot. Like you said, there is one more match on the docket because Push has put themselves in a good position, but now the Night Shift are here. There is one answer, and we will have it after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true, where everything you want can be yours, if and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them, but most of all, you're willing to be first for them. Ha! Look, I'm going straight to the top. I don't know how I would stop, like it or not. I got some goals that I'm hitting. You hear what I'm spitting? It's hot. Look what I got. Whole lot of passion and pain. The road to success is insane. Stay out my lane, cause I'm on a mission. I'm getting what stands in my way. Yeah, I'm a beast. I wouldn't play with me, baby. The way that I'm training is crazy, and I do it daily. You wanna talk about drive? I got more drive than Mercedes. I've never been lazy. I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You wanna compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha. Yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha. Yeah, I gotta be first. Look, I don't want anyone's sympathy. I understand what it's meant for me. I give my focus and energy. If it's meant to be, then it's meant to be. But mentally, I'm undefeated. They hear that and say I'm conceited. Like there's no reason. Like I don't beat them and come back again just to teach them that when you work under pressure, you reach higher measures. They'll try and bring you down, but you cannot let them, and only get better and focus on cheddar. Eye on the prize and you'll become a legend. Like, when I'm in the room, it's a red alert. You want to compete? Well, get better first. I got 10 toes in the dirt, push through the hurt just to show them my work. I'm the best. Yeah, I'm the best. I never stress. I know what's next. I'm who they test, like we playing chess. But I'm unimpressed, so now let me flex. Ha, yeah, I'ma work through the struggle and hurt, 'cause I know my worth, and I gotta be first. Ha, yeah, I gotta be first. They don't know what's gotten into me, how'd I turn pain into energy. Through all the struggle and hurt, remember my worth, and that's why I gotta be first.
I gotta get it, I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear.
One more war, one more spot to the challenge phase. The best COC did what they could, but ultimately it's the night shift that winds up on top. And Push, they've been waiting here. They just beat out Aphelion earlier on, and now they both have to go head-to-head to find that last spot. Welcome back to the set. It's me, F. Dot, and of course, we all know Bash changed his shirt, got a little bit of lunch on it earlier on, but other than that, man, how you doing?
Oh, I'm great, man. What a great war. I love these wars that come down to those final attacks, but I want to go ahead and take a moment to break down that 3-star that ultimately decided that final war there. Oh, man, it's going to be such a great one here to break down. That's such a good war.
Yeah, no, man, I'm super excited. Let's break it down for me.
All right, here we go. Hopping in here. This is M-Dub going in, and this was the first triple of the war. But I really wanted to highlight the use of the Super Archer bomb here. We talked about this quite a bit, and you really have to be careful of these poison towers here. If the poison towers throw, you can lose all of your Super Archers. But the poison tower throws onto the lava hound back here, so the Super Archers are up here. I know, a lot going on there, but doing that double clone right there will keep those Super Archers nice and out of the way. Remember, the Super Archers got that extended range. They'll be able to hit from 5 tiles away and just clear out this whole compartment. And just the value on this one is why I wanted to highlight it, because we get that bomb tower, the poison tower out, but we're also going to go ahead and get that second poison tower out. So we have this whole area just gutted out. And now we can just go ahead and work the Electro Titans up through and around the base. And ultimately, that's how this attack goes. You set up just a nice path. You cut this all out here with the Super Archer Bomb, and then just run your Titans in with the heroes. You don't have any more spells. I mean, you commit all your spells to that early entry, so it's a little bit dicey. But if you can get that kind of value, it's going to be worth it every time. Notice also using the king along this side here to make sure that these Electro Titans stay inside the base and work up and through, following that L shape. And then it's just really good patience here, using those hero abilities at the right times, using the king ability at the right time, and just getting everything where it needs to be. Like I said, you don't have spells, so there's not too much you can do, but the hero abilities used at the right time is very key. We saw that king ability, rushing him in here to get a little bit ahead of the queen. Queen actually goes and takes a left turn here and comes back for this compartment. So it actually works out really nicely with queen ability. She's going to get through that single, so it doesn't have to worry about getting through there and getting taken out by the single there, the Electro Titans that is. So from here, it's just really keep everything moving. Use that Warden ability really nicely through here at the back end of the base. And this one just gets through. This was the first triple of the war and created a lot of momentum. But we're going to go ahead and throw over to F-Dot as he's got an interview with our winning team.
Thanks so much, Bash. Great breakdown as usual. And if I can add, looking very, very handsome today. M-Dub, you too, my man. The gameplay is looking great. First of all, nice to meet you. How you feeling after the dub?
Oh, shoot. Hang on. Can't hear you, bud.
And
that's not embarrassing. There we go.
Hacker
Sorry
voice.
about that.
We're in. It's all good, dude.
Yeah.
How you been?
I'm doing good, doing good. We're really pumped and looking forward to the next match.
Heck yeah, wonderful, wonderful to meet you. And you know, straight up and down, I wanna lead with kind of like the community question. You're very active in the community, going up against the best COC. These are some of the bigger names. Y'all are friends. What's it like taking the battlefield against the homies?
It's kind of nice because actually I remember last time I faced them in the play-ins, they knocked us out. So you know, it was kind of a bit of vengeance there. So we were really happy to take the win today.
A little bit of the revenge tour is always fun for sure. Of course.
That was just the first round.
Last time around was Town Hall 14. 15.
That's right.
Whole new game, right?
Correct, yeah. Yeah, it's the spell towers in these monoliths are complete game changers. So everyone's had to kind of adapt how they hit. And certainly this meta is not very forgiving. So the slightest mistakes and you're most likely pooched. So,
what's your favorite new element of it? I'm talking to the guys. Everybody seems to have a different favorite new piece.
It's got to be Diggy. Diggy's dope.
Gotta love the new pets. That's been a big deal, watching the way different people kind of approach different scenarios here. Your team, give me the quick and dirty. Are you an aggressive team? Are you a defensive team? How would you describe, at the end of the day, the night shift?
Well, I think we certainly pay a lot of attention to our opponents with Chase the Ace on our side. We're always trying to scout them ahead of time and play a heavy defensive game. That's what's gotten us success in the past, and we've always kind of relied on defense quite a bit, and that's what we're doing again tonight.
All right, man. You got one more ahead of you here. Push is going to be the opposition. Any feelings going into this last one?
Well, Push also knocked us out of another mobile open, so we just want to keep going and do the same thing we did to the best COC just now, and keep the revenge tour going.
Heck yeah, man. Hey, last question real quick. What's the shirt say? If you see me clashing, don't bother me. I like that.
That's right.
I think it's you that has to bother Push this next time.
That's good.
Any shout outs you want to give before we say goodbye?
Yeah, definitely. Shout out to our manager, Ben. We've got 2 European players on our roster as well, Cornet and 12-Pound Dump. So shout out to them, all the BFE family and the Keepers Alliance, who we recently joined in the last month. We wouldn't be here without everyone's support. So thanks a lot to all of them and all the fellas over in the night shift. All
right, no doubt. Yeah, shout out to everybody, including 12-pound dump. Thank you for your time.
That's right.
Super appreciate you, man. I'm sure we'll speak together soon.
Hope so, man. Take it easy.
Good luck.
See ya.
Great stuff. At the end of the day, Clash community always filled with big personalities. And so you guys must know Mr. M-Dub. What's he like?
Well, I'm more curious, do you weigh yourself before and after?
All I know is we're in a silent studio here, and I heard laughter coming from other rooms. So
Just a burst of laughter. Oh,
oh, M-Dub. Oh, M-Dub.
it's appropriate, though. You got to shout out the homies, right?
You gotta shout out the homies.
Absolutely. Real talk. That's what it's about. It's also about winning. And then M-Dub and his squad are one step closer. As we said, there's only one ticket left to the challenge phase. It's push or it's the night shift. And both of these teams have looked pretty cool. Push also, like we said, Jethro on this team coming from a top-end squad. And not that they were any slouches before, but I think Jethro has definitely helped them out.
Yeah, this is a squad that is going to be Eric's favorite after this tournament for sure, but definitely surprised us in their first matchup today. We've seen them. We saw them last season do some really cool things. They're sticking to what they know, and it's working.
I'm kind of curious if they kind of stick with the Dragons, because like we talked about it all last season. I swear we were constantly on the topic, like they love their Dragons. They're very good with their Dragons. They came out here and surprised us already with those Dragons, but then they also had some extra attackers in there like Jethro being out of the roster that can add some variety into it as well. So I'm kind of curious to see if they can make it work again.
If you ask me, I guarantee you we see 2 Dragon attacks. Probably 2 clone bombs, maybe even 1 blizzard.
I know Eric likes his clone bomb there, so we'll see. But there's a lot of different ways that you can make that attack work, and maybe they can go in with another phase afterwards and change it up a bit. It's hard to say right now, and only time will tell. But this match decides it all.
Well, we heard. I asked M-Dub. I love to ask this question: how the players self-identify their team. And you guys heard what he said. How do you think that kind of fits into this matchup against Push?
I mean, having the analytics on your side is huge. I mean, I guarantee you they know that Push is going to run 2 or 3 Dragon attacks, 2 or 3 clone bombs. So they're going to have like those baited cores, I think. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see some tornadoes near the town halls on these during this war.
Yeah, but we're seeing a lot of anti-2-star bases, and I mean the clone bombs historically back in Talent 14 worked really well against those, but it's hard to say exactly what they can do here, and we'll see if they slip one through. I honestly don't know what to expect out of this.
That's the fun part. That's the fun part. Here's the roster reminder. As far as the night shift is concerned, we just spoke to M-Dub, and the rest of his squad is here along for the ride. Bash, you said something big about Chase the Ace. What was the thing about Chase?
So he's really well known for tracking stats across like all tournaments, not even like just major tournaments, but like all tournaments in Clash. So that's where the analytics comes in. Chase knows what you use, how often you use it, and how good you are with it. It's crazy how in-depth his stats are. I mean, Eric can vouch.
Yeah, and then he tells on you and tells everybody else what you're using.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's not like he just has these stats for his team. He posts these stats to Twitter so everyone could see if you're good or not.
And then Supercell sees those stats, and then they share them to the world. And it was like, yeah, everybody look at this. Like, and it's interesting to see, get a kind of glimpse at all the different bases to see exactly how they stack up against each other, how individuals players stack up, what their favorite strategies are. And that means he's going to know exactly what is and what isn't working in the meta. So he's got a lot of information, and he's going to have to put it to use here.
Well, I mean, Chase already knows what's about to hit the screen, I suppose. As Push winds up here, 14% to the 23.6. That's a big disparity, huh?
Yeah, but I mean, we saw last time they played, it didn't matter. That doesn't matter.
Hey, but look, they got above a 10-star average now. They improved already markedly up from before, and they already delivered once today. They showed that when the pressure's on, they can deliver, and they did.
You think Chase has like analytics on how many times I've snuck a cough in during this stream?
I don't know.
I wouldn't be surprised if he did. I'm just saying. I'm just saying.
You know, it happens. You know, pollen is one of our biggest enemies. But right now it's Push that's going to be the enemy for the night shift. We talked a little bit about how these teams kind of match up theoretically because they haven't ever done so just yet. So all we can really do is kind of guess and gander, but at the end of the day, we've got like 30 seconds before they jump in, so you don't got to wait that long. Before we do, though, get involved. Let us know who is going to the challenge phase. It's that, I was going to say a simple question, but I think there's a lot to it. Push or the night shift? There's a lot to that question, and we are going to see just about now. Guys, we got 10 rounds to go. Count us down.
All right, Eric, I haven't asked you at all tonight. Pick one. Which team moves on to the challenge phase? It's our final match of the night. Who do you got winning?
I kind of lean towards the night shift, but we'll see what happens here. We got Danny Zuko, who's a very talented Smash attacker. Going to be starting us off here. He sails that blimp all the way in, using the ward ability to protect it. And what's in there? Is it Super Archers or a Super Wizards?
I think it's Super Archers because he's got the double clone.
Okay. Oh, a Super Dragon on defense.
What is that?
That's random.
And maybe to try to counter a clone bomb?
I don't know. Usually you use an Electro Titan to counter a clone bomb, but I mean, like if you think about it,
confused.
if you wait, the Super Archers ended up following the dragon, and ended up pulling them out of the invisibility, and they ended up dying. So he didn't actually get that much value out of it. He cleared out up the top of the base there, and he did end up having his Warden survive, which is kind of interesting.
Really quickly, as this one's getting going, we get the Electro Titans in. I want to take a quick moment to thank our sponsor, Snapdragon Elite Gaming. When winning matters, guys, I think Snapdragon Elite Gaming. Again, a huge shout out to them. Just been a blast during this tournament. Shout out to all of our teams participating as well. Guys, make sure you go sign up for Ladder 2 now. Get 5 of your friends. You can play. You can play against these guys at Ladder 2. Well, I guess whoever doesn't make it, you can play against. But here we go. Danny's going in. Those Electro Titans pop outside. That could be a little bit of an issue as Queen's alone there.
Yeah, he did throw in a Super Wall Breaker to try to get the Queen to be able to transition to reach Joy with every but she'll pop her ability, and the Electro Titans are still doing some good work out there, but they're approaching the Monolith, approaching the Poison Tower. He still has the heal list. He still has the World Champion that he is not thrown down. The Queen does get forced to ability and gets a Poison Tower thrown at her, but at least that Poison Tower doesn't go to the bigger group. So with that one healer staying with the Queen, with the Unicorn staying with the Queen, she will rejoin in a moment, and everybody else has safe passage across the bottom of the base.
Aside from the single target Inferno, there's not going to be a whole lot to slow this down. I mean, he's got plenty of troops up. RC might get out in front, and that might cause some issues, but this is going to be at least really decent percent here for Danny.
Simo's doing a lot of work, though. It's just picked off the Warden, which reduces his overall damage output by a significant margin, but the World Champion breaks off to the outside and will start to pick off the defenses out there. But unfortunately, she's the first to arrive into the defensive World Champion, and that is going to end her. But the Diggy doesn't stop there. Diggy transfers over to the Queen's targeting, moves to the middle of the base. He'll get the defensive World Champion down, and right now...
That wall break was good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm worried about time is the biggest factor here. If the Queen can just stay to the inside, which she doesn't. All right.
Yeah, Queen, go in here.
Nice job, Queen. Nice attack here overall.
Oh, come on, Queen.
It made it a lot further than I thought it would, though, Bash.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be really good percent. I mean, it's not going to get there, but it's got to be, what, 95, 96% by the time he's done here?
Yeah, it's got the force. It's clearly got the force here. The Queen still has that healer just chilling out with her, keeping her alive and moving. Diggy's stunning up the defenses. He would eventually get it here if he had more time, but that Super Archer Bomb would have potentially taken out the last couple of buildings here, and that might have made the difference to get him through if he got a little bit more value. But, I mean, it's a high percentage. It's a nice start here for Push, but not the triple.
At least that multi would have went down, but you're right, that CC was just a little bit annoying, drew the attention of those Super Archers, so he didn't quite get as much as he wanted. But again, 96% is a really strong start to the war. Yeah, you want a 3-star, but if you're going to missing by 4 buildings isn't too bad.
Yeah, and it was, I think, kind of that Super Dragon that kind of threw things out there because it drew the attention and has so much HP of those that it drew the Super Archers off, and they ended up getting pulled out of the invisibilities at the start of the attack there, and it did ultimately cost them the attack potentially. I don't know if they would have got the extra buildings down there to make the difference in the overall attack to pull through, but we guess we don't get to find out as we now get ready for Night Shift to come up for their opening attack.
Yeah, I mean, I think that multi definitely goes down there, adds a little bit of damage, but like you said, we can't go back and change it. You can't go back and hit it again. You got to move forward. You got to hope that you can hold a defense and then respond. I mean, it wasn't dragons. I was kind of shocked we didn't see a clone bomb dragons there.
But Danny doesn't really do
Yeah,
clone
that's
bomb.
true.
Danny typically goes in with smash attacks. If I remember right, it's
Oh,
been a
or
little while
hybrid.
since
He was hybrid last
You're
season
right.
also,
You're right. Oh,
yeah.
he was really good with hybrid. But hybrid, I've seen a little bit less of this season. The smash attacks have definitely been very dominant, and the super archer bombs are also very dominant, and that's what we're seeing here. Campbell
super
making
archer,
his way in, but look at the drop zone here. He's got that poison tower right there. He's got a little bit of space there. As long as that poison tower doesn't throw with a blimp. And
Whoa.
okay. Oh,
Oh, and there's the E-Titan in there.
Oh, he's going to draw it out there. He's got the Archer down at the bottom of the base there. Draw the Electro Titan away from the Super Archer bomb.
Oh!
Holy spring traps there, Bash.
Man, it looked like that poison tower stuttered like it was about to throw. That was really close to throwing, I think. So a little bit of a nice break there for Campbell. That Titan's going to be nice and out of the way. Good value here. I mean, did lose a couple of those Super Archers, but they're already cloned up at that point, so it gets massive value. Sets great pathing here. Gonna have those heroes come in here, deal with that clan castle, no problem. And this one's already set up pretty nicely to start. We'll have to see how the heroes can do here as they start getting going here.
Yeah, I really like the Electric Titan Kill Squad Lalo. So this is like the other big strategy that people are using in Legend League right now, and it is very, very, very powerful. If you get the Super Archer Bomb, you have your heroes go in and take out an area away from the monolith. Just keep them away from the monolith, and you should be okay. And with a couple multi-pros around the base series, definitely got this challenge set up for him nicely up ahead, and we'll see what the spell-less Lalo can do, but there's honestly not too heavy splash damage on the side, and that's where they're going to be in charge of.
Yeah, I like this one quite a bit here. Royal Champion's going to go ahead and accompany the King and Queen in. Got a few balloons just to keep that Royal Champion tucked inside. And here comes the Lalo from the bottom side.
Yep.
Ice Hound will also freeze, so no spell, but we got the Ice Hound.
Exactly, and you got the ward ability. But most importantly here, if you're going to do this attack, you put the heroes to make their way through, and you don't let the heroes just die. You don't let them just charge ahead into defenses and end up being taken out. You have the Lalo come in over the heroes, down the line from them, so it ends up protecting them, and then the heroes have a chance to now get topped off. Queen's topped off from the Unicorn. He pushes his way over. If he gets the monolith down, he has a really solid chance of his heroes just coming in afterwards and getting everything else cleaned up.
Monolith's going to lock onto the Royal Champion now. She's going to go down quickly. Balloon's going to get through here. Come on, Balloons.
He's got more balloons to the top side as well.
Still got Queen ability. Queen should have no problem getting through the Monolith with ability. I think he's got this here.
He does. He does. He's got it. Campbell picks one up here, and now you know that push is really just it's unfortunate they didn't get that last one because they came so close. And now with this counter in response, it is a big deal here because as we saw, any triple here is massively significant at Town Hall 15 because they're so hard to come by.
Yeah, it's that's really huge. I mean, 96% to 100%. It's crazy how just a few buildings, just a Super Dragon. I still think you're right there. The Super Dragon could have made the difference there on that first attack, but Campbell getting the job done for Night Shift, getting them out in the front. Remember, guys, this is an elimination match. Winner goes on to challenge, loser goes to ladder 2 to play again.
Well, you know what they say. One player got 96% because he got 96%, but the other player got 100% because there was only 100% to be able to be got. You know, does that work? Yeah, that makes sense, right? He got, there was only 100% available. He could have got a lot more than that if there was more there. So, I mean, that's lead. That's the lead for Night Shift. They are on top. They got the percentage. They got the stars. And now they got to try to hold it.
I'm trying to do the math. My head hurt. Why would you do that to me?
I'm sorry.
5 wars in, and that's what you do to me, Eric. Come on, get it together, bud. But it's going to be Champion. Here we go. Here's the clones. I still think we see 2 of these clone bombs from them. Champ's going to go ahead and work on with that Queen up top, getting out that air defense. King goes maybe the wrong way here, but he can tuck back in. We'll see the Warden ability protect that blimp in, and then we'll see all those the clones go down with the Rage. But we do have to be careful. Double poison bomb here along with multi-target infernos and sweepers.
Yeah, go ahead and free. Whoa. Oh, there's the clone. Okay, he gets knocked away. Oh, I don't know if that clone gets it. Oh, yeah, he's got it. The monolith will go down to the clones on one side. Holy core is clear. The blues are dropping, but they're taking a lot of defenses with them here, Bash.
They gutted that core. I mean, it looked really bad when all the balloons died, but look at it. They got everything in there. There's nothing left.
Yeah.
Now, if the Dragons can stay up and work through here, we do have the single target Inferno that's going to be a little bit rough. There's a lot of base through here on the back end. Queen's going to be able to get just a little bit more. Oh, it's a tough finish here for Champ.
Yeah, but he got his world champion right there working with the King. The King and the Dragons help him get past the defensive King, and if they get through that, he's looking good here. But the Diggy did end up getting targeted and went down next to the world champion there. So that defending King is being a nightmare to deal with, and she
Forces
is
ability.
Yeah, she's gonna struggle into the backside, but there's a decent number of Dragons left, so she's at least able to reach down there and pick up the air defense and stay out of the way for a moment. He might have a chance.
Dead.
Yeah, she's gone, but Frosty's gonna go down there. Oh, bummer. He's not gonna make it. Oh, there's too much on the backside. Yeah, that right side, the King and the single Inferno just was like a roadblock there.
I was trying to let you have your hopium before I rained on your parade, you know? Yeah, that was just gonna fall short. I mean, the clone did really well. It's just that bottom side of the base was really tough there. That single and the King just kind of protected, held everything up there, and just it did some work. So push, they're gonna be behind here, and they're gonna be down on percent as well. Barely getting to 80% is going to be tough for them.
Yeah, this Warden will pick up the Archer Tower, and he's going to end up having this Warden stand in a very safe position for a full minute here, picking up a lot of additional buildings here. But as soon as he wanders near to these air defenses, whichever way he goes, he's going to ultimately drop out of the sky here. And, I mean, the Electrical will give him a little bit of a layer of protection, and he does go south. There's more percentage that I think he can reach there without engaging the air defense going south. But if he's able to get past the air defense, he ends up picking up a handful of more extra additional buildings, and there's the damage coming at him. Oh, that max level air. Oh, he's able to beat it, though. All right, he'll get another building there. 89, not a bad push.
I see what you did there. I see. He's so clever.
I am. Oh, man. But the Dragons, they're faring decent. It's not the triple that they got out of the last war there, but at least they're getting consistently high percentage. So they got that going for them, but still need a triple to make it up.
Yeah, but look at this clone in here. It just guts the whole core of this base. I mean, if those balloons could have stayed up a little bit longer, but ultimately the Queen and the Royal Champion stay up also, which caused a little bit of problems for him. But I think the bigger issue was the King kind of tucked in here with that single target Inferno and the Eagle there. Just kind of held them up where that single just ate through the Royal Champion and ate through a few of the Dragons.
Yeah, he even had a freeze there to try to help support. It had a chance, but he needed the Royal Champion and the King to survive better through that area, and they just kind of got shut down. It was kind of a rough area to make their way through, and it was the most critical part of the base there, and it didn't happen.
Yeah, a tough break there for push, but runs it up to 89, so they're okay on percent. I mean, if they get 90% defense, they're fine if they can get a triple on the board. So, and the way this is going, they're going to get a defense at some point. I mean, there's...
Oh, yeah, of course.
I don't think I mean, even Chasmac came out hot, couldn't get the perfect. So, I think in this meta, anything can happen still. And we saw that last war. We had a couple close attacks. We got Puma coming in here. We got Zap Super Bowlers here. 6 Zaps with the Quake can go ahead and get right into the Poison Tower, the Expo, and the multi-target Inferno.
Yeah, he used the Lightning to cut the funnel here. Then I assume he wants to go down south here. But wait, the Flame Flinger's coming down, and he drew a Tesla out down there. I'm kind of concerned that there's more Teslas by the Eagle Artillery, but if he at least cleared enough that he can push that Flame Flinger over to the Eagle, then he's going to be in a good spot, and he can drive the Warden to follow everybody north and secure the Town Hall takedown and all those big defenses that are surrounding it.
I like it. I like it quite a bit. Warden's going to work in here really nicely. Warden's got just like a clear path just to set this up. That King's just going to work up there. Great patience here by Puma, letting that funnel establish completely the way he wants to, not rushing it. And that's something. It's a bold move because we've seen a couple time fails tonight on these smash attacks. So you don't want to rush it, but you also don't want to wait too long. Gets it going about the 2:07 mark, which is a pretty good time. Is that jump on point there?
Yeah, he's good. He's good. He'll get through that jump spell. And using the lightning to not only get the funnel, but it also has the extra added benefit of removing damage off of your flank. So he's only getting targeted by what's in front of him, and then makes sure the healers can actually keep up with the incoming damage. So he needs to survive this area and then have enough out the backside, and hopefully he can coast his way through and support a World Champion sweep.
I like it. I thought that jump could have been a half tile off, but it was just over there.
Loving the flame flinger.
Yeah, the Tesla, there was a Tesla that popped up there, took it down. So the Flame Flinger could have got a little bit more, but the one Tesla just gets through there. World Champions in now up top. We still got a couple bowlers. We still got the Queen with her ability. 2 hero abilities remaining. This has got a chance to get through. It's going to be tough finishing on that King, the Expo, and the Eagle Artillery, but he's still got a chance if they can stay out of range of that bow for a little bit.
Yeah, but that Eagle Artillery standing when it was supposed to go down to the Flame Flinger is obviously a bit of a problem there, and then he didn't really get a lot of the balloons that came out of the Flame Flinger as well. He got some of the Teslas down. He'll pop that RC ability, shield cut across there, but the Expo is pinging away there. He'll try to get the multi, and if he gets the multi, he's got a chance. They got it on the last strike.
Nice, just enough there. Diggy, man, Diggy's coming in clutch today.
Look at the healer and the Frosty.
Yeah, Frosty's over here fighting the King.
It's a Frosty walk.
You want some, mate? You want some? Oh my goodness, Frosty over here taking the King solo. Queen still got ability.
He's got a chance.
I think Puma's. I don't want to jinx him.
Well, Queen's taking Eagle strikes, though. The Eagle's doing a lot of damage. Where the Diggy dies. Okay, that's unfortunate.
Oh,
it's close. It's close. It's so close.
I jinxed it.
Come on. Get inside the minimum range. Get inside the range of the Eagle. No, he's not going to make it. He's so close.
Puma, I'm sorry. That was me. That was my bad, Puma. I jinxed that one.
Well, that does leave it within reach of push to make it through, but
I mean it's still 98% though. I mean,
it is
even with a triple, Night Shift's still going to be way up.
Yeah, but the percentages from push have been very high, so it leaves the war very tight here. One attack can still easily swing it.
Yeah, I mean, and that's all it's going to come down to. 1 or 2 defenses gets pushed right back into this. We saw they can triple. We saw they can put up 12. They've done some really good things. So all they need to do is get a really good attack here, get on the board with the triple, and then just hold one defense, and they're right back in this war.
Yeah, I wonder if he should have, like you saw the Teslas already popping around the Eagle Artillery. I feel like he should have thrown an archer or a goblin or something in that area just to try to lure out the Teslas, to try to get them out of the ground so the Flamethrower could target them before they went in range, because that honestly would have made the difference here. The Eagle Artillery worked so long on that attack, and it ultimately stops it up here. Here we go. John is going to be breaking out the Hydra, open up with the Blimp to start off. He's going in with a Super Minion Bomb? What is he doing?
It's probably wombo combo, Super Archers and Super Wizards. That's what he did last war.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it's hard to say exactly.
Yep.
And Super Archers and Super Wizards are a strong approach. A lot of people are using here. He can reach that Inferno, takes it down there. Most importantly, taking the Town Hall, cutting the funnel here. And if he's going to come out of a base that has the CC so far from the Town Hall, he might be able to avoid pulling out any potential Ice Golems or Lava Hounds. And Ice Golems have been very popular as a defensive CC lately, so if he can just not pull it, he has a chance to destroy the CC before he ever does, but I think his heroes are kind of veering a little bit close there, and they're going to end up punching in a little bit.
I think the heroes will pull it as well.
Oh, yeah. King stacking into the dragons. That's the problem.
Yeah. That's tough, but that's okay. He's gotten through. I mean, this was one of the attacks that got through last time, but it's not Ice Golems, actually. It's Super Archers and Witches. Maybe Witches trying to counter the dragons. They know that they run a lot of dragons. Warden ability was really great there. You kind of pointed that out, but we need the Monolith to go down and then everything to swoop around. A lot of base still remaining here for John, and it's going to be a tough push.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to get that Monolith down, so that helps him out a lot there. I didn't even see what came out of the CC. Whatever it was, he burned through it very, very fast here. The World Champion still under the big group here. King still had his ability to the backside. Pops it, gets the defensive World Champion down. His World Champion still moving through. Is Diggy alive in the mix there? If Diggy's alive, he's got the stuns, he's got the force, and he should be able to power up the top here. So, I mean, this Blizzard Hydra, it was a big part of Town 14. They're proving that it can potentially work here as well. They already got one in the previous war, And is Rogue Champion still holding her ability? Diggy keeps tucking underground. I love it.
Oh, man. I think one of the things we didn't really talk about with that Wombo combo, the Super Archers and Super Wizards in there, was actually able to get off the opposite scatter there. So he got a little extra value out of it. I think that could have been a huge factor in here. He didn't have to worry about that. It's going to be tough with that air defense up top.
I mean, he's got the Queen.
Yeah,
the
Queen with ability.
With ability.
Oh, yeah, I didn't see ability.
If he gets that Expo, he's got it.
Oh, yeah, Expo's ground. There's no way he doesn't get the bow.
And that's that Black Mine hits.
That one? That one? Wow, Eric.
I tried to jinx it, but they all go for it. They're like, no, we're not going to let that happen. But John picks one up for push, and with high percentage attacks here, this could swing the war in an instant. Swag that Queen ability. Doesn't even need it. And he's going to get the triple here. Diggy working with the Queen.
My man John is on fire today. Okay, John, I see you working on yourself. You do you. I like that. Nice, John. A really solid attack. I mean, and it's what they know. That's what we talked about in that first war. It's exactly what they know. Nothing too crazy, nothing overcomplicated. Run in the Wombo combo Hydra, get the 3-star. Beautiful attack. Now, if they can hold a defense, and if they can hold like a 90% defense, they're right back in this war.
Yeah, Push has restored my faith in Dragons. I'll say it right here. They've done an excellent job here taking an attack that everybody else, or including myself, has thought that died in this meta as we shifted away from the air attacks, and they have been powering through these bases, absolutely killing it with the Dragons, which is, I'm honestly shocked. But now I kind of want to break out some Dragon attacks myself and see what I can do with them.
I almost think, like, I think the big factor is, like, a lot of people are really focusing on those smash attacks and protecting against those Super Archer blimps. So it's leaving a lot of things open, such as the Dragons. I mean, that's kind of what birthed the Dragon meta at Town Hall 14. Everyone was countering those smash attacks.
Yeah.
I mean, that's history repeating itself. We'll see.
Yeah, I mean, and then imagine later on if they get a new level eventually, you know? Well,
Don't say that. That's
I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. But here we go. M-Dub will strike next. He's got the
Super Archers.
Super Archer Bomb, Electro Titan Smash. Now, is he going to use the Warden to support? He does send in a Lava Hound to try to clear the way here, but he needs to get it to go ahead and make sure he has a path for the Blimp to sneak in. And it's kind of got a long travel path there. Kind of interesting. He even sniped off that air defense at the top of the base there to try to make so that the Lava Hound could go in a little bit and then cut across. And he does arrive close enough, and he had wall breakers inside, and that gives him a close enough approach here. He should be able to get the Town Hall down.
Yeah, he should be able to get the Town Hall, the Monolith, the Eagle, maybe even one of these multi-target Infernos. Some really good value here for M-Dub to start this attack.
I like that he took out the Spell Tower through the Town Hall takedown, hits the Sweeper over on the right side.
So much value.
Yeah, if you get another Spell Tower, come on, take it. Not quite. But you know what? It threw, and now he has that timer counting down, and he could potentially get in there and take it down before it resets.
Yeah, I mean, that's just so much value. Look at the whole top side of that base. But it is a heavy investment. I mean, when you think about it, it's all of your spells are invested, plus your Clan Castle troops. The Ice Golems are going to go ahead and hold everything up here like we've seen. But I really like the path that he has set up here, especially with the King on the outside. King should keep everything inside the space, working exactly where he needs to. Once these Ice Golems go down, the Titan should have a nice push through here as long as we see those healers swap over. Look at that. Beautiful, nice use of the Headhunters. I like the way this one's shaping up.
Yeah, and I like that the Electro Titans burn through those Ice Golems. Even while they're frozen, their aura just keeps on pumping out damage and ends up popping those Ice Golems in succession. But he's got the Warden ability because he didn't use the Warden to dive the Blimp in. A lot of people like to use the Warden, including myself, to try to secure the secure a safe Blimp, but he took a little bit of risk there. He just used the Lava Hound, and it is paying off here because now he's got a big amount of protection from that Warden as he pushes his way across, and he just needs to clear this bottom corner. That bottom corner is very scary here, Bash.
Yeah, and the King is just holding up the Royal Champion, but she's eventually going to get through him. Single target Inferno there. Does he have Diggy? He does have Diggy, but she's not going to target, so it's not going to matter. But he's still got 3 or 4 Titans up there. They just got to come back. Oh, time's ticking away here, though. 35 seconds. It's going to be tough to get through all that. I mean, he's got the Force. I just don't know if they get through it all.
Yeah, he's got a lot he needs more time. I feel like, I mean, he's got so much force here. I mean, it's really difficult to decide exactly where to put in the world champion. It is a critical choice, and if it doesn't get the value, if she doesn't get in there and get the value that he needs, then obviously he ends up just circling around and wasting a lot of time, and that ultimately is looking like it's going to cost him here. 10 seconds to wind down, grab whatever percentage he can get, but with this defense, I think they have a percentage advantage because they have locked in some very high percentage attacks all the way through the board, but stars are tied up, and it comes down to the final 2 attacks from each team to determine who moves on to the challenge.
Yeah, they're still going to have about a 9% advantage if I'm doing my math right here, the night shift that is. So, I mean, this is tight. 9% isn't that much in this meta. I mean, we've seen some 70% attacks, and all it takes is one of those defenses, and this could be shifted either way, or a 3-star and another defense. Either of these teams can still win this. Remember, guys, elimination match, winner goes on to the challenge, losers got to go sign up for ladder 2.
Well, they're probably already playing in ladder 2, I'll be real with you. Because ladder 2 is already started, and that means you need to get involved and get going ASAP because you don't want to miss out because, I mean, not only are these teams playing for the prize pools, the fame, but like there's a live event at the end of this, and they get a trip out of it. So I mean, it's awesome just to get that on top of everything else, you know. We got Jethro coming in for a push. We got ourselves a super witches, yeah, and lightning too.
Yeah, super witch smash here. We've seen this a few times. Lightning spells is going to go ahead and take out the multi, take out that poison tower, and he's going to use that warden obviously to set up the pathing here. We have a siege barrack selector. Remember, Pekka will come out with 12 wizards afterwards. There's 11 wizards now. Anyways, a good handful of wizards, and those wizards are kind of powerful with the new level, so that'll help out quite a bit. But Jethro just setting up, being patient, setting up the funnel here, and getting ready to full send through this base.
Yeah, go after the Eagle Artillery as a priority. That's typically the way to go there whenever possible, but the downside of that is you leave the monolith up at the backside, and you got the defensive king, lots of big threats up in that top corner, but he'll just have to deal with them when he gets there. But the funnel is secured, and he can start to make his way in, and we'll see what the super witches are able to do.
Here we go, big boys bouncing through the middle. We do have a jump spell that he can place in. Witches coming out of the Clan Castle. Is it just witches in there, or is it just not a full pull yet?
I think he pulled whatever else was in there because it's witches.
Yeah.
There's 3 witches, 4 witches, a lot of witches.
Is it just a bunch of witches? Yeah.
I mean, that's not a problem here. You're able to power through that with his poison. And I mean, poison's on offense, poison's on defense. It's hard to even tell whose poison is whose, but he's got the rage as he makes his way towards the town hall. The big boys are the only things out of the rage right now, so leading that quite a bit. But he will now get everybody else to step into the rage. He'll secure the town hall takedown, quickly gets that down. And what do I see? Valkyries in there?
I think Valkyries out of the barracks?
Yeah, I think so.
All right, nice. Valkyries come and help take down the town hall. He's got to get through this these scatters and then that monolith a lot. With these witches, remember, witches have higher hit points, so that monolith will do extra damage to them as well. Not to mention that King already went down. It's going to be a tough finish here. A lot of tough defenses on the back end of this base.
Yeah, but he's got the regular witches on the outside. They're going to help him get past the defensive king and the defensive warden there, keeping the defensive monolith under control as well. Diggy transfers over to his queen now as he does end up losing whatever hero was up there carrying. And now he's getting stuns across the bottom of the base. So the queen will work across the bottom. Witches, they're not really going to take much damage from that monolith up there. Like, it can burn through the big boys, but it's going to take one shot, and their shots are slow. So he's got a solid chance to move through. I think he's got it. I think Jethro pulls through. 30 seconds on the clock. Diggy's working. Come on, Diggy, stay alive. Oh, Diggy's down. Okay. Out more, Diggy.
But he's got big boys out in front here. As long as the queen doesn't get locked onto, he should be fine. Big
so
if.
close.
Oh, damn it. I'm so sorry, Jethro. I am so sorry, Jethro. Why did I say that?
Oh my. Oh,
and the super witch.
He's stuck. And
that was my fault.
Yeah, that's you.
Yeah. I'm so sorry, Jethro.
Yep. All right. Well, that just happened. 99%. The monolith, an absolute monster to make his way through, holds the line. And I thought those witches would be able to overwhelm it. Not quite. Not quite, but very, very close. A solid attack, and it is still going to be it's a nice percentage. So they were behind a percentage with 99% there. It puts the bar pretty high here for night shift. and it's going to be a challenge still, no matter what, for them on their next attack.
Oh, that was so tough, man. Jethro, I thought you had it, but I thought you had it. Nice try. I mean, push is fine. They're fine. One more defense, they'll be all right. I mean, you can't get much higher of a 2-star than a 99, so they should be okay here. Oh, the drama. The drama, Eric.
Are you the drama?
I think I am the drama. That's like the second attack I've jinxed in the last 2 wars.
You are.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
It's all right, but we're live for the next one. Here we go. Chase the Ace, live from the night shift, coming in
Zap with Titans.
Yep, Zap with Titans. All these smash attacks operate very similarly, but I like the damage output on the Electro Titans. The Super Witches did have the advantage of their speed slows down enough there that they kind of delay pushing past the Town Hall Poison, so you use their slow speed to your advantage, and Electro Titans move a little bit faster, but not a whole lot faster. They're very tanky. They have a lot of damage output from their aura and not much from their actual strikes. Like a P.E.K.K.A will like triple their damage output for an individual strike, but the aura is what it's about here, and as a result, he doesn't need a poison. He can have the Electro Titan's aura fight off the CC, and we'll just have to see if he can get the healer transfer and keep these Titans alive as he pushes through the core.
Got the Monolith out with an Expo and also that Warden, which could actually buff the defending King's hit points. Going to try to get all the way to the Eagle Artillery here with his Grand Warden, that is. The Warden walk working nicely. Time's ticking, but time's okay here. Ideally, you want to be less than a minute, and he should be perfectly fine there. Drops in the Siege Barrack up there at the top side, and then he's going to pull out his Warden here, throw in another healer or two so that the Queen can just accompany. And here we go with a couple wall breaks to get into the middle of this base. Here we go. Titans are all in. The Barracks is in up at the top, and the King's going to join everything working through the middle here, Eric.
Yeah, I wonder if he's trying to drive the King into the air defense over the left side here. But the P.E.K.K.A is out there tanking. He's got Yetis joining out there as well. And lots of Wizards are moving along that outside push. And with the funnel formed by the Lightning and the Warden Walk, the pathing to the core is very clean here.
Yeah, and he pushes right in there. That's a really nice approach. And he jumps out of the Town Hall compartment in the back. Kind of a little precarious little jump there. But I see what he's getting at here. If he can keep everything moving through this Town Hall compartment on that left-hand side, it could work out really nicely. Just need that Town Hall to go down. Finally goes down. But the Royal Champion's going to pull everything through that poison. But remember, the Electro Titan's got enough hit points that they should be fine.
Yeah, you got a Headhunter on and damage up that Royal Champion heavily while he was under the freeze and the Warden protection, and that made so that when you engage that Royal Champion, the Electro Titan's aura ended up quickly taking her down. But he's struggling with the sweeper, knocking his healers back, and he's never getting them to go back over to the Titans, and that's leaving the Titans up for grabs here for the defenses and putting his heroes into a tough spot. The Queen trying to stay alive for as long as she can, but Phoenix only lasts for 8 seconds at max level, so that is only a temporary relief. Now the Royal Champion is going to have to do the rest of the job here. She's got the Diggy. There's one healer up, and he's got an ability. He's got some extra cleanup. He's got a decent amount of time here, but she'll pop her ability, clear out the majority of the Tesla farm. Actually, the Phoenix is going to go clear out that cannon to the right side with the help of the Baby Dragon. Oh, the Skeletons are going to do it, aren't they?
Skeletons are going to do it in. Oh. It was so close here. I mean,
well, what's the percentage? Because are we going to be like almost exactly tied? Like we are really close to tied.
What did I say? 9%?
I think you said 9%. So I think there's going to be only a couple buildings in the advantage of the night shift, and so this war is going to come down to the wire. Final attack. The final exchange will determine it. So we got to see a triple hopefully out of push, and they can set the bar. They got to set it high, and we'll have to see if night shift can cross it.
Oh man, what a war. This is crazy. This is back and forth for both of these teams. I'm trying to run some numbers here real quick. And it looks like we're going to be at 4 building difference here, Eric. 4 buildings for the tie. Night Shift should be up on percent after that attack. So very close coming into these final 2 attacks. But a 3-star for Night Shift will secure it. 3-star for Fence Post here puts a lot of pressure on. And we got Super Archer Bomb with the Hydra again.
I didn't realize Fence Post was on this team.
He played earlier.
Did he? Oh yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Oh my God.
He froze a builder hut, Eric. You called him out on strict. Eric.
Hey,
You need a Snickers.
Maybe I was just trying to block that out of my mind. Either way, he will go ahead and take this Eagle Artillery down with the Super Archer Bomb. He needs to get him to turn towards the Town Hall. They are able to clear out most of the other buildings in the area. They still have another invisibility after this one. They need to lock onto it now. They are starting to now. They took a little bit of damage, and with the Rage still active, take it!
Come on! Oh, they're going to go down.
Oh, no!
Oh,
And the
no.
Battle Builders are going to go to work here to start repairing it. He's in a little bit of a bind now. And as he tries to set that bar high, that is going to take out a lot of dragons here potentially.
Oh man, that is tough. He's gonna have to full send right at the Town Hall and hope it gets through there. Remember, with that heavy investment, all your spells are gone. The not the Super Archers, the Ice Golems, excuse me, out of the Clan Castle are gonna be a pain for these dragons as they'll freeze them up, but they're really not in too much pressure.
Yeah, they're removed a lot of the damage in that area there, so they're under very little threat there while they fight off those Ice Golems. So that actually works out quite nicely, but he doesn't have any spell support. He's going to need to pop in a relatively early board ability. Like now would be a pretty good time as that Poison Tower throws. He needs to secure the damage or stop the damage coming at his dragons here. And I mean, every single percentage is going to be impactful here, but if he can get the Royal Champion to get in on the right, he can free up a lot of percentage over there with a couple minions, and here she comes. I mean, I don't think he can triple anymore, but he needs to get every single building that he can off the board.
Oh, and this is looking low. This is not what we want to see from Fence. Oh, no. Man, the Super Archer's not getting that Town Hall.
Yeah.
We haven't really seen that yet, but that is one of the risks of the Super Archers. Sometimes they'll get a little bit distracted and not get the Town Hall down. And this, oh man, this is going to leave the door wide open for Night Shift. They're going to need, Push is going to need a huge miss from them, and I just don't see that happening unless something catastrophic goes wrong.
Hey, what if they tried to do a Super Archer Bomb and it missed the Town Hall? I'm just saying.
Imagine.
Imagine, that would never happen, right?
Yeah,
and
I've never seen that.
if it happened once, and we've seen it multiple other times tonight there where attacks came into the 60s, I mean, it can happen again. It's a small split here between the teams, but anything can happen, and the challenge season might determine it, or might depend on it.
Yeah, I think they're only going to need like 64% 2-star here to win this, if my math is right. Something close to that.
Yeah, is there an attack that guarantees a 64% 2-star? I don't know. I guess anti-2-star bases?
Yeah,
kinda...
I guess we'll have to see what the last base is looking like. It could be trapped up. Maybe they fall right into the bait trying to go super safe. I don't know. This will be tough. This will be tough, but you'd like to think Night Shift is going to win this one. But anything can happen. We got one more attack, guys. It's all going to come down to this final attack here for the Night Shift. Push got their fingers crossed, hoping for a Bash Jinx or something.
You're definitely trying to jinx him. Like, you're going real hard in that jinx.
I want drama. I love the drama.
Oh, boy. I mean...
Puma's so mad at me right now. I could feel, I could sense the anger. Bash, you really jinxed my queen, huh?
Yeah, but you remember that last war when we almost didn't even get a 2-star on the last attack, and they were like, oh, you just got to get a certain amount of percentage. Just like, you don't even need that much. You just got to get that percentage, and then they had an anti-2-star base. Something went wrong, and we ended up as a nail-biter finish that barely crawled up the
Nothing's a given. You're right. Nothing's a given here, and we've seen a lot of anti-2s ran here on defense. So,
do you remember who that team was?
What team was that, Eric?
Night Shift?
Oh, wait. That's crazy.
Oh, weird.
Was it their final attack? Oh.
Was it? We're back in the same scenario here, Bash? I mean, we might be.
No way. No way. No way that happens again.
We'll see. Here we go. It's time. It's time. Decided. Where's Perry? Will strive his way in.
Yeah,
with...
Oh, this looks like the same. No, it's not the same base, but same style here. Anti-2. Queen Charge Lalo. This is what got him in trouble. The Queen Charge Lalo, the blimp fell short, but it looks like he's got the Stone Slammer selected.
Yeah, Stone Slammer will not get its way directly at the Town Hall, so I'm not sure what he's going to use it for, but maybe he doesn't need Siege Machine. He can always swap out the Siege Machine to something else and go in with a different Siege Machine on the fly if necessary. So we'll see what he decides to go with here, but his Queen will get a quick power. Oh, Queen ability! I hate to see that.
Oh.
Not against an anti-2-star here, Bash.
Early drama already. Queen's abilities for us. King's going in up top just to help out with the Queen and the Eagle Artillery Royal Champions up there as well, helping.
What are these Wallbreakers doing? What are these?
Wow!
Oh, how does he get the core here? What are they? Look at these
Wallbreakers are throwing.
What is it going after? Oh, it actually opens up a wall against the Queen access. Kind of access.
It's still
Can she
sketchy.
reach the Town Hall there? I think she can, right?
Yeah, it should be. Should be.
Okay.
It's still sketchy, though.
Yeah, you're. Oh, boy. All right, well, this is going to be scary here because even if the queen gets into that area, that doesn't mean she actually reaches over the wall and gets the. She's going the north path here, which. No, actually, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. It's fine.
That's fine, Bash.
As long as she goes in.
Yeah, she hasn't anywhere else to go. Of course she's going in.
Do you see what his wall breakers did?
Yeah, you're right. How can we trust it? All right, well, he will go in here and get the scatter shot down. There's the tornado trap. Other poison towers to throw in onto his healers.
Uh-oh. The queen's already lost her ability.
Yeah, healers are sitting inside of the poison there, but she steps her way in. He locks onto the scatter shot again. Will take it down. Right. Healers are alive. They're alive, not by much. He'll secure the first star, and he needs to climb the percentage up. And here we go
yeah,
with
we
the
should
Lalo.
be good. Oh, Perry, why you do this, man? Perry, just go get the town hall easy. Oh, he's making it difficult every time. Perry should be fine here. Doesn't need too much percent. With a full Lalo, with the Stone Slammer, Warden ability, this should be fine for the Night Shift. Man, Night Shift likes drama, I guess.
He just wanted to keep us on our toes here.
Chase,
Absolutely.
can I get some analytics on what Perry's doing with these attacks? Oh, man.
Well, he's got the percentage climbing. He's crossed the threshold. And with that, the Night Shift is securing our 4th position to move on to the challenge phase, and everybody else is gonna have to go back over the ladder along with everybody in the chat who wants to get involved and sign up for ladder 2, and maybe you can be into our next season here, our next split in split 2, which is gonna play through right now, and then we'll actually have that end up with our open finals for that in the end of January. So this was a pretty crazy war here, nail biter of a finish once again. But the Night Shift ultimately pulls through and almost actually ends up tripling it. So
yeah, that was close.
I mean, he almost made it through. A little bit of a time fail there, but he had it locked in far before that, and they are able to be our champions.
Man, what a war. Back and forth. This one had all the drama. I mean, Perry, it ended up being, what, 98%, but this one was scary there for a while, especially with those wall breaks going all over. Queen didn't want to cooperate. Healers took a lot of damage. Perry likes to add a little bit of drama to the end of these wars, but ultimately gets the 2 victories.
Yeah, I don't know how those wall breakers decided they wanted to attack outside walls initially, and then they're later on like, you know, I guess we'll change our mind. I guess we'll go attack the wall, and then the queen's like, nah, I'm out.
Oh man, what a war. What a tough break for Push. I mean, they had what, 99, 98. They had some really close wars there. Oh man, that's super tough.
If history tells you anything, you know they're going to be back, and we'll see them again. So, if not this season and the next split here, then in a future season, we'll definitely see some more of them. So, this was a pretty wild night there, FDOT. What do you think?
Yeah, I think this is an excellent way to start out the second season. Some familiar faces, some very unfamiliar gameplay, some very unforgiving gameplay as well.
Yeah. It was tough. It was a really good night of wars. A lot of drama there at the end. Those last 2 wars were really close. Probably where they didn't need to be close, but I like the drama personally. I like when it's a fun, close war like that.
Yeah, it's just a roller coaster, it feels like, in some of these ones here, but then there were some complete shutouts there. You saw Chasmac, just an absolute powerhouse. Always excited to see them. And it's just a shame when you see all these awesome teams make it through, and then you know that you don't get to see them again until challenge, you know? It's the downside. They're so good, they play themselves out.
Well, hey, I mean, the puzzle is complete. But, of course, nothing's complete without inviting some friends over for the fun. And so we've got a member from the Night Shift on the line going to be joining us here. There it is. Thank you. It's M-Dub again, man.
Happy to be back.
Bro,
Happy to be back.
You did it. Congratulations.
And I've ordered some wireless headphones in the meantime.
Nice.
We're not having any issues next time.
Not at all, man. Hey, straight up and down, just from me to you, congratulations. You're making it into the challenge phase.
Thanks.
Work starts now, though, huh?
No. No, 100%. You know, gonna take at least a week of just chilling. You know what I mean? So that no, it's a lot of work ramping up to the play-ins. So you know, the guys definitely deserve a well-earned break after all the prep we did this week.
You know what? I like that better than my run-in.
Yeah. I mean, you don't always need to be in full-on game mode. Sometimes it's good to take a little break in there. I mean, how are you guys feeling after those last 2 dramatic attacks from Perry? That had to be stressful, right?
Perry loves the theatrics, so I leave that up to him. He does his thing, and he brought it home the last 2 wars, so we can't complain. He gets it done. So.
Well, now you're into challenge. Of the teams that already made it through to go along with you, is there any team that you'd be most nervous to fight up there?
No. I mean, it's not about being nervous. It's just about being prepared. We respect all of our opponents equally, and we know that they're putting in the work and everything. So, we just have to do the same and keep doing what we do. That's... it's in our hands is to win or lose. Most of the losses in the ladder is when we struggled on our offense, and we often beat ourselves more than we got beat. So we just got to keep working on our offense and practicing and building some bases, bait our opponents.
You got to look internally. You guys have all the raw materials, it seems like, and I'm eager to see you refine and become something great.
Thanks.
Thanks for your time, man. See you next time.
We were just, 13 buildings from a perfect, so, we were rolling by the end of the night here. So the stars don't show it, but, our plans were good. It was time that got the best of us a lot of those attacks. So, we did great, and I'm really happy for the boys, and we're going to celebrate on voice once I get out of this.
Well, you know what? Don't let me stand in the way of a party. I have literally never done that before. So go party, have fun, and celebrate with the guys.
Will do. Thanks so much, and shout out to the broadcast team, the production team over at ASL. You guys put on a HevQuest show tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the kind words, and we'll see you in the challenge phase for sure. M-Dub, what a great guy. And, just to bring it all full wholesome, we can't put on a good show without good wars. So shout out to all the squads coming out here this evening. Our puzzle is complete. Let's take a look at the bracket real quick and show you how it all shook up. Because this is what we're looking at. The night shift winds up beating out push. That's what we just saw. And that means the night shift are the ones that make it all the way. Flaming Turpies, Omnipotence, Aphelion, and the best COC, unfortunately, will have to try again in Split 2. And on the top side, it's Empire and Chasmac, the heavy hitters. We know them, we love them.
Yeah. And because we see the same teams that made it, a lot of the same teams made it through from the previous season. So, like, the teams that you most expected to make it through, out of the way. So now it's an opportunity for other teams to slip in and make an appearance and not have to deal with them, which is obviously a big deal. I mean, it's going to be maybe easier. I don't know. It's hard to say because this meta is so extremely difficult here, Bash.
Yeah, it's a tough one. I mean, we saw it. We didn't see anyone. I'm still shocked we didn't see a single 1-star today. But we had a lot of close calls, and I think that's just the teams were playing a little bit safer here, whereas ladder, you can kind of get away with it. But huge shout out to all the clans. A really fun day of wars.
Absolutely. Well, that would be the end of the show.
Oh, no.
Oh. Skeens, you better give me the right info or I'm kicking you.
Guess the percent gets paid off.
Oh, boy.
So, in the beginning of the show, I show these guys about 20 seconds of a war. They get a chance to see all the units on the bottom, they get a chance to see the base they're attacking, and they get a chance to see the kind of beginning of the attack. The first time I showed you to this attack, we stopped it at 2 minutes and 45 seconds. And so this is basically all you saw. And your guesses originally, we'll see if they pay off.
Yeah, we'll see if my insider info was accurate or not. I mean, not that I ever had insider info, but...
No, never.
I would never try to cheat something that Eric beat me at. you know?
I see you scrolling through your DMs.
Oh, he said it was 91%. I might have been off 5%. I was trying to see how close I was to what he said.
Yeah? You're over cheating. I got
He's
it right.
in my clan.
Oh yeah. Okay.
They gave me my clan.
Oh man, you're never gonna be trusted again in this. Well, you got all right. We need the staff here to stop choosing mad ram attacks here because he's got that insider information. But I don't remember what I chose. What was my percentage?
You went low, like 60 or 50 or something.
Yeah, like what did I do?
You were 1 off of 70. You said 69, I believe.
Oh, yeah.
No, I
said
did. I think I said
90?
like 50 something.
I think you said 50.
Ooh.
Yeah, I don't know, but he's got the hybrid and he's got the double invisibility tower in the middle of the base, and I don't know if anything went wrong. We don't know because we've never seen this attack here, and we only saw the first 15 seconds before we had to make our guesses. So if you have an idea in the chat what you think the percentage is going to end at, throw it out here and see how close you end up being. But don't use Bash's insider information because he's a big old cheater.
I mean, he definitely didn't say 91% time, Phil. I'm just saying. We'll see. Maybe he forgot the attack. You know, he's been known to forget CCs, so maybe he forgot the attack.
Oh no, where did we get this guy?
Hybrid's working in here though. Starting in from that side, blimping into the town hall. Gonna try to keep the hybrid around. Queen's gonna work through. Invisibility towers are gonna go off.
All right, does the invisibility tower stop him from securing the town hall here? I kind of wonder. Yeah, I mean, you got Yetis inside.
Yep.
Yetis aren't going to do anything. They're just getting bounced around in the core here, but the World Champion moves them forward.
You see those hogs though?
Look at these leaps these giant leaps across the walls in the middle of the base there. That's pretty epic, right?
I like that. I like that.
But he's already crossed the percentage that I said, so obviously I was way off in this, and he's still moving pretty strong here. World Champion goes invisible, tries to make her way into the Monolith, but the defensive World Champion right there and the Monolith, it's a lot of damage output, but the RC ability goes off, and the Warden looking like he's going to secure the Monolith.
Yeah,
there we go. All right.
I mean, he might have had the right attack. I bet our video guy's so mad that I know this guy.
I'm calling shenanigans.
I think it is 91, though. I think I was off by 1.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Bash got that inside information. Wait.
No, 89. Skeens didn't even know it's 89.
He lied to you. He lied to you.
I was 3%
Try
off,
again.
though.
I'm so happy you're wrong.
I still remain the only person who's ever got the guessing percentage right here.
And I tried cheating. That's
Yeah, I know. You can't even win when you're cheating. All right.
unbelievable.
Can't even win with the insider information, man.
That's embarrassing.
Come on.
I tried my hardest, chat. If you're not cheating, you're not trying, I guess.
You're the worst.
Not going to say anything against
I
that.
tried.
I mean, real talk. You got to try the best. So, I mean, guys, we've got our 4 teams now, right? We've got Push. We've got CMG. War and Glory already jumped in. And then, of course, Empire as well. Squads look good. Last takes.
I mean, just a really fun day. Still genuinely shocked we didn't see any 1-stars. We did have a couple close calls, but I kind of think it kind of shows that these teams know when to step it up when the competition is on. So a huge shout out to them, and congrats to the teams that move on to Challenge. Everyone else, go sign up for Ladder too.
Yeah, and it just goes to show that the defense is indeed the meta is very heavily on the defense, and it is very difficult to get those triples. If these guys are struggling, I can't even imagine what the average players are having to deal with out there, because these are the cream of the crop here. They've set themselves apart, and putting up 12 stars or 11 stars in some cases is enough for these wins, and that's pretty crazy in my opinion. That's definitely out of what we've seen in the past, and I feel like it brings me back to like 20 or so when Talent 12 was max, and like way back, and that back then it was like you had a very exciting defensive meta, and I really like that a lot.
Well, it's fun. It's fun to change things up. It's fun to see everybody kind of come together, clash one of the more community-oriented games that we have here going. And so we've got our 4 squads, split 2 on the way for sure. Thank you so much, guys. You guys did a great job. And thank you for hanging out with us as we broke it down. The clans have clashed. And I want to thank our partners at Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Monster Energy, DHL, and the U.S. Air Force. As always, thank you. Without you, we'd just be us. We'll catch you next time, guys. Peace and much love to you.
gotta get it. I'm on the mission, snap any minute, casually winning. Stop tripping on me, stop dissing on me. Yeah, I got a dream, can't take it from me. My fire's burning, I'm always learning. Tell me where to go, man, I'm on a journey. Yeah, I can't explain it, I get excited. Keep it 300, King Leonidas. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. I don't got the time, put me in, coach. I've been going hard, time to let it show. Everything raw, give it to me now. Let me have the spot, man, it's going down. Gotta get it here, I don't wanna wait. Take what I want, then I go train. Gotta get a win, I won't lose the game. This is my year, I ain't gonna break. Strap in, cause it's gonna be a long ride. Working on me every single day and night. There comes a time when your worlds will collide. If it's holding you back, push it right to the side.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal. On another level, I will never settle. Mind over matter, get the gold medal.
Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here. Ain't got no time for no fear. I work too hard to get here.
Welcome to the place where dreams come true. Where everything you want can be yours. If and only if you're willing to work for them. You're willing to hurt for them. But most of all, you're willing to be